Good morning, everyone. This meeting is now broadcast live.
Good morning, Jean. Good morning, Jeff. Good morning, Fong An.
Good morning. Can you hear me well?
I can, but you're very, very light.
Let me turn it up a little. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. Good morning, Rob.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing well.
Rhonda, can you hear me?
No, I can't. Okay, I can hear you.
I can't hear you. What's wrong?
Huh? What'd you say?
No, I'm just joking.
Have a great meeting, Jeff. Jean, did you want to do a mic check?
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Can hear you loud and clear. Have a great meeting. Good morning, Miguel.
Good morning, Rhonda.
Have a great meeting.
Thanks, you too.
For those who've just joined us, the meeting is currently being broadcast live.
Into the gym is...
Welcome, Supervisor Lee.
Good morning, Wanda. How are you?
Good, thank you. We can hear you loud and clear. Welcome to your first Board of Supervisors meeting.
Yay. Now, I believe nobody else does a fake background, right? So I probably shouldn't.
Yeah, most people just use whatever they have, but you can do whatever you like.
Well,
You're
let me
supervisor
see.
now.
Well,
You can do a fake background. It's fine.
there's no issues about that? Okay, all right. It's just having the Sunnyvale background in there, but we could change it next time. All right, thank you, Jeff.
Good morning, Megan.
Good morning, Rhonda. How's it going?
It's going to be an excellent day.
Welcome, Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. I made it, Megan. Thank you so much for all your help.
I know, it's great. And I love the background.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, President Chavez. Welcome back, Mark.
Thank you. I got nervous there for a minute.
Good morning, Madam Supervisor.
Good morning, Mr. Supervisor.
Good morning, everyone. Just a reminder that we are currently broadcasting the meeting live.
Thank you.
Good morning, Justin.
Good morning.
Have a great meeting. I have a second person in, as Supervisor Otto Lee. Can you please identify yourself so I can rename you?
Oh yeah, this is me. You could see me. So whoever.
Yeah,
the
there's a second person that's in as you. It's a gray-haired gentleman with the beard and glasses. Can you please
Rhonda, that looks
identify
like
yourself?
Mark Tiernan.
Hi, my name's Mark Tiernan.
All right.
So Mark, I'm thinking we should have you turn off your video and we should move you to attendees.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Rhonda, do you mind renaming and moving him?
I have renamed him, and I am going to make him an attendee.
Thank you very much.
All right, I gotta go back and find this. Oh. There needs to be a code.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm going to call
Madam
our meeting
President.
to order. I'm going to ask if the clerk can call roll.
Supervisor Lee,
Present.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
I'm here.
Supervisor Semidion,
Here.
Vice President Wasserman,
Here.
President Chavez.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We're now going to move to our Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to ask the Vice President if he will lead us. Please stand if you're able.
Thank you, Madam President. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Mike. We're now going to move to our invocation, and I am going to turn to Supervisor Otto Lee for the introduction.
Thank you, Madam President. Certainly an honor to be here for my first meeting. And this morning we have our invocation by our own Vice Chair of the Human Rights Commission, Dr. Justin Boren. Dr. Boren currently serves as the Vice Chairperson of our Santa Clara County Human Rights Commission. He was the chair of the commission from 2018 to 2020, has been commissioner since 2016, first appointed by former Supervisor Yeager and representing District 4. While as its chairperson, he was instrumental in changing the name of the commission to Human Rights Commission, refocusing the commission's mission toward social equity and justice, and working with the Board of Supervisors to name the county a Human Rights County. Dr. Boren also serves as the Associate Professor at Santa Clara University, where his scholarship focuses on the way organizational support networks impact the experience of coworker stress, studying psychological and physiological stress, organizational structure, leadership conflict, and employee relationships. He also teaches classes on conflict and mediation, leadership, and organizational communication. And Dr. Boren will begin the invocation.
Good morning, Board President Chavez, supervisors. I am honored by your invitation. Congratulations and welcome, Supervisor Lee, and thank you for what will be your public service here on the board. This Thursday, the County of Santa Clara and places all around the world celebrate Human Rights Day. On December 10th, 1948, the General Assembly of the United Nations adopted and proclaimed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That document codified in 30 separate articles rights that are guaranteed to all people, regardless of nationality, race, citizenship status, country of origin, religion, gender, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability status, age, cultural status, or any other factor. Why? Because we are all human, and as humans, we have these basic rights. To quote from Article 1 of the Declaration, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act toward one another in a spirit of fellowship. Words that are as true 72 years ago as they are today. 2020 has certainly tested some of our foundational human rights: the right to health, the right to housing, the right to social and racial justice. And while we don't yet know what 2021 will hold for us, we do know that the inequities we currently face in our community won't go away at the stroke of midnight on January 1st, or even on January 20th when President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris are sworn in. In fact, we can be assured that new complex problems will face us. How do we ensure that COVID vaccines get distributed in equitable ways? How do we help our unhoused and housing insecure residents? How do we work to make Santa Clara an anti-racist county? How do we start to heal our earth? To answer these questions, we must first unequivocally affirm that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and in rights. That's why human rights means racial justice for our Black, Indigenous, and people of color community, gender equity, immigrant rights, housing security, safety for our trans community, the rights of those who are incarcerated, food security, and health care for all. Santa Clara County is one of the only officially designated human rights counties, and for me, that's a point of pride. However, that designation means nothing without action. Therefore, everyone at every level of government must resolve to fight injustice everywhere. It's not enough to just declare that Black Lives Matter or that human rights are important. It is our sacred duty to turn that spirit into action. Legislative agendas, budgets, and ordinances are, at their root, moral documents. The actions that our county government take have profound impacts on the lives of so many. As Eleanor Roosevelt, who chaired the first United Nations Human Rights Commission, said, "Where, after all, do human rights begin? In small places, close to home, so close and so small that they cannot be seen on any maps of the world. Yet they are the world of the individual person, the neighborhood they live in, the school or college they attend, the factory, farm, or office where they work. Such are the places where every person seeks equal justice, equal opportunity, equal dignity without discrimination. Unless these rights have meaning there, they have little meaning anywhere. Without concerned citizen action to uphold them close to home, we shall look in vain for progress in the larger world." I wish you all a happy Human Rights Day. Let's work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee, for bringing Justin. And Justin, thank you for your really amazing work as part of our Human Rights Commission and thoughtful comments. We appreciate you being here. We don't have any adjournments today, but we're going to move to commendations and proclamations. And I will be sharing one commendation to the Silicon Valley Monterey Bay Council of Boy Scouts of America, and Supervisor Simidian will present a commendation to our County Parks Department. The very first Boy Scout troop in Santa Clara County, Boy Scout Troop 1, was established in Saratoga in 1920. And I'm excited, Mark, that you're here, Lazzarini. This year marks 100 years of service, community engagement, and leadership development for our county scouts. Parks, schools, and trails in this region have been transformed in important ways by service projects performed by more than 1 million hours of work by local scouts. 350 youth earn the highest rank of Eagle Scout annually in Santa Clara County, and Santa Clara County's own Silicon Valley Monterey Bay Council has been awarded over 1 million merit badges since 1920. In 2019, the council welcomed girls and young women into the scouting experience. There are currently 5,000 trained adult volunteers delivering scout programs to over 10,000 youth members from ages 5 to 20 in 375 neighborhood programs. It is my pleasure to welcome Mark Lazzarini, President-elect of the the Silicon Valley Monterey Bay Council, to give his thoughtful remarks, which I'm sure they will be. Welcome.
There we go. There we go. Honorable President of the Board, Cindy Chavez, and board members, it's truly an honor and privilege to be with you this morning on behalf of the Silicon Valley Monterey Bay Council, VSA, representing over 10,000 scouts and their families to accept this commendation for 100 years of scouting in this region. And Supervisor Chavez, as you alluded to, much of the scouting program has been focused and delivered outdoors. And this is where our youth, both boys and girls, learn leadership and team building skills, how to be good stewards of nature and perform community service in Eagle projects. So where they learn how to become good citizens. And, much of this activity takes place in our county parks and on our county trails. And so we want to thank you for these wonderful resources that helps us put the outing in scouting. And as soon as this pandemic is over, our scouts are going to be right back out there for the next 100 years. And again, truly appreciate this recognition and appreciation for really what we're doing for the youth of our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark, and please share our congratulations with the entire scouting family. I know it's massive and a lot of good work happened in the last century. I'm very excited for the next century as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So are we.
I will now turn to Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And, during challenging times, it's always nice when you have some good news to share and some congratulations that are timely, and we do today as we take just a couple of minutes to say thanks to our Parks Department, the County of Santa Clara Parks Department. I suspect that many members of the public and members of our board are familiar with what is known as the Skyline to the Sea Trail that runs from Castle Rock State Park all the way to the Pacific. But for years and years, indeed decades, I think this vision goes back at least to the 90s, there has been a thought, which was, couldn't we connect all the way from Saratoga to the sea here in Santa Clara County? And I know that former mayor of Saratoga, Ann Walton Smith, was involved, 20 years ago when she had this same notion. The prospect took a giant step forward when our county sold the Quarry Park property to the city of Saratoga back in, I think it was 2011. And then the city was able to really pursue this vision very deliberately of connecting Saratoga to the sea with trails that could be enjoyed by all comers from throughout the Bay Area and certainly from here within our county. A few years ago, we wondered whether or not we could pull everybody together around the table to coordinate. As I have been known to say, we can make more progress if we can build partnerships with others, as challenging as that can sometimes be. And I'm looking at Don Rocha and want to say thank you to Mr. Rocha from our Parks Department, because we pulled folks together around the table and said, if we can coordinate the activities of our Parks Department with the activities of the city of Saratoga, with the funding stream available from Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District, and work collaboratively with private sector property owners, we can make this happen. And the Parks Department, through their full weight behind this, understood the importance of working collaboratively with others. And just a few weeks ago, we were very pleased to be able to announce the completion of the trails, with all parties having sort of met at the same moment. And that trail now is a reality after literally 3 decades of hopes and expectations. So at a time when we do need some safe and healthy outdoor opportunities, the Saratoga to the Sea Trail is now real. I want to express my personal thanks to the Parks Department, including Mr. Rocha and Annie Thompson, who I know were both involved. Our resolution today calls out, and quite appropriately so, John Fakowski and Eric McFarland and Pete Mitchell, all of whom were indispensable to making this happen. And I wanted to make sure that the folks who rolled up their sleeves and got it done had a little moment in the sun today, and I'm delighted that there's some sunshine out to provide a little moment in the sun. So Mr. Rocha, please take my thanks and thanks of our entire board and our entire county community back to your folks and say much appreciated, job well done. And yes, Supervisor Chavez, to anticipate your question, I have actually hiked a portion of the trail, but I have not yet made it all the way from Saratoga to the sea. Maybe that day will come when we have a little more time on our hands. Thanks so much. Thanks very much to folks at Parks. Really a marvelous accomplishment.
Don, do you want to say anything?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you, Supervisors Committee, for that, for the recognition, and the entire board. I'm very grateful to accept this on behalf of the department, and it does take a lot of staff for this type of success and regional partnership to come through. But it's a magnificent trail. I encourage everybody to get out there. It was really masterfully built in some tough terrain to make it accessible to all, while at the same time being good stewards of the resource and making sure that it's a sustainable trail that'll last for future generations. And it's just a magnificent part of the trail going through Sanborn Park. So I encourage everybody to get out there and, before the rains come. Unfortunately, we aren't seeing the rains, but it's a beautiful terrain and just a gorgeous trail to go out and view. So thank you very much, board, and thank you for your partnership in making this a reality. As Supervisors Committee mentioned, this was a long time coming. So thank you.
And I would be remiss, Madam Chair, if I didn't also just give a shout out to outgoing Mayor of Saratoga, Howard Miller. I know you've worked with Mayor Miller on COVID matters, but he really was the one who exhorted me. I then exhorted our county Parks Department. They needed no exhortation. They were enthused about the project. And it really does take the engagement of folks, as I say, from across a wide range of organizations. But I know when Mayor Miller now went on the council 12 years ago, 2008, he was determined to get it done before he walked out the door. And 12 years later, we're pleased to be able to say that with help from all parties, including County Parks, that has happened. So thanks again, Madam President. Thanks again to County Parks. It's a good day and a nice moment to celebrate.
Well, congratulations to all. That is a good way to start our day with two really important thanks and great achievements. So thank you all very much. We're now going to turn to our annual CalWORKs Awards ceremony. And I know, and Supervisor Wasserman, I actually know this is one of your favorite events all year. You get so excited, but we weren't able to do it in person this year. So I want to turn it over to our Director of Employee Benefits Services, Angela Sheng. She has a very special surprise for all of us.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. Welcome, Supervisor Lee. First, I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to honor the achievements of these 5 remarkable families in the CalWORKs program. This year is the 30th anniversary of the CalWORKs Achievement Awards. And each year, the CalWORKs Achievement Awards is a touching tribute to meet and learn about the journeys of the 5 inspiring award recipients. Over the past 30 years, there have been some amazing stories, and this year in particular, in light of the COVID pandemic, the 5 stories you are about to see highlights the resilience and the perseverance of the families in the CalWORKs program. This year, due to the pandemic, we needed a shift to bring you their stories in a video format, which I realize isn't nearly the same impact as the meeting them live, but we couldn't miss this opportunity for you to meet the amazing individuals representative of the 3,000 CalWORKs recipients. In our 30-year history, the CalWORKs program and the dedicated staff have provided families with tailored plans they need to transition to financial independence, including employment and training, supportive services to stabilize the families with food, health, childcare, transportation, and homeless prevention services. We are so fortunate to work with the quality network of county and community partners, working together with organizations like Adult Education Coalition and Community College Consortium, Abode Services, and the Santa Clara County Behavioral Health Services Department, and many local businesses that participate in our employment program. We ensure that the CalWORKs program empowers low-income families with robust opportunities to pursue self-sufficiency. Today's remarkable honorees showcase the hard work, determination, and commitment that are needed to overcome the significant barriers and become financially independent. They epitomize how the CalWORKs program serves to support everyone, not just the most privileged, in pursuing the journey toward the American dream. And to quote our President-elect Joe Biden, "Possibilities as far as your dreams and your God-given talents may take you." Without further ado, I am so pleased to present to you, on behalf of our staff, clients, and community partners, the 30th Annual CalWORKs Achievement Awards recipients. And I think we should have a video queued up, which I will say, I know it's a little bit longer than our normal videos that we do at the Board of Supervisors. It's about 6 minutes long, but it is truly worth it. And I know Supervisor Lee, this is the first time you're experiencing this, but just as Supervisor Chavez said, this normally is such a truly heartwarming way to, normally our CalWORKs program, you see reports and numbers and statistics that are needed to really understand the program, but this is normally, and you'll see it next year, is touching and seeing the inspiring achievements of these individuals. Normally, this is a way that it's just inspiring. So this video doesn't do it justice, but we tried. So I'm hoping that, I believe we have a video queued up.
Who have you designated a presenter?
You know, I don't know how we do it virtually because I don't believe I have the ability to share.
Okay, give me one moment.
But I believe it was in the ledge file.
The perseverance and determination Each year, the CalWORKs program recognizes the outstanding achievements of 5 CalWORKs families through the CalWORKs Achievement Awards. This year's honorees are particularly notable, having demonstrated the perseverance and determination required to overcome many life obstacles, as well as the challenges of COVID-19 to create a better future for their families. Please join us in honoring this year's CalWORKs Achievement Award winners. Angela recently graduated from West Valley College with her associate's degree in Administration of Justice and has been accepted into Santa Clara University.
My fear is regressing and going back instead of moving forward. I'm proud of myself. I see myself, it's not right away, of course. It's going to take years to get to my end goal, but the fact that I get this help and I'm taking advantage of it, I know I'm going to live, like I'm going to have a fulfilling career that I chose, that I'm happy with. Even if I have children and I'm on aid, I still didn't. So that's something that I would advise all the moms, just to kind of aim high, not to give up on their dreams. Even if something seems unobtainable, it's obtainable with hard work and consistency.
3 months after participating in the Paid Work Experience program, Hyundai was approved for the Unclassified Employment Program and promoted to a full-time classified position with the county another 3 months later. Her husband, Engin, also found full-time employment with Tesla around the same time. Hyundai's family has successfully transitioned off CalWORKs.
You are open all the time for listen my story, listen my background, because I came from very different background. You support me, because sometimes I feel very bad because, you know, for some cultures, it is hard to ask for help. And I'm one of them. And sometimes when I need something else or I feel struggle, I wouldn't ask. But you all the time at every meeting, sometimes by email, you ask me what I need. Or if I don't say anything, you ask one by one. You know, when somebody asks directly, it is a little bit easier. That's why I can't forget your help and your kindness.
Bezowick completed the Certified Nursing Assistant program at Mountain View Los Altos Adult Education and obtained her CNA certificate, enabling her to begin working full-time at a residential care facility. She is currently working towards becoming a registered nurse by pursuing additional education at De Anza College in Cupertino.
I know that you worked with me, with Michelle initially, and with Daniel in the employment connection. Do you have a favorite memory of working with any of us while you were with CalWORKs, or a particular memory?
All of it's my favorite thing. I don't have any choice, but I love all of you guys. So that was my favorite thing. So I don't have it specifically. So it's all of them, all the thing.
We'll take that.
Drake found a job as a security guard working the weekend graveyard shift. A few months later, he found a second job as a full-time security guard that is enabling them to pay off their debts and save for their dream of buying their own home. Jeslyn achieved her goal of completing her high school education. With the help of Silicon Valley Adult Education, she succeeded in earning her diploma in June. She currently attends Gavilan College with the goal of eventually obtaining a bachelor's degree in biomedical engineering.
Being enrolled in CalWORKs program changed my life for the better, because tomorrow is not for certain. And we were going through tough times. A lot of times we were not able to eat, only our daughter. And being with a CalWORKs really helped us to finally be fed, to be housed, and everything of that we needed, because we really needed that stepping stone in order for us to get back up. For me, having you as a counselor felt like our cry for help was being heard.
Belinda has landed a temporary position with the County of Santa Clara Registrar of Voters and is now working full-time while waiting for the hold on her job offer with the City of Santa Clara Police Department to end.
There's like this bad stigma that people feel like when they're receiving CalWORKs, that they feel like they're not. I'm sorry if we get a little emotional, but people feel like you're not really human, to say, because we're living off of the government. But for me, I try to tell others that I find in the same situation is like you need to kind of take it as a stepping stone. It's not a bad stigma. It's there for us to not to take advantage of it per se, but take advantage of the opportunity. You need to set your goal and don't get discouraged when it does not happen quickly. We want everything instantly. So I think that's part of the reason why, at this point, like anything, I'm grateful for, because I had to go through that journey, my own journey, to get where I'm at. I want to say thank you, and I want to say that the program works.
Congratulations to our awardees for everything you and your families have overcome. We look forward to your continued growth and future success.
Beautiful. Angela, did you want to say anything else?
Yeah, just really thank you so much for the opportunity to present the CalWORKs Achievement Awards. It's I think Belinda, the last awardee, really said it perfectly that CalWORKs, this opportunity is so important to bust that myth about public assistance. It's not a handout, it's a stepping stone, and these awardees just so wonderfully demonstrate that. And again, just thank you for the opportunity to join us in celebrating these people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angela. Your team did a wonderful job with the video to honor our awardees in such a creative way in such a difficult year. I do want to just say a very special thank you for Angela and Belinda and Handi and Jocelyn and Drake and Bezawit for letting us be part of your journey and for sharing your story with all of us. I know this has been a tough year, and I know this isn't always the best way to celebrate, but let's take the celebrations as we can get them. We wish each of you the very best of luck in your continued, and we hope to continue to support you in your growth. Thank you for your strength and inspiring all of us, and for all of the folks who are receiving CalWORKs, and Angela, to your staff, a very special thank you for the very important work they do to help people get on their feet again. So thanks. Thank you all. With that, we're going to move to item 7. This is public comment, and this is an opportunity to speak to items that are not on the agenda, but within the purview of the board. If you speak to an item that is on the agenda, we will ask you to not do that later in the day, as the idea here is to make sure that we're treating all people equally and fairly, which is why we're so careful about how we manage the time in our meetings. I will also, just for my colleagues, as a reminder, we will have one time, we have a couple of, we have a time certain at 1 o'clock. We have a very full agenda. After we hear public comment, we will then go to the consent calendar. The consent calendar is big, so we're going to go through it a little slowly and carefully as we make decisions about what stays on consent and doesn't. We will then take public comment and then take board action. So with that, I'm going to ask the clerk give each speaker 1 minute, and we will begin now.
Our first speaker is Lydia Denise. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, good morning. My name is Lydia Doniz. I am a SEIU 521 representative from Public Health. I am asking the board to consider other options than laying off our 521 staff. We've presented different examples of revenue generating measures, including utilizing the 2011 realignment general reserve funds collecting uncollected property taxes, as well as replacing sheriffs for PSOs, and that's cost savings, and also looking at vacant positions before letting people go, in the spirit of social justice that we talked about today, and also in the spirit of the families receiving CalWORKs. Laying off 11 people in SSA would directly harm people of color. It's really important that we look at different ways to minimize harm.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Scott Largent. I attended a civil court proceeding yesterday for a man named Nicholas Robinson. He's also participates in Manly's courtroom. It was an interesting court appearance. The public defender's office dropped the ball on this guy big time. They kept rotating him between attorneys, and I thought you would have one attorney for one case, and that wasn't how it worked out for Nicholas. He's been dealing with harassment from the city of San Jose, the POA, the Highway Patrol. He basically is a cop watcher. He films them. You know, sometimes he might push it a little farther than what I do, but it is constitutionally protected activity. This guy got slaughtered in court. It was totally rigged. They didn't have a court reporter. They bullied this poor man. And I believe he's a mental health patient. And I'm just curious how this can go on in one courtroom where they're in charge of somebody, they monitor them, and then they throw them down.
Our next speaker is Connie C. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, Connie Chu, county worker and SEIU 521 member. Please do not make any decisions yet, especially regarding layoffs. I am disappointed of your prior 3-2 vote to go forward with the county executive's recommendation for layoffs, when at that time, there was not yet an analysis of how many employees would apply for and be approved of the voluntary separation incentive program. We must exhaust all alternatives before there are layoffs or other cuts. Ensure that workers, particularly essential workers, are allowed to give feedback and avoid harm to them and the community. This will provide a clearer picture and help you better make informed decisions. Delay the vote on the budget to next year. Further, with the new White House administration in January, we must work together to delay any cuts that can be mitigated with the new federal funding stimulus that can save our services. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Court Watcher. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. I'm sorry, unmute yourself one more time. Thank you. Court Watcher, go ahead.
My name is Susan Bassey. I thought it was interesting who your two speakers were today about human rights, civil rights, and also issues related to Boy Scouts. Because from one single courtroom managed by Judge James Towery over a 10-year period, a Filipino woman was trafficked here, raped in her garage, and the district attorney dropped her rape case, which is now being investigated by the federal government. We have multiple police issues that our district attorney has not taken care of. And Mr. Wasserman, you're very well aware that you have an unlicensed real estate agent by the name of Patty Felice selling off millions of dollars of properties within Tarot and connected to Sharon Roper, who is a court employee and who is moving properties through the family court case in a manner that is hardly lawful and hardly mindful of our rights. Cindy Chavez said she was going to look into the human trafficking case. She has not done it, and the federal government is coming. This county is violating more rights and using more money to fund corruption in our court.
Our next speaker is Raimundo Armendariz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, board, and happy early Human Rights Day. I am here representing a coalition of advocacy organizations and service providers working with justice-impacted youth here in Santa Clara County. We'd like to inform the board of the recent breakout of COVID-19 cases in our youth facilities. There's been 11 cases of COVID diagnosed at this point in our juvenile hall and ranch facility. Our coalition has advocated since the beginning of the shelter in place in March with our local justice system stakeholders, including the juvenile court, Juvenile Probation Department, District Attorney's Office, and Public Defender's Office, but have been unsuccessful in convincing them to release youth during this pandemic. We have been told that this pandemic does not rise to the level of being considered a natural catastrophe or state of emergency. The only circumstances the court would consider for releasing youth from our facilities. We initially were concerned that this would result in an outbreak defined as at least 3 people contracting the virus from the same group. We are currently at 11 and counting, far over what would be considered an outbreak. We'd like to request that the board please inquire with our local stakeholders about how they plan on controlling this outbreak, as well as whether they can now consider this.
Our next speaker is Jason Dorsey. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. Jason Dorsey, Blue Collar Vice Chair, SEIU.
Jason, you're a little faint. If you can speak any louder, that would be appreciated.
Is that better?
A little bit, yes.
With multiple departments becoming infected with the COVID virus, there have been many exposures notices forwarded to workers. However, the follow-up to the knowledge of SEIU members is not being done, meaning the close contact notices are not going to the workers at all after possibly being exposed by a coworker. None have gone out to the EVS staff at VMC. The county is not being transparent and is exposing the workforce to an obliterating rate, which is clear in the clusters of the staff currently infected and rising. This is unacceptable. We have met with the leadership to no avail. The board cannot continue to turn a blind eye as they are ultimately accountable for this. Currently, I believe there was 27 workers exposed in one unit at VMC.
Our next speaker is Melissa Willett. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Melissa Willett. I am the local vice president of SEIU Local 521. And good morning, welcome Supervisor Lee. I'm speaking about the budget process and the board's decision, disappointing decision to lay off workers when there are 1,000 vacancies in the county and there is money sitting on the table, money in general reserves, and we have workers that provide a necessary service to this county that are being laid off. We know the budget decisions are being made in an ever-increasing need to our community because of the COVID-19 and the pandemic's economic fallout, both of which are compounded by pre-existing disparities and inequities that are often due to institutionalized racism. We have to preserve and prioritize community-based services. We have to apply a robust race equity lens to the budget process. We have to use general funds wisely. There has to be scrutiny of fund balances, high-cost consultants, vendors, and capital projects. We have a new federal administration, and we have to create just revenue. Thank you.
Our next speaker is B. Beekman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, Supervisors, Joseph Simitian and staff in Santa Clara County government have done an incredible job with how to label and itemize how technology and its data will be used, stored, and shared with Santa Clara County equipment with the ACLU Surveillance Technology Safety Ordinance. It should be able to offer simple cybersecurity policy ideas as well that can help de-escalate the intensity of cybersecurity warfare with the concepts of open democratic practices and public accessibility. And from this, how both the everyday public and local government can know how to ask better questions of policy together. To note, the ideas of better public accessibility to cybersecurity policy is being fully worked on by Eastern European countries and the UN at this time. I hope in Santa Clara County we can begin to return and talk about cybersecurity for our collective democratic future, dedicated to practices of open democracy and ideas of peace instead of the use of continual war and secrecy. The entire point of surveillance tech safety ordinance is learning to develop well-reasoned ideas at the local level.
Our next speaker is the phone number ending in 048. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. You are unmuted. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, was it for myself, Stacey Laris, for ending in 4048, the phone number?
Correct. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Stacey Laris. I have emailed you guys 23 times. I've only received one response from the county clerk. I've been residing in Santa Clara County for over 20 years. I'm calling in regarding your response to COVID-19. This is an outbreak, not a pandemic. You are all hiding behind N-29-20, an unlawful order from our unlawful governor from March. You need to get back to your chambers and to your offices, please. We need town hall meetings. The public needs to see you and speak to you guys in person. I've asked for many meetings. I've never heard back from anybody. There are glitches and it's not transparent or personal to have these Zoom meetings. It's not appropriate and it's unprofessional to have dogs barking and other such disruptions. We demand that you come to the table and talk about solutions. We need public town hall meetings. I sent you all a picture this morning of a 19-year-old girl who put herself on the train tracks. I hope you look at that picture.
Our next speaker is Mike Rogers. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Mike Rogers. I apologize. I'm going to talk on COVID because I probably won't be available later when this agenda item is covered. I've spoken to you and written to you in detail about recommendations and data sets around COVID. At a high level, I'll talk about a couple things here quickly. One is I'm just greatly disappointed that the County of Santa Clara continues to have different science than other counties in the state or the rest of the state or the rest of the U.S. A lot of the recent criteria and restrictions have limited stuff that there is no evidence-based data sets to support that they're major mechanisms or nexus for COVID transmissions. I want to talk about track trace. We've invested millions of dollars in this, stood up one of the best, most progressive systems in the country for 6 months now, but what have we gotten out of it? Why hasn't it interrupted transmissions, especially in our at-risk communities, East San Jose, Gilroy, Hispanics, et cetera? Finally, why aren't we using cycle counts or requiring them to be reported by testing entities as are being done in other parts of the country to understand COVID transmission and COVID pandemic?
Our next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Robert Aguirre here. Welcome, Supervisor Lee. I'd like to ask any member of the board to just be brave enough to step up and try to form a commission of the unhoused. There's so many decisions that are being made that are directly affect them and they have no voice. And now that Dave Cortese has moved on, congratulations to him. But we seem to have lost that voice. And I know that Supervisor Ellenberg is trying to do that. But I'm hoping that Supervisor Lee, you will step up and take that position that Dave left behind. And let's start looking at ideas like a unhoused persons court, where people that are being accused of things like trespassing will have a safe place to go, where we can understand that no matter where the unhoused are, they are trespassing. And so it's an unfair law.
Our next speaker is Daniel Brooks. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, hello friends. I'd like to take a moment of time to congratulate Otto Lee on becoming a Board of Supervisor. I've worked with him recently and I know he has a very strong moral compass and he'll do an excellent job in this position. The reason I'm talking to the board now is in regards to potential layoffs within the county. I have a suggestion. Maybe we can take out a loan. I understand that the county has an excellent credit rating. So maybe we could take out a loan to get some more revenue coming in during that time. And also to provide excellent customer service. So layoffs would, be counterproductive to providing great customer service. And also we can reduce any additional waste within the county to save some tax dollars. All right, well, thank you.
Our next speaker is Janet Diaz-Perez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Janet, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Janet Diaz, president of SEIU and a county worker. We had asked the board to postpone the layoff notices to see what the new administration brings. However, it passed by a 3-2 vote to proceed. Recently, it appeared the county started being somewhat inclusive of SEIU's participation, but no sooner do we think we're moving forward, we learn these are simply deceitful tactics to appease us. Is it acceptable to deceive us for having the desire to contribute in the health and safety of everyone? Despite the mentioned, SEIU does recognize that others among our communities, such as small businesses, are also in need of assistance. But this assistance comes at a price, and it will be SEIU workers who will end up taking a harder hit because the county has yet to be transparent in their efforts of obtaining revenue versus cutting. Why does the county continue to underestimate how dependent they are on SEIU workers? We are the driving forces of the county. Keep in mind, for every worker cut, there's a cut in workforce followed by a cut in revenue. It's simple.
Our next speaker is Emily Goodwin. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, this is Emily Ramey. My married name, I work for Y Green Energy Fund. We are a leading PACE finance provider, and we have been trying to pursue getting in front of the board for years. I'm very grateful for the time and effort of staff from Supervisor Cortese's team before he departed, and the Office of Sustainability. We actually had a tentative agenda date of March 24th, and that was tabled because of COVID, understandably. However, our finance option is reliable, public-private partnership dollars, not reliant on taxpayer or administrative oversight from the county to thrive. And so this program has been tested and proven throughout the state to work and make financing available for homeowners and commercial property owners to make important energy, water, seismic, fire resiliency, and now air purifying upgrades to their properties. I would love to be considered in front of the board very soon. Thank you so much for your time.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. We're now going to go to our consent calendar. I'm going to ask the staff to review the consent calendar, and then I'm going to start with Supervisor Simidian. Supervisor Ellenberg, Supervisor Simidian, then go to Mike, and then Supervisor Lee, I'll go to you to see if there's any changes you want to make to the consent calendar. With that, I will ask the staff to read the consent calendar, and then I will come back to the board for action.
We have a request from President Chavez to add item number 14 to the consent calendar. Item number 14 is to approve referral to administration and county council to report to the board at a meeting in February 2021 with clarification on the process relating to protection of county employees who file personnel-related complaints and participate in personnel-related investigations. We have a request from Vice President Wasserman to add item numbers 20 and 22 to the consent calendar. Item number 20 is to receive report relating to the sexual assault forensic exam program, loss of awareness or consciousness protocol for known or suspected drug-facilitated sexual assault. Item number 22 is to receive report relating to the Office of the Children and Families Policy Advocate. We have a request from Supervisor Ellenberg to add item number 23 to the consent calendar. Item number 23 is adoption of ordinance number NS-300.946, amending section A20-64 of Chapter 5 of Division A20 of the Ordinance Code of the County of Santa Clara, relating to cooperation and access to information for the Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring. We have a request from President Chavez, Vice President Wasserman, and Supervisor Ellenberg to add item number 24 to the consent calendar. Item number 24 is to receive report relating to the transition of the Office of Countywide Contracting Management to the Procurement Department, including the role of OCCM in its restructuring. We have a request from Vice President Wasserman to add item number 26 to the consent calendar. Item number 26 is to receive report relating to workplace violence trends within the county health system, specifically Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, including emergency psychiatric services, and Barbara Aaron's Pavilion, O'Connor Hospital, and St. Louis Regional Hospital. We have a request from Supervisor Simidian to add item number 28 to the consent calendar. Item number 28 is to approve Second Amendment to Agreement with Duffy Group Incorporated relating to providing managed care outreach consulting services, increasing the maximum contract amount by $750,000 from $200,000 to $950,000, and extending the agreement for a 37-month period through January 21st, 2024. We have a request from the clerk of the board to hold item number 31D to December 15th, 2020. Item number 31D is to approve minutes of the November 17th, 2020 regular meeting. We have a correction to item number 59G. Item number 59G is to approve certificates of appreciation to Employee Excellence Award honorees for December 2020. Item 59G should read Nang Nguyen, PhD, Clinical Microbiologist, Santa Clara Valley Health and Hospital System. That concludes my update.
Thank you. And for those of you who want to speak on the consent calendar, this would be the time to raise your hands. I'll go to my colleagues and I'll start with Supervisor Ellenberg to see if there are any changes to the consent calendar.
Thank you. I've got some comments. First, the first one is that I'd like to hear items 10 and 15 together. So specifically, that's hearing the isolation support referral during the public health time certain item at 1. Second, regarding items 66 and 67, I'm not pulling them from consent, but I just want to make a brief observation. I'm concerned to see continued escalation of costs in our capital projects, especially in this current budget environment. I know this is a subject of discussion in FGOC. I received the off agenda that I requested at the September 23rd HHC meeting on mechanisms to plan for and limit budget increases for VMC capital projects, but I was disappointed with the lack of detail that was offered. The only response to my core request on how we plan for and work within budget projects was the estimations based on experience. I'd like to direct FAF to update this off agenda as soon as possible with more specific information on number 1, current methods for establishing contingency estimates for projects. Number 2, historical data for VMC and non-VMC projects on planned versus actual project costs. And 3, administrative controls in use or planned that will improve our ability to keep projects on or under budget. And I believe Supervisor Wasserman requested to move item 22 to consent. I'm all right with that, but again, just a quick comment. I want to thank administration for addressing my requests and including them in the report back. I really am pleased with the scope of work envisioned for this office. Of course, the next step is the actual creation of the office. So I would like either an off agenda prior to or a report back by the mid-year budget in February regarding the timeline for staffing this office, or at the very least, who will be leading the office. Thanks so much. That is all I have.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am good with the consent calendar as presented, have no changes to offer, and think that Supervisor Ellenberg's suggestion that we hear items 10 and 15 together makes a lot of sense. So I want to support that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman?
No changes. Thank you.
Supervisor Lee?
No changes. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a number of items that have been put on consent by colleagues, or items that are report backs on referrals that I've made. So I want to make sure that I get a chance to give feedback to them. I will be registering no votes on budget items 74 and 75 in a manner that is consistent with my votes during the budget process. I would also recommend that item, I just want to confirm that item 14 and 24 be added to consent. Item 14 is my referral relative to personnel complaints. Given the sensitive nature of the information, I'm asking that the issue be discussed first in closed session, and then we can have our staff present the requested information at FGOC during the first quarter of 2021. Item 20 is a response to my referral in February. The referral asks for a work plan and timeline and resources needed to ensure that every hospital in the county develops and implements workflows that support sexual assault forensic exam, loss of awareness, or consciousness protocol used for known or suspected drug facilitated sexual assaults. I am comfortable with the item being on consent, and the report submitted by the administration is thorough, and I would really like to ask to thank the staff for their diligent work. In particular, I would like to thank Kim Walker, the Safe Nurse Manager, for all that she does for survivors and her team. Relative to this body of work, I'd like to request that we get a progress report at the board meeting in August of 2021. Item 24 is the OCCM report that includes the information that I requested. So I want to thank staff for that. It was very clear, and so I'm comfortable leaving that on consent. Item 34 can remain on consent. This has to do with our translator positions. My colleagues may recall that we had a pretty robust discussion about this some months ago. And I'd like to request that staff proactively inform all of the current translators that they will have an opportunity to apply for the jobs at EOC or other new positions that become available. And I'd like staff to alert the translators and the board to when the translator test has been revised so that translators are able to take that test again. On item 22, I concur with Supervisor Ellenberg on her comments, and that is on the Office of Children and Families Policy. I want to reinforce Supervisor Ellenberg's point that I'm very interested in the position, the structure of that coming back to the board in the first quarter. And I am very I'm very concerned that that position have a very senior role in the organization. And I will continue to request that as this comes forward. Let me just make sure that I got all of those offices. I didn't forget any. I apologize, colleagues. I want to make sure I can leave things on consent. There is one other item that I want to make sure I just acknowledge, and this is the workplace violence item that that was put on consent by Supervisor Wasserman. I want to thank the staff for the information, and now that we own 3 hospitals, I'm interested in learning more about security for all 3 of the hospitals that balance safety and continue to attract our customers and clients. I would like the Workplace Violence Prevention Task Force to integrate this discussion into their monthly meetings and provide updates, findings, and recommendations to HHC periodically if Supervisor Simitian is comfortable with that. In the next 2 or 3 months, I would like staff to report to the board with a timeline for us to receive workplace violence trends from other front-facing county departments. And again, for my colleagues, that is item 26, again, a referral that I had. And I think that covers my thoughts. On items 11 and 13, I want to hear the items. I recognize those are budget related, but I'd like to hear those items along with item 12, get thoughts from my colleagues before I make any recommendations about how to proceed. Supervisor Simitian and then Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add one last word, if I could, on item, I believe it is 58E. We are very quietly adopting a commendation for Alan Minato as he retires after 35 years of service to the County of Santa Clara. And I say quietly because that is sort of Alan's way in my experience. But I did not want to let Mr. Minato walk off the stage without taking a moment to express the appreciation of my office and my personal appreciation for the work he has done. If you've worked with Alan, you know that he is that rarest of combinations. He is an absolute stickler for the rules, and yet manages to be a stickler in a way that is both gracious and helpful. And it really has been a pleasure to work with him. I have appreciated his contributions to the county writ large, as well as the assistance he's lent my office, and I suspect others, in making sure we do our work by the book. So I wanted him to know, as I say, before he left the building, literally or figuratively, that he will be missed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I second all of that.
Yeah, I was going to say Mike actually seconded it in writing, and Supervisor Ellenberg seconded it. And Alan, thank you. And thank you for being such a good educator with all of us. You were kind not to say I told you so multiple when you could have. Thank you, Alan. And we wish you well and a well-earned, enjoying a well-earned retirement. Supervisor Lee?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to correct one thing regarding the consent calendar. I missed it earlier, and I'm glad you mentioned it. For item number 74 and 75, I would like to also record as a no vote. I wasn't here to vote in the first vote, and Supervisor Cortese has voted no on it, and I would like to maintain the same no vote as well for 74, 75 for the record, but leave on consent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, I'm going to move to public comment. We're going to give each person 1 minute to speak. And I will again ask, if you've spoken on an item already, please not to do that again, to speak on another item. Thank you.
Our first speaker is Court Watcher. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I want to talk about the budget issues that you are proposing and that you have on consent. And as you continue to consider layoffs for the people who do the vast majority of the work that needs to be done in the county, you continue to rubber stamp funding for the district attorney. And let me tell you what that means. What that means is you have given our district attorney's office and victim services free rein to be able to submit a number of issues to this county that is costing money and that is doing very little to protect the public. A criminal defense attorney was forced to go into our jails to meet with her client, and she has now been exposed to COVID, and she is being isolated from her family as a result. Meanwhile, the prosecutors who are working with police to arrest protesters and other issues that are not causing immediate public harm, and businesses who are not strictly complying with an order related to wearing a mask, are seeing the resources of our district attorney used in that direction instead of issues of public safety. Reshift the resources in this county away from the DA and the victim.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, everyone. Scott Largent. I noticed on the consent calendar all the different positions that we're bringing in on our county level. I was just wondering down at the main building there at 70 West Heading, why we haven't brought in a therapist or a social worker to be on hand all the time. You have enough people down there. We could kind of get that net out there, start figuring out services that they need, and get them on with their life so they're not just they're just stuck in limbo down there. African-American man, his name is Dante, and he hangs out around the county building. I believe the man served our country. He has a mental health disorder, and he's off his meds. He's acting kind of bizarre. It's not that I think the guy's violent. It's just that he needs help. I mean, what if he got into bad dope? What if he's not on his meds? But somebody needs to start talking to him. I'm not a social worker. I'm not a therapist. So what can we do down there?
Our next speaker is Linda Hyall. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Linda Hyall. I'm a former social worker from DFCS and a current worker.
Linda,
Hello.
we're having a very difficult time hearing you. Do you want to start again?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so my name is Linda Hill. I'm a former social worker from DFCS. Currently, I'm a psychiatric social worker at the county jail. Supervisor Lee, welcome. I am here to support item number 14. Supervisor Chavez, I wholeheartedly thank you for drafting this referral. I implore the rest of the supervisors to support the referral because it is about time county systems work to protect county employees from racism, harassment, retaliation, and managers and directors who abuse their powers. My main focus here is the EOD. The EOD has truly let employees down. It is an insult that you guys continue to ask us to file complaint at the EOD. When the county talks about just culture and proclaims racism as a public health issue, it is a disgrace that an office like the EOD is assigned to protect from all.
Our next speaker is Melissa Willette. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, Melissa Willette, SEIU Local 521, First Vice President and Santa Clara County worker for about 9 years. I would like to bring up item number 14, speak on item number 14, and would like to state that the workers are in support of this item and would like to thank Supervisor Chavez for bringing this item to the board. Workers are on the front lines, the back lines, and all the other lines in between here at the county. And so it's vital that workers feel safe when reporting personnel issues and that they're free from retaliation or other negative impact. I suspect the report the administration and county council brings to the board in closed session will generate more questions than answers produced. And if it doesn't, then I urge the board to be very skeptical. It would also be important because of the confidential and sensitive nature of items that we find space for the workers and their representative labor unions be given an opportunity to weigh in on these issues and provide information that may not otherwise be brought up, as well as include contracted employees and contractor issues in nonprofits that may have personnel related issues.
Our next speaker is Jay Guzman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Jay Guzman. I'm a grassroots organizer with Planned Parenthood.
Jay, we just lost you. Will you unmute yourself again?
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez, for raising this necessary and important issue. At Planned Parenthood Marmonte, we served over 33,000 patients in Santa Clara County last fiscal year. An overwhelming majority of these patients are between the ages of 18 to 40, self-identifying women of color, low income, and supported by publicly funded healthcare. As a safety net provider, we can affirmatively tell you that period poverty is real. In our health centers, for example, staff are regularly restocking the restrooms with free menstrual products while also accepting requests for more. Participants in our case management program, many of them ages 16 to 20, often request menstrual products. For these youth, having access is a burden lifted. At Planned Parenthood Marmonte, we believe that meeting the needs of people who menstruate is an absolute health necessity and a public health crisis.
Our next speaker is Susie. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Susan Irizarry, and I have been a physician assistant at the county for about 4 years. Thank you for bringing up, this is to speak on item 14. The EOD is not an entity that is currently protecting its employers. I had filed a retaliation complaint, which was denied after about a year of investigation, and I've now had to go to the state, as well as my union has filed a PERB charge, which was, PERB has now issued a complaint on my behalf. My complaint was sent to, and not only did my investigator and the director of EOD both verbally tell me and the union that I was being retaliated against, as soon as it went to the county council, it was overturned and my complaint was withdrawn.
Our next speaker is Nicholas Robinson. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, County. My name is Nicholas Robinson, and I'm calling and on behalf of my criminal defense in regards to my public defender denying me the proper legal defense that I am entitled to deal with my criminal cases. I'm currently being railroaded by the city of San Jose in a civil case, and I had a hearing yesterday where they were granted a restraining order for 3 years. My public defender is not doing his job. He says he has no time for me. He has 6 motions, 2 trials to prepare for, and 25 clients on calendar today or this week alone. And he's refusing to do the research and provide me with the proper legal defense that I am entitled to. And I am requesting that he be excused and I am provided a IDO attorney.
Our next speaker is Gail Ann Osmer. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. Am I on there?
You are, Gail.
Good morning, supervisors, and welcome, Supervisor Lee. I'm so happy to see you on this board. I want to talk about in support and thank you, Cindy, for your item number 12, the period products. I have handed out thousands of pads and Tampax to our most vulnerable population, our unhoused women. They aren't getting these products. And when I'm out there, mostly every day, I have 1 or 2 or a package that I hand them. They just don't need 1 or 2 pads or 1 and 2 Tampax. They need a lot more. So I really appreciate and support this item. And I hope that I can be working with maybe First Five or other nonprofits to be able, the camps I go to, no one goes to, and these women need help. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Robert Aguirre here. I'd like to speak about the tragedy that occurred at Grace Baptist Church a few weeks ago. And the victims, the people that were there that were not really involved in what happened, but were witness to what happened, are being kept. Well, they're not being kept. They've been moved to hotels because they don't have a place for them to go. They're not allowed to come back to Grace right now. And Grace is putting the bill for this, and the bill has just expanded extraordinarily. And I think that the idea of help of all these people, these individuals, that the county should try to help out financially and help these people also by providing some kind of recovery or mental health services for them. Right now, everything is being taken care of by Grace, and it's really unfair because they're providing a service that this county and city should be providing.
Our next speaker is B. Beekman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, with the approval of minutes on the consent calendar had items of talking about COVID issues in the past month that counts at supervisor meetings, and I wanted to offer the idea. It's my understanding, with all the COVID issues rising, it is, I think, hopefully with the attempts with the vaccination process happening, to keep the death counts low. But that means we have to have good practices to do that. But I also think it means we're going to have to very much seriously question the reopening of schools in January, and that might have to be moved to the fall of 2021. I just, to be clear with yourselves, I hope you can talk with me. I've been working on tech accountability issues for over 5+ years now. I hope if I write letters in the next few weeks about cybersecurity issues, we can have good open conversations about it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shade. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. Timer
Hi.
will start when you begin speaking.
Hello. Hi, my name is Shida Shiveri. I'm 521 and I'm working for mental health department. I'm talking about the item 14. Thank you so much, Supervisor Chavez, about this item because I believe that the employee complaint process must be unfair, unbiased and fair to boost employees' morale and encourage employees to step forward to report racism, harassment, and discrimination without being scared of retaliation. Unfortunately, EOC is biased and one-sided. Employees found the EOC investigation are ineffective and most of the time is in management favor that will make the employees feel that they cannot trust in EOC investigation. It happens to me. I filed a grievance that it was, racism, and unfortunately, I've been denied. So thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Auden Leung. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name's Auden. I'm speaking on behalf of Free the Period, which is a student-led coalition and campaign working to end period poverty or the lack of access to menstrual health care in California schools. Students and student groups from across the state are very passionate about this issue of menstrual inequity because it's something that half of our population experiences and that students see in their everyday lives. Right now, schools are closed, so students are no longer able to access products that they were previously provided in our most needy schools under AB 10. We need funding to get menstrual products out to students and the 63,000 at-risk individuals, which the Santa Clara County Office of the County Executive estimates are in need of free menstrual products. It is foundational to our success in school and work, and we've too often seen period poverty stigmatized and overlooked in basic needs relief.
Our next speaker is Tim McKenzie. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name's Tim McKenzie. I'm a resident of Mountain View, and I'm also calling in support of item 12 about addressing inequities related to access free period products. I've commented at Mountain View City Council for the past year and a half several times asking for action to be taken at the municipal level, and nothing seems to be happening. I'm very glad to see the county stepping up and working towards something. I'll note that during Thanksgiving week, Scotland made period products free across the whole country. I'd like us to move in that direction, and I want to thank you for bringing that up and show my support.
Our next speaker is Asha Abbott. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi there, my name is Asha Abbott, and I am a social justice advocacy intern with YWCA Silicon Valley. I'm calling in support of item 12. Periods do not stop during pandemics. Lack of access to period products can lead to isolation, infections, and missed days of school and work. These missed days of school and work not only create further financial stress during these hard times, but can also create feelings of deprivation and depression. YWCA Silicon Valley fully supports item 12 to secure $1 million to address the inequalities in access to free menstrual products for the most vulnerable women in our community during this COVID pandemic and until the end of the fiscal year. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sia Sharma. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Sia Sharma, and I'm the president of the Period chapter of Santa Clara. So far, in the last year, I have raised over $2,000 to distribute free period products to the members of Santa Clara, who my chapter believes is the most marginalized. I am in support of item 12, and I'm very grateful for the board to, appropriate funds to this issue because period poverty does exist. And I would love to share my insight. I recently wrote an article for an online publication alongside Councilmember Watanabe of Santa Clara, and we have shared this article with you. if you'd like to use it, in deliberation of where the funds must be best appropriated and distributed. We find that specifically foster care youth and senior citizens are the ones that are affected most by period poverty. And this also was an important part of how I distributed products as the president of the chapter of Period Movement at Santa Clara. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eula Idemoto. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Eula Idemoto. I'm calling in support of item 12. In my work at First Five, I support a period product distribution in partnership with the Santa Clara County Office of Education, Office of Women's Policy, Alliance for Girls, Young Women's Freedom Center, and Planned Parenthood Marmonte. First Five has leveraged its 25 Family Resource Center distribution sites so that individuals across the county can access these products. Through additional community partners, the distribution has reached a wide variety of individuals, including parenting teens, gender nonconforming and non-binary groups, the unhoused community, justice-impacted families, youth and young adults, and more. After only 5 weeks of distribution, we've provided over 1,000 period product monthly supply kits, and this is more than a quarter of our inventory. Without any additional support, we anticipate the program would end in the next 2 months, leaving these individuals without access. We have a functional system that can help address period poverty through our distribution cycle, and we hope the board will continue to support this needed service for the community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Halima. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Halima. I'm the Advocacy Manager at Alliance for Girls, and I'm calling in support of items 11 and 12. I urge the board to pass both these items as they will provide critical needs many mentioned, why period products are very much important, and why we must close the gaps in period poverty within the county. It is also important to note that young moms have the same similar needs in terms of access to period products, but also access to items like diapers, baby formula, and we've been working with the office, the Family Resource Center to help meet these needs, but it's not enough. And so we're asking the county to support the When Young Moms Thrive program to provide funding that will help us work explicitly with young moms at the center to create responsive practices so that we can really provide the needs that young moms have and make sure we're addressing some of the stigma and barriers that they face. Thank you for your consideration. And once again, I urge you to pass referrals 11 and 12.
Concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. I want to just acknowledge that items 11, 12, and 12 will both be heard on the regular agenda for those who've called in. If you've already spoken, you won't be able to speak at that time, but I just wanted to let you know when those items would actually be heard. So I would like to request a motion for the consent calendar.
So moved.
We have a motion from Supervisor Ellenberg, a second from Supervisor Wasserman.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All the speakers that just spoke were speaking on items not on the consent calendar?
No, some of the items were on the consent calendar, some of them were not, and I just wanted to clarify for the public that items 11 and 12, which some of them commented on, will be heard in just a few minutes.
And they got it. Thank you.
And I was just reminding people that they get to speak once and not twice. So I didn't want them to be confused when the items came forward again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from my colleagues based on any of what they heard or concerns? So we have a motion and a second. Seeing no more discussion, I'll request a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Yes.
President Chavez?
Yes, thank you. I actually, colleagues, just wanted to make a request as well, and I probably should have done this under consent, but item 27 is a report on a multidisciplinary approach to encampments. I also wanted to hear that item after items 10 and 10, which is our time certain item for COVID-19. And the reason for that is that some of the discussion around how we're addressing encampments is actually related to the COVID-19. And I wanted to make sure we weren't asking staff to be here too long and that they could come after that. So this would make it item 10, 15, and then 27. Are there any concerns from my colleagues about that? Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I apologize for not getting it in sooner. Item 9, this is a public hearing to be heard no earlier than 10 a.m. So we got that covered. So let's go to item 9, and this is to a public hearing to consider the purchase of real property at 2188 the Alameda in San Jose. We will begin by asking whether or not the administration wishes to provide any presentation that is in addition to the information that is already in the board packet.
Good morning, Board President Chavez, Consuelo Hernandez, Director with the Office of Supportive Housing. There is no additional information we'd like to present at this time.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Director.
Thank you.
Colleagues, do any of my colleagues have any questions on this item? Seeing Supervisor Ellenberg.
Just a comment, really. I want to first also congratulate our new director, Consuelo, and also thank staff for bringing this item forward for discussion today. The work to put this together so quickly is impressive and appreciated. As I said, I don't have questions, but I just want to make a suggestion to whoever will be leading the community outreach portion of this project. I had asked that prior to any new affordable housing, permanent or temporary, being brought before the board, that I would be alerted if the project was in my district so that I could ensure robust community outreach, engagement, and information sharing process. This project lies in District 2, but abuts my district. The Alameda is the border. So my office reached out to D4 neighbors in the immediate vicinity of the Alameda just to make them aware of the proposed project. So if this moves forward today, I would appreciate if any future community outreach to D2 residents include the D4 neighborhoods that abut the Alameda. Thanks.
Absolutely. And by the way, Supervisor Ellenberg, I'm glad you raised this because you've actually raised this subject a couple of times. And one thing that I would just like to recommend is that that we figure out a way to notify the entire board when these projects come up, because there are things we may know about the districts. And I think Supervisor Ellenberg raises such a great point that there's a part of the neighborhood she probably knows so much better than I do. And so anyway, if we could notify all of the board when they come forward, and our chiefs of staff, I think that would be really helpful.
Thank you so
I think
much.
it would help you. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up again, Susan. Are there any other comments or questions from colleagues before I go to the public speakers? Otto? Supervisor Lee?
Hey, thank you, Madam President. I just want to make a point. I don't believe it's a conflict. A law firm that I work for had a lease at a location, 1871 de Alameda, which is a few blocks away. So I just want to make that very clear. I don't believe there's a conflict, but I just want to raise that for the public record. Thank you.
Thanks, Otto. And all right, so we have I'm going to see if there are any public speakers. I see none. I'm going to close the public testimony portion of the hearing. And seeing no other questions from my colleagues, I'd like to make the motion for the actions in 9B to adopt the CEQA resolution, approve the delegation, and add a new procedure in general with these developments as we're purchasing them. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Supervisor Ellenberg. Are there any other comments on the motion? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Aye.
President Chavez?
Yes, thank you. That brings us to item 11. And item 11 is a referral from me asking the administration to come back on the 15th with a $400,000 appropriation from the contingency reserve when Young Moms Thrive pilot program. And I just wanted to just give a bit of history for my colleagues that on September 22nd, the board approved the referral directing administration to report back during the November budget discussions with options for consideration. There was some confusion and misunderstanding relative to how the November budget discussions would be framed. And the administration responded to the referral with an off-agenda memo that's attached to the November 10th budget meeting, indicating that support for this pilot would necessitate a transfer from the contingency reserve. And so what staff had asked me as this referral came forward, and I just wanted to be transparent with my colleagues, was to recommend that this referral and other referrals, including 12 and 13, come back as part of the February budget process. Now, the reason that I didn't immediately act to that is that two reasons. One, I wanted to make sure I had a conversation with my colleagues about it, but two, that I thought it was important that we have a discussion about how how this process would work. And so let me just say that item 11 and item 12 and item 13 all have a leverage, a sense of urgency to them for different reasons. The item 11 is really supporting young moms who are, as you know, are really taking a tremendous hit during COVID-19 because it's impacting women and low-income women more than anybody else. Period products, because people can't stop menstruating between now and our budget process. And then the after-school programming because of the shutdown that we're experiencing now and the impact to less schools opening up, and so those after-school programs being of specific importance. So what I wanted to do was give the staff an opportunity to share their thoughts on these items and how they could or should be addressed, and then I wanted to go back to the board for discussion on each item. And we have some public comment, but I think it would be easier for them to comment if we could hear from staff. I'll then go to the public, and then I'll go to my colleagues for your thoughts. But we are on item 11, but the feedback I got related to all three items from staff. So Dr. Smith or Miguel, would one of you just weigh in on this item, please?
I can weigh in. The funding process, well, first of all, in terms of the policy decision, obviously that's the board's decision. I can only comment to the funding process, and the reason why we didn't include a funding mechanism in November is because, as we talked about, November was not really a budget hearing, it was a budget reduction. Because the funding for these programs would have to come from contingency reserve and be balanced during the February mid-year, we suggested that we put them on the agenda for the budget adoption or rebalancing in February. But certainly the board can take action before that. The only thing I would mention is you have to recognize that the allocation of a contract off budget cycle is generally a policy that's not, is contrary to board policy, but certainly the board can do it. There's nothing requiring the board to follow that policy. If there's urgency about the issue, we can certainly come back on the 15th with F85 for the reallocations, or you could do it as part of the full reevaluation or rebalancing in February.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. And I appreciate the clarity. I will go to public speakers, and then I will come back to the board for action and discussion.
Our first speaker is Carly. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Carly Douglas. I'm here as a self-determination life coach for Young Women's Freedom Center, Santa Clara County, in support of the When Young Moms Thrive referral. In my own experience as a young mother, financial burdens were a main source of stress and self-doubt, causing feelings of inadequacy and guilt for not being able to provide for my child. Receiving support in this area has directly impacted my ability to be more present for my child, alleviated significant amounts of emotional stress, and gave me more confidence in my ability to provide for my child. I support the When Young Moms Thrive referral to ensure that young moms in the margins have access to resources such as employment and childcare. Thank you for your time and consideration of the When Young Moms Thrive referral.
Our next speaker is Angelina. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Angelina Rodriguez. I'm lead organizer here at Young Women's Freedom Center, Santa Clara County. I am also speaking on behalf of my personal experience. I have my mom had me when she was 16, and a lot of the financial burden that was put on her as a young mother would have been resolved if a program like this had existed while she was raising me and my brother. I urge the board to fund the referrals to close the gap in access in period products and access to resources such as childcare, diapers, and financial opportunities for young mothers, most of the margins. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Desiree Victor. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So I'm Desiree Victor, the site director for the Young Women's Freedom Center, and also a former young mom twice. It is this experience and knowledge that I bring to this space and call for the Board of Supervisors to center young mothers during this detrimental time that the pandemic has brought on. In times of uncertainty all around when it comes to health, safety, and access to resources, specifically work, making sure that we prioritize and secure employment for young mothers in our most vulnerable communities is critical. When mothers have access to income, they can care for their children in the most insecure of times. Thank you in advance for making sure that our children, mothers, and families and communities are centered. And also just acknowledging that we're in support of agenda items 11 and 12 and how it's all correlated with schools being out and there not being access to period products, as well as all the other things that our young families need to thrive. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Robert Aguirre. I believe that feminine products should be made available just as easily as hand sanitation is provided for people. It is a health issue. And I'd also like to point out that there are a lot of single dads out there that are trying to raise their kids they find themselves in the same predicament as women. I know they're in a very small minority, but it does exist. And I don't think we should ignore the fact that there are fathers out there trying to provide for their families and run across the same sort of barriers that women do as well. And I think that we should include them also in this conversation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aaron. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Aaron. Can you hear me? Oh,
yes.
Yeah. Okay. My name is Aaron. I'm a teacher. I'm a coordinator at the Book Academy, and I am an advocate for item 13. This has been a response for our community to solve our problem with the educational gap and the prison to pipeline problem that we're having not only in this county but all over the nation. We have been successfully doing it for 25 years, and we have been partnering with the county already for 15 to provide this after school programming for our kids. The biggest thing that was hit when COVID hit us is we didn't have the funding from you guys to provide counseling for our kids and wraparound services for the whole family, which has been a major impact to our community. So I'm saying this to advocate so we can bring that back so we can still support our kids if we really support Black Lives Mattering. Okay, bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So those are all the speakers we have on item 11. I will come back to my colleagues to see if there are any questions for me before I put a motion on the floor. No? Okay, so here's what I wanted to recommend for this particular item. I'd like to move approval of this project, and what I'd like to do is that this would be a new contract. We do not currently have a contract with this entity. So what I'd like to recommend is that we direct staff to complete the contract process so that we can take the action on this item during the February budget. So because this is a new contract, I know they're going to have to work on it, so that we would essentially be giving direction to include this in the February budget now, with the completed contract available to us in February, so it could be part of the February budget process. That would be my motion.
Second it.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll request a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian,
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the Young Women's Freedom Center. We'll now move to item 12. This is the period product funding, and I'll just remind folks, if you spoke on this already, please do not do that again. Let me just remind my colleagues a little bit about this one. This was another referral that we moved from September to the board budget process in November. And the challenge with this one, or the opportunity I think here, is that I am asking that the administration come back to us right away with the $1 million appropriation from the contingency reserve for this one. And the reason is that we've already got contracts with First Five and other partners, so this would be an expansion of a current contract, which shouldn't take too long. And to be frank with you, this is an item that we should have addressed, from my perspective, some time ago, and in part because not just because of COVID, but as soon as the schools closed and they remained closed, we really lost an access point to get period products out. And just for financial strain, I think this has been a strain on all of our partner organizations. So what is different about this one is I am requesting an appropriation from the contingency reserve, and that the contracts we currently have with the partners we would be working with are able to take these actions administratively more quickly. So with that, I'd like to go to public comment, and then I'll come back to the board for questions or discussion.
Our first speaker is Ranjani. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez and Board of Supervisors, for giving me this opportunity to make my stand on this very important issue. Spirit of Santa Clara County has stood by in so many ways to assist our most vulnerable population, and let's continue to empower and support such avenues to help those that truly need the help, especially in these very difficult times, and send a strong message to all immigrants and low-income women that truly matter. I strongly support this highly impactful recommendation, and to access all menstrual hygiene products for all girls and women who are so disproportionately victimized in this COVID pandemic. Menstrual products are critical to a woman's well-being and self-esteem. The lack of it can have a devastating impact on their mental health, not to undermine the shame they have to go through. It can also have a serious life-threatening consequences if not used appropriately. I don't want that on our conscience. I strongly support this recommendation.
Our next speaker is Andrea Hyde. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, President Chavez and members of the board. ACCI supports this referral to administration regarding funding for greater access to period products for vulnerable residents. Period products remain a luxury for many when they are in fact essential items, and lack of access to these supplies is one of the many challenges exacerbated by COVID-19. As a community health organization, ACCI works directly with families and youth impacted by lack of access. Clinics like ACCI can play an effective role in educating and distributing resources to the community, and we are very interested in being involved in the planning and execution of this plan. So we want to thank President Chavez for bringing this forward and ask you to please vote in support of it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Myra. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Mayra Pelagio. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Apologies. Myra, can you unmute yourself one more time? Go ahead.
No worries. My name is Mayra Pelagio, and I work with LUNA, Latinos United for New America, in the state of San Jose, and we support the recommendation by President Chavez regarding the access to hygiene menstrual period products. for girls and women who are currently being impacted disproportionately by the COVID-19 public health emergency. We know that the Latino community is one of those populations. And we know that families have been struggling financially for a long time in Silicon Valley, and now the pandemic has added multiple layers of financial stress. For example, having to make choices between putting food at the table or paying rent or buying baby diapers or buying even feminine products. We know that this is an essential resources for our community, and we highly support this recommendation. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Jessica Ho. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, President Chavez and the members of the board. My name is Jessica Ho, and on behalf of Northeast Medical Services, a federally qualified health center that serves over 70,000 patients throughout the SF Bay area, we would like to offer our support for this item. We have a clinic located at 1870 Lundy Avenue in the Berryessa neighborhood, and we serve mostly low-income immigrant communities who often prefer to be served in a language other than English. We know that families have been struggling financially for a long time, and now the pandemic has added layers of financial stress. Menstrual products are essential to a girl's well-being, health, and self-esteem. As part of Community Health Partnership, which has recently conducted a needs assessment, we found that collectively at least 32,000 of our patients are in need of access to period products. For these reasons, I support the recommendation by President Chavez regarding access to hygiene menstrual period products for girls and women who are currently being impacted disproportionately by the COVID-19 public health emergency. Thank you.
Our next speaker is STCOE, Office of the Superintendent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
You're on
STCOE.
Sorry, my internet went out. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, President Chavez and supervisors. This is Allison Bucarango from the SCCOE. The Santa Clara County Office of Education is in support of Agenda Item 12 and recognizes the significant impact that the COVID-19 crisis has had on access, distribution, and supply of period products. This will give girls and women that are highly vulnerable access to free period products, addressing the period poverty, inequity, and gaps that have surged since March of this year. Access to menstrual hygiene products will allow girls and women to engage in meaningful activities such as school and work. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Priscilla. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. My name is Priscilla Cunha Mena. I am speaking here on behalf of Working Partnerships USA in strong support of this referral from President Chavez. This is really a human dignity issue. It's unacceptable to think that folks who menstruate would not be able to take care of their basic needs during this time. We know how working people have been disproportionately impacted economically by this crisis. So once again, would like to reiterate our support for this and urge the board to vote in support. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shami Kareem. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, President Chavez and Board of Supervisors. My name is Shami Kareem. Santa Clara County Office of Education is in support of Agenda Item 12, which funds access to free period products to those most vulnerable across Santa Clara County. There is an unmet need for period products across our county that has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Lack of access to period products can lead to isolation, infections, and missed days of school. Young girls are forced to go without needed products due to the overwhelming impacts of food insecurity, housing insecurity, and lack of access in the community they live in. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Elena. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good morning. My name is Elena Oswald. I am working as a community health worker for Every Woman Counts, and then I'm also been working with teaching some diabetes education. So nutrition classes for for low-income women for over 10 years. And then I really support these because I really believe that during this pandemic, where there is so much stress and worry and fear about what's going to happen, giving something for women is going to be that will be very beneficial, especially this kind of product. I really believe that once a woman receives this product for the period, that.
Our next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Robert Aguirre again. Yeah, I'm calling in support of this motion that we should be providing feminine products to women in need, and it should be made available in public places, and there should be no shame or anything associated with this in a negative manner in any way whatsoever. It's a very natural sort of thing that we as a society have kind of put a negative twist on, and I think we need to undo that going forward. So that's it. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. With that, I would like to make the motion for the appropriation of $1 million from contingency reserve and in partnership with the County Office of Education. May I get a second? Or is there a second? We have a second from Supervisor Lee. And any discussion on the motion? Supervisor Ellenberg?
Thanks. The report was interesting to me and helpful to see the broad picture. According to the off-agenda report, the County Office of Ed received more than 590,000 period products and began distribution in October to county school districts and First Five. For this referral, under recommendation B, which requests a report back on December 15th with a strategy for disbursement of the funds and distribution of products for the remainder of the fiscal year, I'd like to request that the County Office of Ed and First Five be included in the conversations for the disbursement strategy of the products. The distribution strategy could be helpful to us as they have been at the forefront of the diaper and wipes distribution and meal distribution in a safe and responsible manner. It's also critical to identify exactly where the gaps are. We don't want to duplicate funding or distribution or frankly cover another jurisdiction's obligation to fund those products, whether it's school districts or city funds, since we know that CARES Act listed menstrual products as eligible items covered by health savings accounts and flex spending accounts. And additionally, I want to draw attention to two particular populations who are in the care or custody of the county, and that's incarcerated women and pubescent girls in the foster care system. Something I distinctly remember from my time as a jail monitor is the need for ready access to these products in custody settings. The off-agenda report notes that all women, girls, and menstruating individuals in custody are provided with period products as needed. While there was a reported no change in supplies during our current pandemic, it would be helpful in a report back to see an alignment of the needs of girls and women in custody with the current requested allocation to ensure that those in the county's custody receive priority access. And I also want to assure that the as needed phrase is determined by the menstruating woman and not by custody staff who determine when or how often products can be distributed. And then with regard to pubescent girls who touch our foster care system, I'd like the report back to include information regarding our process when they are brought to receiving centers. Are we asking if they're in need of such products, and do we provide a full cycle supply before they're placed in a foster home so that is one less logistic that they have to manage in their new surroundings? I want to thank Supervisor Chavez for this referral. I think the work and the need is clear, and hope that that as the maker of the motion, you'll accept these additions to the report back, please.
Yeah, those are all really great and thoughtful. And as a matter of fact, Susan, I appreciate you raising that because the group that the staff looked to get information included the Office of Women's Policy, the County Office of Ed, Planned Parenthood, the Young Women's Freedom Center, and First Five. So I anticipated inclusion of all of them, and we had some offers from our community clinics as well that should also be included. So thanks for that. All very thoughtful.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lee?
Yes, thank you, Madam Supervisor. First of all, Madam President, I would want to say first, thank you so much for this very, very important referral. That is, certainly I have learned a lot from reading this report of the impact of specifically women and girls during this COVID period. As we know, I'm a father of 3 daughters, and I have gone through puberty, the embarrassment stigma of going through a period, which really shouldn't be. It's as natural as anything can ever be. Clearly, the need of this product is essential. It really is, as they say, women's rights are human rights, as Hillary Clinton has called it, and this is absolutely human rights. And I've also learned a little bit about that when I was sitting on the Blue Ribbon Commission on the custodial operations of how incarcerated women's access to these products is actually limited at one point, and as a matter of fact, it was selling at the commissary at a substantially higher price in drugstores. So those are ridiculous things that we have uncovered, and I believe those have been rectified. But in any case, I absolutely learned a lot regarding this period of poverty that's going on in this community. And I'm so glad that we are taking a very proactive action to do this. And I hope that this could also be a potential sample for other counties to adopt to help women and girls nationwide. Thank you very much for the great work.
Thanks, Sato, for that feedback. Dr. Smith?
I just wanted to say that by the 15th, which is next week, we could have a preliminary report, but I think to do justice to all of the requested analysis, we should probably take some more time than that would allow. The budget for next week the agenda for next week has to be public by tomorrow afternoon. So I don't think we can get that much done by tomorrow afternoon.
So perhaps Supervisor Ellenberg, I think that all of that research is really important, and perhaps what we could ask is for a report back on parts of the research that early in January, and if there are updates that can be given sooner, what I would like to recommend is that be done verbally and in a slide as an information item, just to give us a flavor, so that we're not bound by by Wednesday, if that's all right with Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yeah, let me just make clear where I'm going with this. There are two paths, and I'm fine with the time adjustment. One is to make sure that when we are doing our allocation and distribution, that we are addressing gaps and not duplicating any other efforts. And then the second piece is that I want to make sure that women in custody, the needs of women in custody and the needs of pubescent girls being brought to the receiving center are included in the population that we're addressing.
Yeah, Dr. Smith, does that make sense that could be a little bit feathered?
Oh, yes, certainly. I certainly think we need to do the full report. I was just saying we wouldn't get the full analysis complete in a thoughtful way by tomorrow. So if there could be a feathered approach where we have a partial analysis on Tuesday and then a more complete analysis either off agenda or in January.
Sure. As long as it doesn't render the concerns moot. I think, Suzanne, let me make a recommendation. I think, first of all, I think this isn't going to be the only time we weigh in on this, because I think it's going to be an ongoing problem. And the $1 million it's really not enough to address what we know is a much bigger issue. So what I'd like to recommend is that
and I would say that I know the Office of Women's Policy has been working with the County Office of Education on some of the gap analysis that you've raised. So what I'd like to recommend is that we ask the staff to do that concurrently, and that there be a immediate report back, next week, and that there be another report back in our first meeting in January. But I appreciate the point. I think we're not done with the topic. I think we're going to discover more, unfortunately. All right. So with that, I'm going to ask, are there any other comments or questions? May I request a roll call vote?
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Simidian, aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Yes.
President Chavez?
Yes. And I want to thank all of my colleagues very much for your thoughtful feedback and your support. It's a very important item. Item 13 is a referral from myself and Supervisor Ellenberg to support funding for African ancestry and underserved students. This item was brought before the board on October 6th. And again, this was one of the items that was supported unanimously to go to the budget, which we didn't hear during the November budget. However, this referral really does seek to address a very significant need that has become even more profound as we try to address these issues. I do want to just acknowledge that if you spoke on this item already, that you won't be able to speak on it again. But if you are new and you'd like to speak on this item, you can. I'm feeling that this is very urgent. I recognize that this is an item also that we're going to need to develop the contracts. I think we have contracts with, I think, 2 of the participants, not with 1, but the contracts have ended and they're not ongoing. So I think we may be in the same situation where we can develop the contracts concurrent with it coming to the budget, so that when we take a yes vote, we're taking a yes vote on the money being conveyed after the contracts have been structured and are ready to go. So that is the general thought that I have, the same way that we did item 11. I will go to public speakers, and then I'll come back to the board for action and discussion.
Our first speaker is Pastor Tony Williams. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Tony Williams, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good morning, President Chavez and the Board of Supervisors. It's good to see you this morning. Maranatha Christian Center, Book Academy, and Bible Way Destiny Academy collectively have been operating for 35 years in this city. And our goal is to help communities realize excellent academic achievement and positive social and emotional well-being, so that all students can experience equity and equality in education, and to reduce the stigma and discrimination and disparities found in our educational system. During the COVID, Book and Destiny were able to transition from face-to-face method to deliver our services in a virtual platform. To continue servicing our community, funding is essential, and investment in our children and youth. Please vote in support of this. It's a great need in our community, and our community services are important to our communities. Thank you so much for hearing me this morning.
Our next speaker is Latoya Fernandez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, yes, thank you. My name is Latoya Fernandez. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And yes, please vote in favor of this. During this time, Book and Destiny Academy really did step up and was really intentional about the type of instruction that they were providing to our students. Tutoring, reading support, those kinds of things with academics, but then also providing the ethnic studies that we know our kids are not getting in general instruction. On top of that, endless community resources for families. I really feel like, there wasn't enough support for our community before COVID, and there wasn't enough support now when, these programs have basically taken on that responsibility in the Black community and educating and empowering our students and our families. So please, make sure that you take care of us and vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Loriana Gardier. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, supervisors. I'm the director of Destiny Academy. During the pandemic, we've restructured our program to include homework help, social activities, and we really want to do this virtual peace room for mental health for our students. We also offer financial literacy, African history, and self-esteem classes. 50% of our classes are taught by Black male teachers, which is very rare for our students to see. It's very empowering and important for them to see that. Since 2019, we have touched over 100 students. 65% are African ancestry students. Many come to us with a lower than 2.5 GPA. And when they come out, they report improved GPAs, more confidence in math and reading, and an overall better outlook on school. And after observing the last few years, I'm convinced that our kids have a better learning experience when they can let their guards down and not have to constantly battle microaggressions and systematic racism. Our financially strained churches are doing our best to maintain these services, but we need to really smooth the terrain for our kids who are already statistically behind and have the odds stacked against them. Please support.
Our next speaker is BAMCC Maranatha. Maranatha, thank you. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Alicia Partee. I'm a pastor at Maranatha Christian Center as well as a mental health professional. And I'm asking that you would vote yes for our book program. It is imperative during this COVID time when parents don't have the resources they need to continue to support their children academically, that programs like ours can continue to advance our kids socially and academically, as well as the preventative work that this money will provide will allow for a much more smooth transition back into the regular school cycle and continued support before and after school. So we're asking that you vote yes. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much, Jess. And I will go back to the board for action, comments, and questions, and I'll turn to Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you so much. The pandemic has exposed so many inequities, but perhaps none greater than that in public education right now. And the number of students who are falling even further behind are, of course, and unfortunately, the same students who were struggling before the pandemic. And these programs that we have the opportunity to support today are providing some antidote to that backward slippage. Of course, I hope that our colleagues will support this. We have talked about it before. What I'd like to make sure of, though, with the timing of including this in the mid-year budget is that I'm presuming that all of these organizations need to start their second semester in early January. In theory, they can do that if they're certain that the funds are coming by a certain date. Otherwise, there may be reluctance to build up their next semester programming. So I'd like whatever motion is made and approved today to give all of the organizations named in this referral some certainty that the funding will be forthcoming by X date, and they can go ahead and make plans for next semester.
So that is a motion. That
was a messy motion.
Yeah, but
let me turn to Dr. Smith to just ask about the timing in terms of including in the budget, funds out the door. I know it's relative to all of us, we're doing a very small amount, but it's an amount that will make a tremendous difference to hundreds, if not several thousand students in our community.
We'll move as rapidly as we can with the contracts that still need to be done. I'm not exactly aware of what the status is of the ones that are in effect, but we certainly understand from the board that the board's making a commitment that the money will be there for the next semester, and we'll make sure we get it there as quickly as we can.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that reassurance. And with that, I'm happy to make a motion to approve the referral.
Great, and I'll second it. So any other comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Simidian, aye.
Vice President Wasserman,
Yes.
President Chavez.
Yes. I want to say thank you to my colleagues for all three of those items. I really deeply appreciate it. We'll now move to item 16. The item 14 was on consent. Item 15 will be heard after item 10 after 1 o'clock. Item 16 is the third-party delivery cap. I will turn to Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to present on this item. And thank you as well for your co-authorship and co-sponsorship on this item as well. Colleagues, I think we all know, both from personal experience, but also from what we've heard from our constituents and businesses in the communities we represent, restaurants in particular, that more and more folks have been obliged to rely on food service delivery firms in order to get the meals they need and want. That was already the case before the cold weather set in. As the cold weather set in, of course, the situation became even more challenging. And now, subsequent to the referral, actually, we have orders from the state and county level that have essentially reduced us to pickup and delivery only. With that in mind, it seemed appropriate to address what appears, and I use the term appears quite deliberately, what appears to be a growing problem, which is the potential and in some cases the actual abuse of the situation, the pandemic, for excessive charges and fees by the various food service delivery companies who are working in that arena. Look, we all understand that this is a service and there's a charge for it. I don't think anybody doubts the appropriateness of that. That being said, just as we have statutes and protections at the state level that are geared towards anti-gouging on various products during times of crisis, it seems appropriate here to look at a cap on commissions and fees charged by third-party food delivery services for some temporary period of time, certainly through the pandemic. We're talking about situations where there are fees stacked on fees, stacked on fees, stacked on fees. So we have not only a situation where people are paying the quote delivery fee, but then there can be a marketing fee, a listing fee, a platform use fee. So the motion here is simply the recommended action contained in item 16, which is to approve a referral to the administration and county council to report to the board by January 12th of 2021 with an ordinance for consideration relating to a temporary cap on commissions and fees charged by third-party food delivery services to local restaurants and or their customers. It should be clear, as Supervisor Chavez and I worked on this together, we were looking at protection for the restaurants, yes, also protection for their employees in terms of job retention, also protection for consumers, and protection for drivers as well. So there is an element in the referral here that speaks to each and every one of those four specific concerns. We know that this can be done. It has already been done in other jurisdictions. And in fact, I've had a chance to glance at ordinances in a half dozen other jurisdictions around the Bay Area and the state. And with that, I will stop talking and again, focus on the importance of protecting our restaurants, their employees, consumers, and drivers. I will ask for a second from Supervisor Chavez. And I have already been teased about the fact that I referenced publicly yesterday, Supervisor, that I was at one point a delivery driver myself in a younger day and age. So for those of you who can remember Don't Cook Tonight, Call Chicken Delight, I was that guy. So I'll ask for a second, Supervisor Chavez.
I'm happy to make this second, and I'm also going to be investing in t-shirts for the board. That'll be our team shirt.
Thank you very much.
So what I'd like to do is go to the public speakers. There's a motion and a second on the floor, but we'll hear from our public speakers and we'll come back to the board for questions and action or comments.
First speaker is Nate LeBlanc. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Nate LeBlanc. I'm the Business Development Manager with the San Jose Downtown Association. We are representing over 1,800 small businesses, including over 200 restaurants in the downtown San Jose area. I'm urging the Board of Supervisors to please pass this fee cap. Many of our restaurant members just spent the last remaining cash reserves they had on what we're calling winterization tents and canopies that are rendered basically unusable under the new order. This move will allow them to kind of help weather this long, dark winter that we're about to have from a financial standpoint. Our members can live with a 15% cap, not the up to 30% fees that we're seeing that the Supervisor Simidian mentioned. I will say, with my reminding time, January 12th is too late. We might be out of this current order by then. These restaurants need help now. I'm urging you to please take action on this as soon as possible and institute a 15% fee cap for Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yeah, Robert Aguirre. I think what we're seeing now is going to be the result of the last election, when we decided that food delivery and Uber and Lyft drivers are considered to be independent contractors, because now we're seeing how this is really being affected by what's going on with the with COVID-19 and the people that do that kind of delivery, because I think they're also going to be people that are going to be suffering as a result of this. And I do agree that we need to put a cap on how much money is being charged, but at the same time, now this is going to fall onto the laps of the people that are actually doing the delivery, because I really believe that the companies are going to continue making their profits that they want, and they're going to shoulder all of this expense onto the drivers themselves. So I think it was a big mistake to consider these people as independent contractors as opposed to being employees, and I wish them luck with their campaign.
Our next speaker is Melissa Willett. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Melissa Willett, SJU Local 521 Vice President still. And we support the cap on the fees and commissions and other fees, charges charged by these third-party food delivery services to local restaurants and their customers. Our local restaurants need as much help as we can provide to them, and as consumers, we need to support them as well. These tech gig companies just spent a grip on ensuring the continued unlawful exploitation of workers in this recent election, and they're not looking at the best interest of the communities. They're not looking at the best interest of workers. As a gig worker myself, it's really difficult to plan ahead and budget. These workers are being called essential workers to their faces and on the signs and in the commercials, but in reality, they're being exploited unlawfully, and we need to hold these gig tech companies accountable. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, everyone. Scott Largent. I am definitely getting some shirts made today. I'm telling you, those are going to be good ones. I have not dealt with the food delivery companies at all. I just recently kind of got a credit card going so I could have food delivered if I need to do that. What I've experienced is, I understand capping the 15% fee. I don't know if they're kind of holding everybody over the coals. I'm not sure, since I have not personally experienced having it delivered. But what I've noticed is the people that work there for a lot of these DoorDash and they park wherever they want to park. They park in the red zone, the fire hydrants. They take up all the spaces. They're extremely rude. They don't just come across as normal employees. Now, I'm sure, Joe, when you were delivering food, I'm sure that wasn't the case, but it's kind of weird. I dealt with employees because I owned a business in the past, and customer service is very important. So that's kind of scary right there. But just my 2 cents. Maybe we could put some pressure on them to start behaving.
Our next speaker is Priscilla. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Priscilla Acuña-Mena. I'm here speaking on behalf of Working Partnerships USA, speaking in support of the referral by Supervisors Chavez and Simidian. We think this is a smart way to protect the interests of small businesses and working people during this time. As the passage of Prop 22 showed us, big corporations like DoorDash and Grubhub don't necessarily have the best interests of working people and small businesses in mind, we think that this would be a great next step. And we also appreciate the attention paid to protect the interests of working people in this referral, for instance, by ensuring that tips are paid in full to workers. So once again, please support this referral and have a good afternoon.
Our next speaker is Diana Zamora Maraquin. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Zamora Marroquin. I'm the Senior Director of Political Strategy and Operations for the South Bay Labor Council. I speak today in support of capping the fees charged by third-party food delivery services. The largest share of COVID-related unemployment has come from our local restaurant industry, disproportionately impacting workers of color. Many of our restaurants are minority-owned and employ immigrants, both of which are constituencies that need all of the support we can give to survive the economic impacts of the pandemic. We support the language in the referral and urge the board to enact this legislation as soon as possible. The pandemic creates an opportunity for price gouging, paving the way for third-party delivery services to charge exorbitant fees. Vulnerable essential workers and struggling small businesses need protections from corporations willing to utilize an economic and health pandemic to increase their profits. We support ensuring the financial burden is not shifted from corporations to frontline workers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nick. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning and thank you. My name is Nick Gaish and I'm really speaking on behalf of the Morgan Hill Chamber of Commerce, where I serve as Chief Strategy Officer. First, I want to express our gratitude and support of this comprehensive plan. As a restaurant owner myself, we're definitely facing financial hardships, both based on the increased restrictions and the colder weather. We rely now more heavily on before on curbside service and pickup options. The fee for delivery services are a huge cost to all of our business, so I urge you to pass this emergency cap as soon as possible. We simply can't wait. Every day is a struggle to stay in business. I definitely want to continue to support the community of Morgan Hill and keep our staff employed. I want to thank you for your efforts on behalf of the Morgan Hill Chamber of Commerce and of those of restaurant owners countywide. Thank you.
Concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. And we have a motion and a second on the floor. I'm going to turn to my colleagues, and I see that Supervisor Wasserman has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm still wiping the tears of laughter from Supervisor Smidian's recital of the slogan. And I was just looking that Chick-fil-A on March 30th of this year changed their slogan from "Eat more chicken" to "Eat fewer bats." So don't quite understand why, but I really appreciate Supervisor Smidian sharing his youthful employment stories with us. I would like to give a shout out, please. It was Mark Turner, the Executive Director of the Gilroy Chamber of Commerce, that contacted me a few weeks ago about this idea. I was looking into that with County Council, and then I was pleased to see that by the time I came around to being able to make a decision about this, that Supervisors Chavez and Smidian had already brought forth the idea. I will be supporting the motion and the second. I think it is perfectly reasonable. I was astounded when I spoke with restaurant owners at the cost that they incur for deliveries. That simply makes it profit prohibitive on deliveries under those circumstances, and that's just wrong. I also think the fact that now restaurants that were outdoor, then outdoor and indoor, then outdoor only, and now delivery only, this is absolutely needed right now, ASAP, and I'm fully supportive of whatever needs to happen to make that happen, and on a county-wide basis. I know often when we pass things, it's for the unincorporated area. I appreciate both supervisors, including in their referral, the mention that this would be, we'd like it to be applicable everywhere throughout Santa Clara County. And I think the 4 reasons listed, the restaurants, the employees, the drivers, and the consumers. Because if restaurants close their door now that they're limited to delivery only, that takes away options for consumers. and all those people working. We need the drivers to stay employed. We need the restaurants to stay open, and the cooks that prepare the food. And it's a whole, excuse the pun, food chain that's actually involved. And it goes all the way back to also being able to pay the rent to the landlords. It's very significant, and I think the time is right now. And I appreciate it being brought forward and in support. Thank you. Oh, I also want to give a shout out, I should, to Catherine Summers of the Los Gatos Chamber that also brought it up to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. I will now go to Supervisor Lee.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I think there's basically almost unanimous support on this issue today, and I'm not going to belabor into the merits of this. And I think it's such an important idea. I think we all have some of our past having worked in the restaurants. My parents had a Thai and Chinese restaurants while I was going to college, and understands the hard work it takes to run a restaurant. The only concern I have here, I just want to share it and be a question for actually our staff, actually, is regarding the date. The recommended action is to bring it back to the board on January 12th, which is over a month from now. And we understand the urgency of COVID and all that. Is there any way we could bring it back a lot sooner? I know we have a meeting next week. If there's anything I really want to implement like ASAP or yesterday, this would be one of them. So I just want to get back to staff. Any way we could push this up earlier? I know nobody wants to have a separate meeting after next week, but if that's what it takes to get this implemented, I am willing to do that. I just want to throw it out as a potential idea.
Thank you. I'll turn to Dr. Smith and James Williams.
So the next board meeting is next Tuesday. The agenda posts tomorrow. We haven't begun drafting the proposed ordinance, but we could endeavor to put placeholder language on the agenda, and we might be able to have something to yellow tag to the agenda maybe Monday. We can certainly try to do that, but without having had the opportunity to vet or review anything, we can certainly make our best efforts, but I also don't want to bring forward an ordinance that might have any issues.
Sure. I mean, certainly we don't want you to do anything that's half-baked and causes more lawsuits being sued afterwards. So we certainly won't do that. But whatever best effort you could do to bring it back maybe next meeting and see what we could do at that point, I would certainly appreciate if that's okay with you.
And let me ask the maker of the motion, Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues. I share the sense of urgency. Let me, if I could have just a moment, Madam Chair, to go back and forth a little with Mr. Williams and see if we can chart a path here. Mr. Williams, it occurs to me that we could put some action language on our agenda by tomorrow that would be Brown Act compliant for our meeting on Tuesday the 15th. And that one path, and I'd be curious to get your take on this. I understand you want to take the time to meet with interested parties and have a thoughtful, legally sustainable, and equitable ordinance in place, which is why the original date was the 12th. So that'll involve talking with the delivery services and the restaurateurs and other interested parties. But what if we took a look at one of the dozen different ordinances that are already in place and attempted to adopt one of theirs on Tuesday the 15th as essentially a stopgap measure while you and your team looked at the wider range of issues that working with the stakeholders could provide. I have a binder here sitting on my desk with literally a dozen different ordinances, and it strikes me that one of those might be, quote, good enough to address the urgency of the problem if we adopted it on the 15th, while you and your team worked for something that you thought was the best possible product for Santa Clara County and the nature of the challenge here. Is that a path forward that might work?
Yeah, we will certainly look at the other ordinances that have been adopted as models and see how much we can build off of that. Put placeholder language on the agenda and, bring something forward for Tuesday, and, to take it from there. And if it needs to be amended, it could be amended at a subsequent date.
And if we took action through the chair, if we took action on a more fully considered Santa Clara County specific ordinance on the 12th, does the emergency order and the urgency situation allow for an ordinance adopted at that time to be immediately effective without the typical 30-day wait, I hope?
We will have to look into that question specifically, and I don't know to what extent other jurisdictions try to make that situation, to fit it in under those findings. But yes, that's one of the things we would be looking at.
Well, I am prepared with the consent of the seconder, and if there's no objection from other members of the board, to provide that additional direction to staff, both to make sure that we have something actionable, if at all possible, on the 15th. Again, I think there are other ordinances out there that may be imperfect or not quite as well suited to our county, but that would be, quote, good enough to lay down a sort of a basic expectation about charges in the month ahead, and also specifically to look at what it will take to make any ordinance adoption effective immediately rather than subject to a second reading and a 30-day wait.
Of course, that makes a lot of sense.
Thank you to my colleagues for sharing the urgency.
Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you. I was just texted by a few staff members that I made a chicken faux pas. It was actually chicken delight, not Chick-fil-A. And
thank you for the clarification, Mr. Wasserman.
I wanted to correct that for the record, and thank my staff also for watching the board meeting. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no more comments from my colleagues, I will ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Simidian, aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Yes.
President Chavez?
Yes. Thank you very much. That passes unanimously. We're going to move to item 17, and this is to appoint where we consider nominations for president and vice president for the new year. And let me state the nominations that I would like to make. I would like to nominate Supervisor Wasserman as president of the board. And then, we'll do that, and then I'll nominate the vice president. So that's my motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. I am now going to look for vigorous debate. I see none, and nobody coming to speak on this item. We will now take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Simidian, aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Yes.
President Chavez?
Yes. And now I'd like to nominate Supervisor Susan Ellenberg as our vice president. May I get a second?
Second.
Second from Mike, both verbally and in writing. That's pretty awesome. We have a motion and a second, and then seeing we do have a couple of public speakers on this item. So we'll take the two public speakers, and then we'll go back to the board for action.
Our first speaker is Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Robert Aguirre. Yes, I wholeheartedly support Susan Ellenberg, and I would have liked to have possibly seen her also as a possibility for president. So she'll have her turn. It'll come around again. And again, I just want to support her in all the work that she's doing. I appreciate her. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ron Hansen. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, I'm Ron Hansen, affiliated with PAC, People Acting in Community Together. First, warm welcome to Supervisor Lee. I'm pleased that you are representing me in District 3. Next, a sincere thank you to President Chavez. The mark of a true leader is not what they do when smooth with a following wind, but rather what they do when they encounter new and potentially catastrophic circumstances. President Chavez, thank you for your careful, comprehensive, and compassionate leadership during your term. And welcome to you, President Wasserman and Vice President Ellenberg. I look forward to your continuing strong leadership on this board. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you. Thanks, Ron. We'll go back to the board for action, and see no more discussion, I'll request a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes, and I just want to quickly thank Robert and Ron for the kind words.
Supervisor Simidian?
Simidian, aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Aye.
President Chavez?
Yes. Thank you. That passes unanimously. We'll now go to item 18, and this is, and just for my colleagues as a reminder, we're going to take a 12:30 break. So we'll get to as many items as we can before that time, because we'll want to come back in time to start at 1 with our time certain on COVID-19. So to the county executive.
Thank you, Madam President. In the interest of time, and because you're going to hear a lot from me later on, I'll pass.
All right, we'll now go to our closed session county council report.
The December 7th, 2020 closed session by unanimous vote with all members present, the board authorized the county to file or join amicus briefs in Center for Biological Diversity et al. Versus U.S. Bureau of Land Management et al., U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California. This lawsuit challenges the Bureau of Land Management's Resource Management Plan amendment that would open 725,500 acres of federal public lands and mineral estate in the Central Coast Planning Area to oil and gas leasing and development, including through the use of controversial techniques like steam injection and hydraulic fracturing, also known as fracking. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. I see no questions or comments from the public on that item. I'm going to go next to item 21, and this is a report on school-based mental health services. And before the staff present, I want to make sure I thank them and our partners for the work that went into the report and the recommendations. The report is thorough and demonstrates a collaboration that really is a hallmark of our county. What I'd like to see if there's, I don't have any public comment on this item. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the staff. I'm going to ask if the staff can make if the staff can make a presentation. I will then go to public comment to give people a minute to be able to do that, and then I'll go back to the board for action and discussion. So I'm not sure who I'm starting with. I see Miranda, Catherine. Okay. All right, Miranda, go ahead.
Good afternoon, President. Good afternoon, President Chavez and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Miranda Juarez. I'm the Director for Children, Youth, and Families with Behavioral Health Services Department. And we are very pleased to provide this presentation on the school-based behavioral health services for youth and the feasibility report. And as you said prior, this has been a partnership, a strong partnership with between behavioral health, Santa Clara County Office of Education, and with our consultants, Research Development Associates. Our panel members include Dr. Marianne Dewan from Santa Clara County Office of Education as Superintendent of Schools, Catherine Asperis, Program Manager with Behavioral Health, who oversees our Schooling Services Initiative, Research Development Associates, and myself. We'll cover the project planning activities, the key findings and trends, the current services, potential models that we discuss, proposed implementation framework, as well as considerations, opportunities, barriers, as well as the next steps. And I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Dewan, who will have a few words to say.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much. Thank you, President Chavez and Supervisors and Supervisor Ellenberg for bringing this opportunity forward for us to study the needs in our schools and how we can increase access to services to students in our schools. I am Dr. Marianne Dewan, County Superintendent of Schools, and really grateful to be here with our partners in behavioral health services. I think the important thing I wanted to provide as an opening statement is just a focus on the purpose of the partnership and these studies that you're going to hear about today. And really the purpose is focused on how we can increase prevention services and wellness opportunities throughout our community, especially at school campuses, increase access to evidence-based and well-researched peer-to-peer supports, and increase real access to services on school campuses beyond opportunities for referrals, but actually increasing the access that students can feel is available to them on a day-to-day basis. Just also want to recognize our partners with RDA and all of the school district partners who participated in the studies and in a number of the surveys and focus groups, as well as our community-based partners and community-based organizations who gave incredible insight to this work.
So I will go ahead and share our presentation.
And I just want to alert you that I'm assuming this is 10 minutes, this presentation?
We can make it into 10 minutes, yes.
Is it longer than that?
We were shooting for about 15 to 20, but we can.
We'll do 10.
Up to 10, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So just to share with you, share with everyone here, we started our work starting on December 2019 at the request of Supervisor Susan Ellenberg to look into a report option for considering relating and planning process and timeline to provide school-based mental health resources for youth at all school districts in Santa Clara County. We behavioral health contracted with the RDA to conduct the research and strategic planning process. And in June 29th, we held our first community stakeholders meeting and followed by monthly meetings with the stakeholders. We also held our first executive leadership meeting on August 12th of 2020, and we had monthly meetings as well. In our stakeholder group, we had 16 attendees that participated and 23 executive participants in the executive leadership meetings. And as part of our project planning, we started with strategic planning, asking questions, where are we now? And what do we need to know? And what strategies can we utilize? And where do we want to be and how do we get there? Looking at existing services within school-based behavioral health, and then also looking at collecting data and information from all of the schooling, from all the school-based providers, community-based providers, from school districts, as well as parents and the youth advisory group of youth to participate in the survey data collection. So we collected surveys, we did focus groups, and we developed a cost analysis of the different models. And the deliverables of this project planning was to provide a feasibility report and key recommendations to expanding school-based behavioral health resources. And Gina will provide the next information on the next slides.
Yes, and as you can see, there's a lot of information here, so I won't go through it all, but it's important to note that there are, a variability across Santa Clara in terms of access to school-based behavioral health services, and this is due to limited funding, the type of funding sources available, and eligibility requirements. It's been found that students who are provided with school-based behavioral health services are more likely to receive the support they need, which is really important for all students across Santa Clara. Next slide, please. With the variability in access across schools and districts, we've also found there's many existing services, initiatives, and partnerships that are there to support students' mental health in Santa Clara County. There are some challenges with the services available, though. In addition to limited access, we found that parents in particular were not always aware of funding of the sources and services available. Funding sources are also limited, and both Medi-Cal and commercial insurance can pose challenges to access. There's also a strong desire for greater coordination and collaboration across school districts, with school staff and providers wanting to support and learn from each other. Next slide. We have proposed 3 different school-based behavioral health service models based on our research of best practices and current Santa Clara County services and needs. As they're presented as separate models for ease of understanding, however, stakeholders may choose to adapt these models in a number of different ways, including selecting components of one or all of the models presented. It's important to note here that the costs are based on establishing new models without accounting for existing services, which will be leveraged and make determinations in terms of additional funding costs that are necessary. There's also a variety of funding sources that could come together to support this work. Next slide. We have also proposed an implementation framework. This is a phased approach over 5 school years with 2 cohorts being pilots for this program in school year 2022 and school year 2023. And then in school year 2025, there would be implementation across all Santa Clara school districts so that all students would have school-based behavioral health services available to them. And in a final phase, we would ensure that there's sustainability of services by ongoing evaluation and program monitoring and continuing to analyze funding options. Thank you. And I will pass it off now.
So there are 5 key considerations for this project, and one is to really for the model to supplement rather than replace existing services, continue to offer the efforts in terms of requiring oversight, coordination, and leadership. So the ongoing, coordination and partnership between behavioral health as well as Office of Education. Utilize the model as a framework to allow for district and school flexibility, considering the uniqueness of each of the school districts. We aim to provide universal access for the model, and then also consider Senate Bill at 855. Next slide.
And then just some potential opportunities and barriers. So as we're looking at the gathering information for the feasibility report and in interviewing and receiving information from different stakeholders, the potential opportunities are that we have a strong existing foundation of behavioral health supports for youth at schools and in the community. County Office of Education and Behavioral Health has recently awarded the Mental Health Services Oversight Accountability Commission grant through the Mental Health Student Services Act. And then we also have existing coordination collaboration practices in Santa Clara County that can reinforce the support of this expansion. And some potential barriers that we have found is that there is a wide-ranging variability and nuances for all school-based behavioral health services. Of course, there's some complex and limited funding streams that will require some blending and braiding of resources, and then difficulty of securing appropriate high quality and long-term staff for school-based behavioral health services. We also saw in our research that it was difficult to get reimbursement from commercial insurance providers to sustain these services.
We've identified a number of next steps for our ongoing collaboration. And as noted here, one of the areas that we have identified is the myriad of potential funding sources and the complexity associated with those for schools. And one of our areas of interest is to explore ways to provide additional technical assistance and specialized support to help schools implement these models, which will be a part of what we do in the initial pilot phases. I thank you for your time and your support.
Thank you. This was a lot of tremendous work, and I'm going to go to public speakers, and then I'm going to go back to the board for comments or questions or feedback.
Our first speaker is Teresa Molinelli. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Teresa Molinelli, and I serve as the Director of Educational Services in the Moreland School District. I could share with you numerous examples of how having a wellness center at Moreland Middle School has benefited our student population, but I'd like to share one specific example. Last school year, a Moreland Middle School student unexpectedly passed away. During this time of great loss, counselors from across our district supported our students and staff members to process their grief. Because we had already had an established campus wellness center for students to come to meet with staff, seek resources, or to sit in a calming place, we fortunately had an identified space within our school community for students to seek comfort and support during a time of loss. In the weeks that followed this student's death, countless students dropped in to speak with a counselor or simply to find a welcoming, safe space for help. Thank you for your support for mental health for our youth.
Our next speaker is Kevin Nguyen. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. My name is Kevin Nguyen, and I am the school social worker and director of the Wellness Center at Branham High School in the Campbell Union High School District. I just want to share about the benefits that our center has, although it's fairly new, particularly this year with the pandemic and the other tragedies that our school has experienced with grief this year. Having a dedicated center for teachers, students, and families to look for support has been instrumental in making sure that families are connected to the resources that they need. And as well, it serves as a hub before the pandemic for students as a safe space for them to kind of congregate and reach out and just get the services that they need, as well as be connected to the different community agencies that our Wellness Center partners with. So we really urge you to expand this to other schools in the district as well.
Next speaker is Elizabeth Franco. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, supervisors, and thank you for your time. My name is Elizabeth Franco, and I'm with the County Office of Education. I'd like to comment in support of the expansion of school-based mental health services. There are many barriers to students who receive needed mental health services, and access is one of the biggest ones. By having mental health support on school campuses, we can increase the number of students receiving interventions, and just as importantly, ensure that more students get early prevention services. This can decrease the need for additional intensive interventions later on in life. Prevention has positive impacts on all students at the school and improves social and emotional learning for all youth on a campus. The County Office of Education has taken a critical leadership role in leading wellness efforts in our schools. This work and their partnership with the Behavioral Health Services Department needs to be supported and to extend supports to youth in all schools in our county. Thank you.
Our next speaker is SCCOE, Office of the Superintendent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. SCCOE, can you unmute yourself? There you go.
Yes, thank you, President Chavez and supervisors. I'm Allison Bucarango, Director of Grants and Partnerships at the SCCOE. The Santa Clara County Office of Education is in support of Agenda Item 21 and recognizes the need for mental health support and services in Santa Clara County. There is a need for expanded mental wellness supports and direct services on school campuses. A wellness center model focuses on early intervention and prevention, providing timely access to needed supports and services for students. Thank you for your consideration.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you. I want to go back to the board and see if there are any comments or questions. And if I could, Susan, I'd like to start with you, given that this was your referral.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank the staff for the report that was submitted in our agenda packet, as well as the information today. The findings in this report that there are 50,000 students estimated with a mental illness and only half expected to receive treatment is really striking. The other fact that really caught my eye is that 20 students are 21 times more likely to get mental health services if those are offered on campus. If we're committed to addressing mental health in this county, and I believe we all are, and reducing the number of adults with serious mental illness, including our unhoused mentally ill adults, we need to be committed to expanding access very early for children and youth. For anyone who wasn't previously persuaded, distance learning during COVID has made it abundantly clear that schools are a critical resource for both students and families for an array of social supports, including mental health supports. This has long been recognized by the board, as most of you have championed schooling services. And I only exclude Otto because he hasn't had a chance to champion it yet. but we do need to expand access points and services to reach all students. Since the cost estimates provided with these models don't break out resources that we're already spending, I'd like to get a reminder of the current budgets of services that are in general alignment with this model. Model 1 is really an expansion of school-linked services to additional districts. I don't know if it's Sherry or somebody else could tell me how many districts are currently participating in school-linked services and how much of this is funded by the county and by school districts.
Hi, good afternoon. For the number of school districts, we do have 15 school districts that have an SLS coordinator, and that's family engagement. And then we also have 11 school districts that receive, that have a PEI program, that's prevention and early intervention, and 13 school districts that receive schooling services, school-based behavioral health services. So we are approximately more than half of the school districts. In total, we have total funding amount by behavioral health has been $19,890,247. We are still looking into the co-investment by school districts because they do support with family engagement activities and support with family engagement coordination.
Thanks, Catherine. So where the report lists 126 million, in reality, we're already spending very close to 20 million. So the increase that we should be looking at is 106 million. Model 2 generally aligns to the wellness centers that will be launched through the student MHSA grant recently received by the county and the County Office of Ed. And I believe that that grant is for $6 million over 4 years to set up wellness centers. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Great. So this work will already be getting underway, even absent an investment of county dollars. So curious how the writers of the report came to the number of $6 million for this project, or is it just referencing the Mental Health Act dollars and specifically excluding? So these are not county dollars. That's an important piece to call out.
Yes, the state had provided the grant and capped it at 6 million. We were fortunate to be one of 2 counties that received this grant for this category of a large county with new collaboration efforts.
Right, and I'm thrilled that we were able to secure that grant. Just wanted to make clear for my colleagues and for the public that that $6 million is not coming from county general or other funds. Model 3 looks similar to Alcove. And can you remind me of the budget and the source of funds for the 2 Alcove locations that are quickly coming online?
So Alcove is going to be, is budgeted by the funded by the MHSA innovation funds. And the total 5-year projected budget is totaling a little bit over, or 18.8 million. And so that is for 5 years of since we started the inception of the project.
Thanks. So what I think is really important is to see not only what the costs are, but what we are already spending and what funds are coming from outside of the county. I think that the steps that have been outlined in the report are really critical, especially the work to sort out the existing contributions from school districts in the county, the role of health plans in this work, and the plan to braid together the various funding sources and existing services into a network of supports that are broadly available and tailored to the unique needs of our school districts. Among the potential barriers cited in the presentation was engagement of private insurance and health plans in expanding coverage to youth. To date, have any insurance providers been brought into this conversation, and what do you anticipate as next steps with regard to those partners or potential partners?
We have not brought in plans to this conversation, but we are discussing with other health plans about the Alcove piece, and we want to learn from connecting and getting reimbursement through Alcove, how we can leverage the findings to utilize it for this project as well.
Great. And I would encourage you to reach out with all of these models and see where they are. Let's not make any presumptions. And certainly we should be, chasing down every possible source for funding. And if it would be helpful to you to have me or to have any of the Board of Supervisors do some outreach there, I would be happy to, and I suspect my colleagues would be supportive of that as well. Are there any additional staff or contracting resources needed from our behavioral health department to continue into this next phase of work?
I think, Moretta, do you want to respond to that or Dr. Smith? I mean, I don't want to, I know Susan's just, oh, there you go. Sherry.
Hello.
Sherry.
Hey, Sherry.
Hi, Supervisor Ellenberg and President Chavez and members of the Board of Supervisors, and welcome Supervisor Lee. Thank you for hearing our report. At this time, I think we are currently proceeding well with our existing resources and supports around this, and I think some of your suggestions and questions will provide some additional guidance on next steps. I do agree that we will continue to engage health plans in those conversations beyond ALCOVE, and we can then come back to the board with some future recommendations and ideas about information that we've been able to gather through those conversations.
Great, thank you so much. I'll look forward to new findings to be presented to the board for consideration. And I think the continued monitoring of progress on this work through the next phase, especially as we continue to think about the county and MHSA budgets overall, would be helpful. I'd like to see 2 robust updates on phase 2 progress and findings to be added to the SLS quarterly updates that go to CFSC, as well as with the implementation of the Wellness Center grant activities. Does that work for the Behavioral Health and County Office team?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it does. And if I might, Supervisor Ellenberg, there will be a need to look at blended funding because a large number of students in the county are not schooling services eligible. They cannot utilize the services provided under that model. So we also need to consider and would be open to bringing back to the board for consideration perhaps ways in which we can assist school districts and the technical assistance they need to utilize the various funding streams that would also then help us draw down additional dollars into our county. So it's quite a complex scenario, but we think that through this partnership, we might be able to assist school districts in doing that work and not putting the burden solely on the county.
That's a really innovative and terrific thought, Dr. Dewan. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate all of the work on this. I think there's very broad agreement that the work is critical, and finding funding to put it into place, even piece by piece as we go, is really just heroic. So thank you. Thank all of you very much.
Thanks, Susan.
Do we need a motion to receive the report?
I don't think so, actually, and we're giving kind of general direction. Is there any other comments from my colleagues? So I just have 2 that I wanted to, first of all, I appreciate the comments that were made by Supervisor Ellenberg, and I like the idea very much of a quarterly report. There are 2 additions that or 3 that I think should be part of that report, and I would like them to be pulled out separately because I think they're pretty significant. One is that any engagement that goes forward, I want to make sure that we are using universal design strategies as part of the consideration for any moving forward. And the main reason for that is that when we make everything, if we're saying we're going to make access to everybody, then we have to make sure that the barriers to access are 0. Or what happens is the folks who need it most don't get in line to get it because they can't. So that's one, and I want to make sure that we get a presentation, and I would recommend it go to Children's Family Seniors Committee along with these other reports, just to explain the process that universal design is being considered in the final design of any kind of updated programming. And then second is that I really appreciate the point about braided and blended funding, and I think that needs to just be pulled out. Like that's its own discussion. Mental health funding for mental health services is so complicated, and that you know a 101 for either HCC or Children's Family Seniors is really critical because a couple of board members need to really understand this as we start to make recommendations about how we proceed. So if everybody's comfortable with those general thoughts, and I'm going to confirm with James that we don't need a motion on this or not.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for all the good work. The reports were really excellent and appreciate all of you very much. So with that, we're going to reconvene at 1 o'clock. You get a 25-minute break. And if staff needs a little longer, text me. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you back at a little, maybe 1:05. We'll just 1:05. We'll give everybody 30 minutes. Thank you.
Y ahí está prendido.
All right, I'm giving a 2-minute warning for folks.
Very good, Madam President.
I thought that would be impressive. And for those on the staff, I'll just as a reminder, we're going to go to item 10, then 15, then 27, and then to 25. And that's our agenda items.
Coco.
All right, I'm going to call our meeting back to order. If I could get my colleagues, I'm going to ask our the clerk to call roll to get the second part of the meeting started. We're going to begin with item 10, then go to item 15, and then to item 27, and then back to item 25. So if I could ask the clerk to call the roll.
Supervisor Lee?
Present.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Here.
Supervisor Simidian?
Simidian here.
Vice President Wasserman?
Here.
President Chavez?
Here. Thank you. I'm now going to turn to our staff to begin, I think, with Dr. Smith and Dr. Cody to do our COVID-19 report. I just wanted to, for my colleagues, let you know that what is also included is in our materials is the report from the Health Equity Task Force. So after the staff gives their formal presentation, I'm going to ask for a brief update from the task force and allowing them to read a letter into the record. And then we'll go to the public for comment and then back to the board for discussion. So with that, I'm going to begin with Dr. Smith and Cody, I think.
I think Dr. Cody is ready to go.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Dr. Sarah Cody, health officer, and welcome Supervisor Lee. I will begin our presentation followed by many colleagues who will update you as to other aspects of our response and specific work. I just wanted to begin by noting that a whole lot has happened since we last presented to the Board of Supervisors about the epidemic and how it looks here in Santa Clara County. And the top line message is that we are experiencing a very significant surge impacting every individual who lives in our county. It is the most worrisome that we have had since the beginning of the pandemic. and it requires us to continually adapt our operations and reprioritize our work. And so we would like to share with you today some of the highlights. So this is our epidemic curve since our first case was reported over 10 months ago. And we are in our third and far and away most significant surge that you can see there on the far right. And this surge is the most significant and the most difficult for a variety of reasons. One is the rate of growth is still rising. We have yet to see a slowing or leveling of our case counts. Second is that while these recent cases, some not even yet populated on our dashboard, likely reflect the surge from Thanksgiving that we anticipated, but the contribution of that surge is still not even reflected in the numbers that you see. In addition, we are all battling pandemic fatigue. Some are feeling a sense of complacency and a desire to get on with our lives. But this virus doesn't care, and this virus will win. So we must stay alert, and we must continue to fight. The surge in cases that we see now has also been translated into a surge of severe illness and hospitalizations. And unfortunately, we are beginning to see a rise in deaths. I want you to remember that over time, about 7% of the cases that we document become hospitalized. So keep that in mind. About 7% of daily case counts will later be reflected in hospitalizations. In the next slide, this is a slide you've seen before. This is the California blueprint, and remember all the tiers. At this point, most of California is now in the purple tier. And we continue to follow both our unadjusted and adjusted case rates. This is the case rate per day per 100,000 residents, and it enables us to sort of compare across the state and see how we look. And the upshot is that our unadjusted case rate continues to skyrocket. You know, just a month ago, if you look at that dotted line, which is our unadjusted case rate, we were still in the red tier, and we are now, you know, really into the deep purple. The data here are from the state's dashboard, and so there's a significant lag as the last data that are available, and those data in turn are 7-day averages with a 7-day lag. And so that last case rate that you see, you can just imagine that line going straight up as to where the actual case rate is today. The next slide, this is the number of COVID positive patients that are hospitalized in our county across all of our hospitals each day in the county. And you can see again that very sharp increase that started in mid-November, and it now far surpasses the peak in hospitalizations in our first wave in the spring and second wave in July. And Dr. Kamal will be presenting and giving you more detail about those hospitalizations in a later segment of our presentation this afternoon. This slide gives you a sense of the pace of our epidemic here in Santa Clara County and how we compare to California. These again are the hospitalizations in Santa Clara County in blue and in California in red. And I think that the top line message here is that we are really not an island. So if you go back and you look at that blue line, you can see that as compared to the state, we saw a greater surge in hospitalizations. And again, that's because we were one of the first jurisdictions in the country to have significant spread of SARS-CoV-2 in our county. The second surge in our county came a little bit later, and the third surge, you can also see, we surged a little bit later as compared to the state, but we really can't resist the forces around us, and that's my top line message, is we are doing everything we can as a county but without some consistency at the federal and state level, we will continue to struggle. The next slide shows our county's hospitalizations as compared to the United States. Actually, the title of that slide, I didn't catch that, but it should say California, it should say United States. And you can see that in the US, you see those three surges of hospitalizations, and you can see that we are tracking all three, although the surge in our county, again, is happening later than the US, but we can only hold things off so long before our numbers start to reflect what's happening around us. In the next few slides, I'm going to share with you some data that reflects mobility data. And this is mobility data that comes from cell phone information, like the movement of cell phones, assuming that people are carrying their cell phones. It's called SafeGraph. And we looked at it to try to understand, anticipate the impact of Thanksgiving and the movement on Thanksgiving, the Thanksgiving weekend, as compared to prior weeks. And what we see here is if you look at Thanksgiving Day and you compare visits to Santa Clara County from surrounding counties in the Bay Area, as well as from Los Angeles, and you compare visits on Thanksgiving Day as compared to the average in the previous 4 weeks, what you can see is overall a decrease in visits from our surrounding Bay Area counties and a significant increase in visits from a number of counties in Southern California. So that is a concern. I do want to just note, I'm not going to go into SafeGraph in detail, but I just wanted to note that these are aggregated data and they are totally anonymized cell data. So the data are simply there to give a sense of movement. They're not individuals. The next slide shows mobility on data on movement from our county. So these are our residents going somewhere else on Thanksgiving Day. And again, you can see less movement to destinations around the Bay Area and a significant increase in movement to destinations in Southern California. And as you know, the rates of COVID and the prevalence of COVID is much higher in Southern California as compared to in the Bay Area. And finally, we wanted to share some data around visits to shopping centers. These data, we can look at points of interest, including shopping centers. And so we looked at visits to major shopping centers on Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving. And we can see that the top 6 points of interest were in fact shopping centers and malls, and we see a sharp uptick in visits. So that again heightens our concern that the anticipated surge from Thanksgiving, both because of travel, because of gathering, and because of shopping, does increase the risk of overall transmission of SARS-CoV-2 in our county. So because of our significantly and rapidly increasing rates, increasing positivity, and surge in our healthcare delivery system, we, as you know, implemented the state's regional stay-at-home order in conjunction with colleagues around the Bay Area, and that became effective Sunday evening. And I'm now going to turn it over to James Williams, our county counsel, to review the state's regional stay-at-home order.
So I'm just going to provide a brief verbal overview of where we're at in terms of the health orders and the regulatory structure that's in place to try to keep our community here safe and have appropriate protective measures in place to deal with this extremely challenging surge that we're currently facing. As the board and much of the community is aware, prior to the most recent actions, the county had already been placed into the purple tier under the state's blueprint. That blueprint establishes a 4-tier system with increasing restrictions as case rates and positivity rates move up. So those purple restrictions in that framework remain in place, but there are some additional measures that have been layered on top of that to help deal with this surge. The most significant is that the governor took action to announce a regional stay-at-home order. The regional stay-at-home order is mandatory and triggered by the state based on looking at ICU capacity and whether that capacity hits a threshold of 15% or fewer available ICU beds. And as Dr. Kamal will explain later, we have actually hit that here in Santa Clara County specifically, although the state is looking at that metric on a regional basis. The regional stay-at-home order is similar in concept and framework to the March state stay-at-home order, but it does have some significant differences. The most significant difference has to do probably with schools, in that schools are allowed to continue to operate for in-person instruction under the same requirements and conditions as under the state's purple tier framework. But the general message and general theme of this order is, given the surge and given the impact on hospitals, that individuals should be staying at home to the greatest extent possible, should be avoiding non-essential activities to the greatest extent possible, and really should be exercising the greatest, utmost degree of caution. There has never been greater level of community transmission of COVID-19 than right now at this moment here in Santa Clara County and across the state. The many Bay Area health officers took action to implement the regional stay-home order on a faster timeline. And to be clear, what that action really was moving up the when, not changing the what. And the collective judgment of those health officers was that it was imperative to act fast, that acting faster makes the biggest difference from a public health standpoint. Acting faster makes the biggest difference in reining in the growth in hospitalizations, and that acting faster was the appropriate course of action. But from a regulatory standpoint, that the measures taken were basically to effectuate that state order. The details on the state order and on allowable activities and the various industry guidance, because it is an implementation of that state order, are available on the state site at covid19.ca.gov. In addition, we have been updating and have updated, in fact, on our website, the local various industry-specific directives to reflect those changes, including, for example, the capacity limits on indoor businesses open to the public at a 20% capacity level. So that's kind of the brief overview, but I really wanted to emphasize that the action that was most recently announced was really an effectuation of that state order on a faster timeline to try to make that earlier difference. And with that, I think I'm passing it on to Dr. Fenster-Shedd.
Okay, thank you very much, James. And let's move on to the first slide. I'm going to give first of all, a brief overview of where we are with vaccines. Tomorrow at the Health and Hospital Committee, we will have a much more in-depth discussion of the vaccine issue. So this first slide basically, again, reiterating that there are two front runners for approval of vaccines, and we suspect that for the Pfizer vaccine, after their meeting with the FDA on December 10th, which is in just a couple days, they will receive approval. And pending that approval, they should be shipping vaccine across the country, at least in the first allocations, by December 15th, which is next week. The Pfizer vaccine, again, is the most challenging of all of the vaccines because it requires such an ultra cold storage requirement. It also comes in minimum orders, which are pretty big, of nearly 1,000 doses in a tray. It also requires, as does the Moderna vaccine, which I'll mention in a second, the 2 doses of vaccine that we've talked about, requiring a waiting period of 3 weeks before receiving the second dose. The Moderna vaccine is right on its heels of the Pfizer, and Moderna is scheduled to meet with the FDA on the 17th of December. And again, pending that approval, we should see Moderna vaccine being shipped also to various states. The Moderna vaccine is a little bit easier to store. Its requirements for storage are not as drastic as the Pfizer vaccine, and the minimum orders are only 100 dose containers, so it's much easier to basically give them to smaller providers that can store those. It also requires 2 doses and 28 days apart. Let's go to the next slide. So California, again, in this very first allocation, small amount of vaccine, more will be coming. California is getting 327,000 doses for the entire state in this first allocation that probably will be shipped sometime next week. Santa Clara County will be given 17,550 doses, but we got an update today, just so everyone knows, that some of the smaller counties that can't even manage to have the facilities to store even one of those minimum dose trays are going to be required to be supplied by some of the larger counties, and we have been directed to provide 230 doses to San Benito County. Other counties around the state are also, the larger counties are providing partial amounts of their vaccine allotments to smaller counties. The local health department's role, again, has nothing to do with prioritizing the populations that get the vaccine. That's done by the federal government. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But we do have a role in helping to allocate small amounts of vaccine equitably throughout the county. We also will be involved in actual administration of vaccine in these early phase 1 populations, and I'll talk more about that. Next slide. So the ACIP, the Advisory Council on Immunization Practices from the CDC, has given its interim recommendation for the first phase 1A. And those include all healthcare workers and residents, all healthcare workers, and also residents of long-term care facilities. And that's again in just phase 1A. Now there's a lot of healthcare personnel around the state, around the country, and certainly also in Santa Clara County. We estimate probably somewhere around 130,000 individuals in this county fit into the category of healthcare personnel. So again, we will not have enough vaccine on this first allocation. Let's move to the next slide. And as we mentioned before, we did submit a vaccine plan, which was required, and that did get in on time on December 1st. And that was submitted to the state, and you can see that it consisted of all of those various categories of discussion in order to be prepared and the community to be prepared to allocate and to distribute the vaccine. Next slide. As part of that plan, we're required to develop 2 working groups. The first working group is the community stakeholder group. And again, given the
we lost
we certainly
Marty, we lost you.
Oh, am I gone?
Now you're back.
Okay. Sorry about that. I don't, something happened. I'll back up just a bit. So we were required to develop 2 working groups, one the community group, and that again was required by the state, and we also agree that that was is an important group to get input from the community as we have faced the challenges of this vaccine, the vaccine hesitancy issues and the issues of trust within various communities. And to that end, we had our first kickoff meeting yesterday on a Zoom call with over 115 members of the community representing many, many sectors. We will be developing a specific work groups. So it's a work in process, but we had very good feedback from the community and they were very appreciative, and we are all challenged to make this community working group work. Next slide, final slide for today. This again is the second of the work groups that are required, and this is the provider work group, and that group has been meeting for the last few weeks. And again, it's the providers that are the ones such as the hospitals, clinics, and public health, and going over the enrollment requirements, the storage, handling, administration, and documentation for the vaccine for Pfizer. So that concludes our discussion for today. And again, we will have a much more in-depth discussion tomorrow at the Health and Hospital Committee meeting. Okay, I'm going to hand that off to myself. So let's go to the next slide. This is now switching to testing. You've seen this slide before. This is the 7-day average testing through December 2nd. And you can see our testing has really continually been on the rise. We've been testing now over 14,000 people per day. And the red line denotes our positivity rate as an average, which is nearly 4%. And this is up from 2.6% that we reported 3 weeks ago at the board. Next slide. And this graph demonstrates how our testing rate has been increasing consistently again. And we're now at about 700 tests per 100,000. And you can see the bottom line is the state's average. And we have really just increased the gap between our testing capacities and that of the states. Next slide. In order to really to better demonstrate the areas of highest testing rates in the county, we can look at the map, and the darkest green areas are where there is more testing done. Of note again is that we see that testing rates are higher in areas actually outside East San Jose, and you can see exactly where the rates are the highest. Next. In this slide, we can see the positivity rates over time, and this is for people living in in 3 geographical regions of the county. Of note is the recent increasing positivity in all of the regions. You can see it's going up everywhere. East side positivity rate has been increasingly moving from where we were last report at 6%. It's now at around 8.3%. South County also increasing. We were at 5% last report, and we are now at nearly 7%. And again, these rates are all based on where individuals live and not on their ethnicity. Next slide. Again, you've seen this. This is our dashboard for the various healthcare systems during the period of November 19th through November 25th. Again, the first column is the number of tests done. The next column, the daily average, and the third column shows the number of tests done per 100,000 patients per that facility's population. Next slide. And then this is the graph looking at the trends over time for each healthcare facility from June 15th through December 2nd. And again, these are based on rates. The dark green line below the first line is the county as a whole. The counties, and then the county healthcare system continues to do the majority of tests. You can see we're the top line, but we are seeing significant increases, happily to say, in testing from Stanford and Kaiser and El Camino, as well as some modest increases by TAMP. Next slide. This slide shows the number of people going to the fairgrounds on any given day and the corresponding positivity rates. And you can see that we've been operating at tremendously increased levels. And the next slide. And I wanted to give you a little data from the fairgrounds again. In the 3 weeks ending November 25th, nearly 34,000 tests have been done, which is an average of about 1,600 a day. The average positivity over that period is 5%. but we're seeing higher numbers, of course, in positivity in the youngest age groups, as well as males. And again, in the Latino population continues to have the elevated positivity rate measured during this 3-week period of 10.1% as an average, again, during those 3 weeks. And residents test at the fairgrounds from all cities, as you can see on the right of that chart, throughout the county. Of note, in addition to COVID testing, though, we have been doing influenza testing. We reported that to you. So every time you get your swab done for COVID at the fairgrounds, you also, and at the city sites, you get a influenza test done. And I can report that from November 14th through December 4th, we've identified 1 positive influenza infection. So we're not seeing much influenza right now, but influenza sometimes doesn't peak until the beginning of the year or even February and March. Next slide. If we further look at those positivity rates, though, we can see a rise in the Latinx community, as I mentioned, and in the last week alone, the Latinx population positivity from the fairgrounds was up at nearly 12%. Next slide. And this is the last slide to give you a few updates. The most exciting thing is our expanded days of testing at the fairgrounds. We've started testing as of yesterday, 7 days a week. And on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we've increased our capacity to 5,000 tests per day. At our San Jose pop-up, we have also started to do some observed self-collection. This method of testing will be observed, so it'll be accurate, and it will also save a lot on professional staff time. We have one more flu fair this Saturday at the fairgrounds, so please, people, come out and get your flu shot if you haven't done so. And the final slide is just the schedule of our pop-up sites for this week through next week. And I'll end there. I'll hand it off to Dr. Kamal to talk about hospitals.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I will be talking about healthcare preparedness today. Next slide, please. So since we last spoke, things have changed dramatically with respect to what's going on in our healthcare systems. Hospitals are nearing capacity. Our staffing is stretched thin, not just in our county, but throughout the state and throughout the nation. We are continuing to supply PPE to skilled nursing facilities and hospitals are working with each other to redistribute patients so that we can manage the surge the best we can. And then hospitals are also starting to defer elective surgeries to create more capacity for our sickest patients. Next slide, please. This slide shows the rate of increase in our COVID positive hospitalizations. Unfortunately, we just got the numbers in for today. It looks significantly worse. As of noon today, hospitals have 403 COVID positive patients. This includes 12 children, and that is a 50% increase over just 1 day. So we are continuing to see a massive increase. And much more concerning than the number is the slope of that purple and green line you are seeing. We have more than doubled our ICU census in the last 2 weeks. Our system cannot withstand another doubling. Next slide. This slide shows the status of our remaining beds in our hospitals. The slide on the left with the green line shows our ICU beds remaining. Yesterday, I reported that there were 50 beds remaining in our entire county to take care of our 2 million residents who are critically ill, and that was a 15% remaining capacity. As of noon today, I am sad to report we are down to 31 beds, and this is 9.5% of our capacity. It is the worst we have seen, and it's continuing to worsen. On the blue line, you can see our non-ICU beds, which are also filling up fast. And much more concerning than the low vacancy is the rate at which we are filling. As of today, 8 out of 10 hospitals have fewer than 5 ICU beds remaining, with some having 0. Next slide. Based on feedback from our community, we have revised our dashboard so that we are all aware of our situation. Once again, these slides are from yesterday, when we had 50 beds and 15% capacity, and now we have 31 beds, which is 9.5% of our capacity, and that will be updated later today. This shows the pandemic in a long time frame, showing that the steep drop-off in remaining ICU beds is continuing and unrelenting. Next slide. And this shows the same pattern, although we have some more beds available in the non-ICU area, we are continuing to fill those up fast as well. So what I want to do in the next slide is talk about the steps that we've been taking as the county EOC to help deal with the surge. As Dr. Cody said, this is something that's not going away anytime soon, and we need to do everything we can to try to manage this. One of our major efforts has been around load balancing. As we have seen throughout the pandemic, it is affecting people unequally. Communities of color, particularly in our South County and East San Jose, have been disproportionately impacted throughout this pandemic, and the same is true of our hospital system. The purple bars here show the ICU bed utilization in the hospitals that traditionally have served these communities, including Regional Medical Center, Kaiser San Jose, St. Louis Hospital, Valley Medical Center, and O'Connor Hospitals. As we see back in November 29th, these 5 hospitals were at 91% of ICU capacity, while the remaining hospitals were at 71% capacity. In coordination with the hospital council and the hospitals themselves, we have had daily calls with each hospital together so that they can help load balance. As you can see, this was phenomenally successful, with the percentage almost equalizing at 85% within a couple of days. And this was due to the efforts expended by all the hospitals and a great example of working together. However, the pandemic continues to rage on, and as you can see, as of yesterday, we are back to the imbalance that we had seen previously. And as we are speaking today, the hospitals are working with their transfer centers to further fix this. This is going to be an iterative process where a hospital will continue to have to load balance so that they can ensure that all county residents have equal access to the care that remains. Next slide. Another area of work has been around the non-acute census, the idea being that we want to facilitate movement of people out of the hospitals to free up beds for the ever-increasing number of sick people coming in. Today, we had 76 new admissions, which is a new record for us since the start. Our special investigations group is assisting with outbreaks and prevention at skilled nursing facilities. We are piloting antigen testing at the SNFs and other locations to quickly identify and isolate and get care for infected individuals. We are also planning to open DePaul Health Center, pending approval from the California Department of Health, hopefully within the next week or so. And this can potentially accommodate up to 36 subacute patients. Our housing unit also is working hard at getting more housing options for COVID patients. Next slide. The number one challenge facing our hospital and healthcare system is staffing. We are doing everything we can to try to assist in this. Hospitals have started to cancel elective surgeries, especially those that require an inpatient stay. And this is freeing up both staff and beds who can be then redeployed to the most critically ill patients. We are evaluating flexible staffing options. We are maximizing the use of non-clinical staff when we can safely do so in order to free up clinical staff. And as Dr. Fensterscheid mentioned, one example of this is trying to move some of our testing sites to an observed self-collection model. And finally, we are leveraging whatever resources we can, whether it be from the state or other agencies. But once again, the feedback we've gotten from all levels of government is that there's a finite number of staff who are able to care for these patients, and they are stretched thin. And I must add to this that the current staff at the hospitals are exhausted. They've been working at this for 9 months without a break. Next slide. In terms of PPE, we have actually been working hard since the beginning to stock up on PPE, and this is the one bright spot in where we are right now. Compared to where we were in April, our supply of PPE is strong, and we have no concerns regarding shortages at this point. I should say, however, that gloves continue to be constantly utilized, and we have weekly shipments coming in from various suppliers to make up for this. Skilled nursing facilities are still heavily reliant on the EOC for their PPE supplies. Next slide. In terms of therapeutics, we have some new agents on the available to us. So Bamlanivimab and the Regeneron cocktail are infusions that can potentially be given to some of the higher risk patients and prevent them from needing hospitalizations. We are allocating these to the hospitals in our county and are getting weekly supplies from the state. Many hospitals have set up units in order to be able to give this and potentially prevent people from needing hospitalization. And our supply of remdesivir and dexamethasone continue to be adequate. Next slide. In terms of what's next for us, so clearly surge beds are an option. We have received surge plans from each hospital, which are really well thought out and detailed. However, the feedback we keep getting is that the ability to activate these surge beds is 100% dependent on staffing. Hospitals have ventilators, they have beds, they have cots, they have pillows, but what you cannot create on short notice is staffing. Next slide. In terms of the regional picture, so all counties in our region are experiencing surge to various degrees and at various rates. We are working with surrounding counties as well as the state on looking at alternate care sites that could potentially provide an outlet valve. But once again, it all comes back to staffing, which there isn't a whole lot of options available right now, but we're continuing to work, and we're confident that working with both state and regional partners, we'll be able to maximize the resource available to residents in our county. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Ballier.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal. Michael Ballier, Director for the Community and Business Engagement Branch here in the EOC and Director for the Department of Environmental Health. Next slide. We continue to respond to concerns through our portal, sccovidconcerns.org. And for the period from November 16th to December 2nd, we received a whopping 1,604 concerns. And during that time, resolved 876. 53% were resolved through an educational approach, which is typically a phone call or email from the enforcement officer, and 47% proceeded to a more formal process, such as a site visit and subsequent notice of violation. We issued 194 notices of violations during that time period, and I will note that these numbers include the work that we did during our Black Friday enhanced enforcement at many of the shopping malls throughout the county. For the cumulative totals, you'll see that as of December 2nd, we had received 3,733 concerns, of which we had resolved 2,616. And if you look at the most reported sectors, again, next slide, you'll see that food retail continues to be very high on the list of reported concerns, followed by retail trade, in this particular case, stores and shops, many of those in the malls that we went to, and then followed the third by the gym and fitness industry. And along the top, you'll see the concerns by day have gone up quite a bit, starting around the November 15th. We were receiving anywhere from 40 to 50 concerns a day. Now we're routinely receiving 100 concerns a day. Next slide. As a summary of the Black Friday enforcement that we did, I want to point out that we started out with several press conferences, social media postings, and other public noticing of this increased enforcement, where we paused a lot of the opportunities for people to correct it on the spot, in which case they ended up paying a fine. And I will also point out that we reached out directly to all of the major malls that we were visited to let them know in advance that we were going to be there, so it was no surprise. The total number of visits we did during that weekend was 427. We issued 181 notices of violation, which results in essentially a 58% compliance rate. We were hoping to see a much, much higher compliance rate, given the fact that we had announced that we were going to be doing this. The lowest fine, individual fine, that we issued on those days was $250, and the highest was $3,750. But I will point out that the ordinance does allow, and they continue to double or on a daily basis up to the maximum. The top violations included the social distancing protocols and failure to post the maximum capacity. And I will just say that the social distancing protocol is really a critical document to help both the public and workers know what their business and what their managers and owners are doing to keep everybody safe. And with that, I will go next slide and turn it over to Betty Jones.
Thank you, Mike. Good afternoon, Madam President and members of the Board of Supervisors, and welcome Supervisor Lee. Today's presentation highlights the activities of the Community Health and Business Engagement Team for the reporting period of November 21st through the 27th. I want to start off with an appreciation for all of our community partners who continue to do this critical engagement work through the week of the Thanksgiving holidays. Next slide, please. The Community Health and Business Engagement Team is an on-the-ground, in the community, and at the workplace direct engagement initiative. The Tibet Initiative prioritizes engagement with disproportionately impacted Latinx communities in East Side San Jose, downtown San Jose and South County, and essential workers and small businesses countywide. Our Tibet team is comprised of 117 specially trained community health workers and promoters from over 25 community-based organizations, providing culturally competent engagement with language capabilities in Spanish, Vietnamese, English, Cantonese, Mandarin, Korean, Hindi, Farsi, Punjabi, Hebrew, and Tagalog. Next slide, please. Our teams support 3 methods of engagement. The first is residential and community outreach. You will see our promoters in community and in your neighborhoods going door to door. The second is clinic-based engagement. This is focused on our network of community clinics to provide COVID-19 tests and direct engagement with patient clients in the clinics, in the community, and at their homes. Our third is business engagement, where you will find community health workers canvassing small businesses and retail districts throughout the whole county. Next slide, please. Following the reporting out of our operations and activities for the week of November 21st through 27th, we will hear from the majority of our community partners joining us today. Next slide, please. Here we go. During this week, our community and residential engagement partners knocked on 590 doors and directly engaged with 556 individual residents. Our teams also had presence or led 15 community engagement activities, resulting in 1,943 direct individual engagements. Community engagement activities range from presence at testing facilities, food distribution sites, and posting up in front of popular community destinations, such as the local supermarket, laundromats, and strip malls. We've highlighted some of the trends from our community conversations here. As you see, there continues to be a misconception over the necessity of legal or documented status to take part or receive COVID-19 support programs and services. We see that public settings are more successful as being more likely to lead to robust and more engaged conversations. We also see the continued financial impacts of COVID-19 heavily felt by our essential workers and low-income workers as the need for food assistance and baby formula remains constant. Next slide, please. This slide reflects our South County engagement. Our South County teams focused on community engagement during the week of Thanksgiving and directly engaged with 350 individual community engagements. I want to highlight that Nueva Vida in the South County operation is not officially part of Tibet. This is a distinct public health outreach program modeled after Tibet. Some of our key takeaways here reflect continued misconceptions about COVID and COVID-19 testing, which signals to us the continued need for basic messaging that COVID is real and COVID-19 tests are safe, effective, free, and available to all members of our community. Next slide, please. This slide reflects our clinic-based engagement. Through our partnerships with the Ruth Community Health Clinic and the Community Health Partnership, our partners administered 954 COVID-19 tests in familiar, culturally competent, language accessible, and immigrant-friendly settings. Our clinic-based engagement completed 1,404 individual community engagements through residential and community outreach. Through our partners, we see continuation of key themes such as skepticism and rejection of COVID-19 and its severity, and the continued financial impact on essential workers and low-income workers affecting their ability to isolate when sick. Next slide, please. Our business engagement team engaged 967 businesses and an additional 736 workers. This amounts to over 1,700 conversations in 1 week with 69% of conversations conducted in Spanish, 18.6% in Vietnamese, with the remainder of conversations completed in English, Cantonese, Mandarin, Korean, and Portuguese. We are hearing from our business engagement teams that non-compliant customers refusing to wear masks and socially distance, they continue to be a top-line concern. Next slide, please. Here is our cumulative dashboard reflecting all engagement since August 18th. We are now averaging approximately 4,000 engagements a week. We are very proud of these numbers, but know that more is needed. I will now turn to Dr. Ana Luisa Garcia and our community partners to share their experiences with the board.
Thank you very much, Betty. Good afternoon. As Betty mentioned, we have invited our community partners to provide you with brief highlights of their efforts to date. First up is Community Health Partnership. We have Julia Barba and Lupe Yepes, who will be providing us with an update. Go ahead, Julia.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity today to provide an update on CHP's Get Out and Test campaign. So on average, we have 20 community health workers and community clinic outreach staff engaging over 109,000 Santa Clara County residents, providing COVID-19 information in Spanish, Vietnamese, Chinese, and English. Messaging has been integrated throughout CHP's clinics and programs, reaching a vast networks of individuals through breast and cervical cancer prevention, individuals with underlying health conditions that are at high risk for COVID-19, and people who experience homelessness, migrant farm workers, and patients and residents living in high COVID rate zip codes. Outreach is including the distribution of masks, sanitizers, and disinfecting supplies, while relaying information on the importance of testing, where and how to get tested, what are those low, medium, and high risk activities, and modeling the proper use of masks and other prevention practices. CHWs are meeting people where they at in familiar places in the community, such as community health centers, grocery stores, laundromats, homeless encampments, migrant centers, flea markets, and door knocking through neighborhoods near local community testing site locations and through the high COVID-19 impacted zip codes. We're also reaching and supporting residents and patients through telephone, video, text, and educational workshops, utilizing platforms such as WhatsApp, Zoom, Instagram, Facebook, and Care Message. The team is addressing questions or concerns individuals may have and providing assistance for navigating through rental assistance, food distribution, quarantine, and isolation resources. I'm going to pass along to Lupe Yepes to discuss lessons learned and upcoming plans for the Get Out and Test campaign.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, throughout this process, CHP continuously expanded and improved our COVID-19 messaging, nimbly responding to evolving public health orders, the changing needs of the community engagement, and COVID-19 focus groups feedback. What we learned includes engaging entire households and families to convey a uniform message to help all household members act preventively, addressing fears of testing and immunization, including COVID-19, flu, and childhood vaccines. And as such, we are participating in the Santa Clara County COVID-19 vaccine work group to help develop communication strategies to reach priority populations with reassuring and understandable messaging to increase vaccine acceptance. Also, the necessity to treat community members as active participants when designing the health response to COVID-19 and strategic and responsive messaging. As we approach the availability of COVID-19 vaccines, we will continue to reach more community members by targeting messaging to a younger generation known as the bridge generation, who have the role of speaking and interpreting for their families who do not speak English. Entering into a formal partnership with the Mexican consulate, in which we will take our Get Out and Test campaign to about 200 individuals per day at the consulado as part of CHP's operation of the Ventanilla de Salud, or in other words, Window of Health program. And our new office on McKee and Capitol will serve as a hub of COVID-19 resources for trusted information within San Jose's east side. In sum, CHP will continue to reach as many residents and their families as quickly as possible. The more people who become educated and take preventive precautions, the sooner we will see infection and complication rates decrease in our hardest hit communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julia and Lupe. Next, we have Carmen Brommer from Unity Care. Carmen?
Thanks. So I'm Carmen Bremmer, and I'm the Senior Project Manager for our COVID-19 Blank, a Unity Care Health Initiative that was launched on July 30th of 2020. Thank you for this opportunity to share the outreach, testing, and information that we're providing to Santa Clara County's Black and African ancestry community. It's a partnership between Roots Community Health Center, Unity Care, the African American Community Services Agency, and UGMA. We're excited about our collaboration with the California Office of the Surgeon General and our COVID-19 Black program, through which our CEO, Andre Chapman, was a key panel speaker at a 12-1 town hall sponsored by Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris, who's our Office of Surgeon General, and Assembly Member Dr. Shirley Weber, which highlighted state and local efforts for the Black and African American community. In addition to that, today we actually launched our second series of videos with Black philanthropic leaders discussing the importance of everyone at all levels being involved in this fight against COVID-19. It went live today, like I said, and it's on our website. The leaders on the video are Nicole Taylor, President and CEO of Silicon Valley Community Foundation, Fred Blackwell, CEO of the San Francisco Foundation, and Maurice Jones, President and CEO of LISC, which is the Local Initiative Support Corporation. Our program is also on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. So if you're not already following us, I encourage you to do that. And also check our website because we keep that updated on a regular basis. From a testing standpoint, Roots is continuing to perform weekly community testing. They began that in May of this year, and to date, they've tested 7,827 individuals with 307 test positives. They're also doing pre-contact tracing for those who test positive so that we can lay the foundation for folks to feel comfortable responding when the county reaches out. As many of you know, everybody in the community, especially those who are Black and African ancestry, are really feeling stressed out. And so UGMA is providing brief therapeutic sessions for individuals that require support. AACSA, through community workers, educational posts, and they're also providing free PPE to the community, which has been very welcomed. Overall, our outreach, education, and communication efforts, testing, are all informing and changing the way people think about COVID-19 in our community. As community, on an anecdotal note, as community members have been working through the county passing out PPE, they've heard stories and personally seen the smiles of those who received the free PPE. So that was really great positive to get out of this. And to that end, moving into 2021, we're going to collaborate even more closely with the Board of Supervisors to ensure we're funded to support the efforts of all 4 organizations as we continue to expand our reach to the Black and African ancestry community in Santa Clara County, who continues to be disproportionately impacted by the coronavirus.
Thank you very much, Carmen. Up next is the Si Se Puede Collective. The 3 organizations that are presenting this afternoon are the 3 coordinating agencies for CHEVET, the Community Health and Resident Engagement component. I'm really excited to introduce Tahiri Gutierrez and Jackie Franco, 2 promotoras that are part of the Si Se Puede Collective, to share their stories. Tahiri?
You might be on mute. Do you want to try to unmute
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for having us today. For the past few months, the Si Se Puede Collective has collaborated with the Public Health Department to bring awareness to our East Side San Jose regarding COVID. This project has served as a transparent line of communication between the Public Health Department and the community to know what is working, what isn't working, and what the need is. Our community engagement consists of providing information to our community, such as current guidelines and protocols, when and where they should get tested, symptoms, the difference between the flu and the virus, when to quarantine and isolate, and resources. In addition, we have also provided our community with masks, disinfected wipes, and hand sanitizer. I'll go ahead and pass it on to my other promotora, Jackie, who will give us more details of what we have been doing.
Thank you, Tahiri. So like you've all heard today, our promotoras have engaged in the community, with the community in various ways. We've made phone calls, have done pop-ups in front of local businesses, hosted safe community events and resource fairs. constantly posting on social media, WhatsApp, Instagram, any way that we can, as well as distributed resources and information at food distribution, testing sites, diaper distributions, and most recently, canvassing through residential areas where we're going and giving information and also providing families with PPE. But I really just wanted to highlight that I feel like we have gone above just providing, you know, a flyer and a number to people, but really committed to creating strong relationships with the community and directing them to services and support for COVID-19 and even beyond. So I wanted to share a story about a family we met outside of Cárdenas. She was walking towards the grocery store when we saw her and we approached her. She had 4 young children and we offered them a mask before they entered the shop. We also let her know about the resources the county was offering to people who have been impacted by COVID-19, and that there would be a free testing site right next door at the public health office. She shared that her husband had contracted COVID-19, had been laid off work, and in need had taken out a loan to pay their rent. We took down her information and we were able to connect her to receive some financial support through the East San Jose Peace Partnership. We also gave information on our partners within the Si Se Puede collective where she can access diapers, vegetables, and groceries for her family. But I think most importantly, we told her, you know, to save our number and to contact us if there was any further need for her and her family. And that is really the work that our promotoras are doing every day that we go out. I want to thank our partners, the Public Health Department and the County of Santa Clara, but most importantly, I want to thank every single one of our promotoras who wake up every day and continuously show up for our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Next, we have a representative, a promotora from San Isidro Nueva Vida, Noemi Orduno. And as Betty mentioned, San Isidro Nueva Vida is not formally part of the Chebet, but it is a program that we are replicating in South County to extend the reach of our efforts. Noemi will be sharing her story in Spanish and Maribel Martinez will be translating.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Noemi Orduño, soy promotora para la comunidad. En este momento estamos trabajando y apoyando a nuestra comunidad del este de Gilroy. Específicamente estamos instalados ahorita en el Parque San Isidro.
Good afternoon. My name is Noemi Orduño. I'm a promotora in the community, and at this moment we are working and supporting our community in East Gilroy, specifically in San Isidro Park.
Somos un grupo llamado Nueva Vida, que siempre estamos buscando cómo conectar a nuestras familias con las agencias correspondientes a sus necesidades, ya que la comunidad del este de Gilroy tiene desconfianza y temor para contactar directamente con las agencias correspondientes.
We are a group named Nueva Vida, and we're always looking to connect our families with agencies that could respond to their needs, because the community in East Gilroy has distrust and has feared contacting all these organizations directly.
En este momento, referente al COVID-19, desde que le informamos a la comunidad que habría un módulo de COVID en el Parque San Isidro, las familias están acudiendo regularmente a hacerse la prueba, ya que nos hemos ganado su confianza con las actividades que hemos hecho con ellos en el pasado.
At this moment, referring to COVID-19, since we informed the community that there would be a center or resources for COVID-19 at San Isidro Park, the families have been going there to get testing regularly because we have been able to win their trust with activities that we've done with them in the past.
Nuestras familias están muy preocupadas sobre la vacuna del COVID-19, si ellos van a poder tener la oportunidad de ponérsela, si la cubrirá medical, cuál será su costo y también sobre las reacciones que va a tener esta vacuna. Necesitan información correcta y confiable.
Our families are very worried about the COVID vaccination. They wonder if they'll have an opportunity to receive it. Will it be covered by Medi-Cal? What would be the cost? What are the reactions or side effects of this vaccine? we need to have information that is correct and that we can count on.
Es por eso que nosotros, como promotores de Nueva Vida, necesitamos el apoyo de ustedes, ya que nuestra comunidad nos necesita como su apoyo y contacto en el cual creen y confían.
This is why we need you to support us as promotores Nueva Vida. We are needed to provide support, and our community needs us to be that support and that contact that they can believe in and count on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to our community partners. Sincerely appreciate you taking the time. And as you've just heard in numbers and in next slide, please. As you've just heard in numbers and in stories shared by our community partners that make up Chebet, the community resident engagement arm of Chebet, since August, we have collectively built the infrastructure and operations for COVID-19 community, residential, clinic, and business engagement and outreach efforts across our most impacted communities. The community resident engagement is done by over 50 promotoras, community health workers, and community navigators, which is an essential and critical component of our COVID response in order to build trust and inform communities about the urgency of preventative measures. Next slide. This map highlights how far we have come and where the community outreach is happening with our partnership with the Si Se Puede Collective, African American Community Services Agency, and Community Health Partnership. As a continuum and extension to our collective efforts, we will also be mapping our business engagement efforts for your review in the next couple of weeks. This particular map combines the outreach done by our community partners focused on resident engagement for the overall time period of reporting by census tracts, including the latest community outreach reports. To help contextualize, the red pins correspond to the testing sites and East San Jose boundaries have been added. This map also overlays the Healthy Places Index to highlight the critical urgency of the outreach. Place and people matter. As you can see in this map, East San Jose community displayed as a red polygon outlines is a community with less healthy conditions. East San Jose zip codes have higher COVID-19 positivity rates compared to the rest of the zip codes in the county. Hence, it is of community concern, and it is a community of concentrated outreach and engagement due to the existing inequities. For context, East San Jose is comprised of 8 zip codes and with 88 census tracts. This visual shows how much work is underway in this large geographic area. Next slide, please. In this slide, the census tracts are separated by areas of outreach over time for October and November. Compared to October, the community outreach efforts expanded to cover more areas during the month of November. Next slide. Over the last few months, our team has quickly co-designed community-based COVID-19 strategies to address the disproportionate impact of COVID-19. Next slide. Today, I want to introduce you to our neighborhood door-to-door COVID-19 testing intervention, informed largely by the COVID-19 inequities observed in our data and by what we have heard from our community outreach and engagement teams regarding the importance of not only bringing testing to community sites across East San Jose, for example, but also about the importance of bringing testing into neighborhoods, to households. Next slide. The goals of the door-to-door testing intervention are to break transmission and understand transmission modalities, to demonstrate the value of promotoras and their social capital to help drive who is being tested, to demonstrate the impact of the high-touch community-based CICT strategy, and to gather real-time information from areas most impacted by COVID-19 to inform strategies. Slide. In order to effectively and aggressively operationalize this intervention, we are working closely with our community partners, COVID-19 teams across the EOC and DOC, and Stanford University. Each team plays a critical role in the implementation of this intervention. Building on lessons learned from our resident and community outreach and engagement strategies, Chebet, a team of promotoras will be trained and provided with the necessary PPE to safely go door-to-door to households to offer self-administered COVID-19 tests. To evaluate the effectiveness of this intervention, a rigorous sampling plan will be developed by Stanford that also lends itself to leverage the promotora social capital and trust they have in community. Next slide. What is different about this intervention is the opportunity to marry this approach with our high-touch contact tracing and case investigation team. The promotoras will serve as a bridge to the special team by doing a warm handoff to connect to COVID-19 support services. Next slide, please. This picture highlights a session we had with Dr. Marty Feinstein and the promotoras, in which he provided them with an overview and training on this intervention. Next slide. Last but not least, I want to highlight that in parallel to what we are building and have been building in East San Jose, we are also expanding our community engagement team to co-develop and lead a South County-focused COVID-19 strategy that is inclusive of stakeholders, CBOs, electeds, resident leaders, that will yield opportunities for focused messaging, testing, community and business engagement, and the promotion of flu shots and COVID vaccines. Thank you very much. That's the end of our presentation. I'd like to hand it over to Isolation and Quarantine Support Program.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board President Chavez, members of the board. This is Consuelo Hernandez. I'm joined here by Hong Kao. I'm the Director of the Office of Supportive Housing, and we will be providing an overview of the program and a few stats to share with the public and the board. Next slide, please. First, to provide a summary of the program, the Isolation and Quarantine Support Program helps COVID-19 positive persons isolate and helps persons who have been in close contact with COVID-19 positive persons. In order to achieve this, we work very closely with the CICT team and are able to offer 3 specific primary components. The first component consists of a motel with support services for cases and contacts. Cases are considered folks who are positive, and contacts are those that have had close contact with COVID-19 positive person. And these are individuals who cannot specifically and safely isolate or quarantine at home, or who do not have a home. The county offers limited case management services, 3 meals per day, and laundry services. We also provide transportation to and from the motel, as well as wellness checks. The second component of the program is at-home support. At-home support includes providing folks who can't isolate and quarantine, but need assistance. This includes laundry, providing them with food delivery, and anything that they need in order to ensure that they stay home and isolate and quarantine. The third component is the rental and/or financial assistance. This has been available since mid-June. This is specifically for individuals and families that participate in the Isolation and Quarantine Support Program, and assistance includes resources to pay rent, utilities, and anything else that they need in their time of quarantine. We also connect them to services that are part of our existing safety net, and it also includes services that have been expanded in response to the pandemic. So here we're just citing the CAN-19 Center, as well as access to SSA administered benefits. What we found is that folks are not as familiar with the systems that are in place to provide them additional support. As such, our team links them to that. And I wanted to share that the implementation of the program has evolved as the needs in the community have changed, and in response to the changes in the crisis in the environment in the neighborhood. So initially, during the shelter in place, the primary provider of services was through the EOC. In mid-June, the administration started to pilot a program which included a contract with Sacred Heart Community Services to provide rental assistance. The county teams have been providing the motel and in-home support directly. But at that time, we, in this pilot phase, entered into a contract with Sacred Heart to disperse financial assistance. And the original goal was to have Sacred Heart issue financial assistance within a week. But in August 3rd, we discovered, reviewing the program to determine if it was meeting its intended goal, we discovered that there were 2 primary factors that were delaying disbursements of the rental and financial assistance component. First was a significant increase in referrals that were being sent to Sacred Heart. Our original projection showed a smaller volume, and very quickly we realized that the volume of people calling was higher than projected. The second contributing factor, which continues to be a challenge with the program, is the time that it takes for households to obtain the necessary documentation, such as lease agreements and W-9 forms. In response to that, the administration prepared a report to the board, and we identified 2 immediate actions that we can take in order to get the program back on track. The Sacred Heart team asked to hire an additional 8 FTE staff and redirect a few of their folks to focus on about 180 families that had been waiting to receive support. We amended an agreement, added $300,000 to their budget to quickly move folks and provide them the assistance that they needed. The second component is that we changed the way that the program provided assistance. What we did is offered families a flat payment of $2,000, which is the county's living wage without health or retirement benefits multiplied by 80 hours, sharing that the rationale behind the assistance in order to clear the backlog and provide people with the assistance that they needed. So we also, in order to achieve that, we also amended our agreement with the Silicon Valley Community Foundation to set aside $600,000 of the $5 million in coronavirus relief funds that the board approved in June, so that we can designate that $600,000 to provide folks with assistance quickly. Next slide, please. The following shows a summary of the work that we've concurrently been doing with the cities. The administration has coordinated with cities to understand their availability and capacity to provide similar programs or similar services that the county is providing. The motel component, at home, and financial assistance. This table shows you currently the agreements that we have with these cities. The cities that are not mentioned here have opted to administer their own programs, or in some cases, cities have asked the county to take a lead in the motel component, but they currently have existing financial assistance and food programs that can provide the same assistance at the county. So in an effort not to duplicate that work, we've been working really closely with them to understand what the gaps in the communities are. Next slide, please. So one of the challenges that I mentioned earlier is the documentation. In our partnership with the city of San Jose, after we cleared the backlog, so maybe through mid-September, we were applying this flat payment to families to clear that backlog. Starting in mid-September, we started to implement the requirements under the San Jose agreement, and the county's source of funds is Community Development Block Grant, which requires a more intensive documentation and doesn't allow the flat payments. What this chart is showing you are the services that we've provided since June 17, 2020 in the motel and at-home services. So here you'll see that there's 205 people through November 30th that we've placed in a motel, only through the isolation and quarantine support program. At-home services is roughly 1481, and 61 individuals were referred to isolation and quarantine programs administered by other cities. And our team has the contact number for the cities so that they don't have to call different locations within the city. There's a direct contact that we refer them back to that person so that they are, at least there's somewhat of a warm handoff between the county and that city that is administering their own isolation quarantine program. Next slide, please. Starting in mid-November, when the city of San Jose's agreement was finally executed, we started to offer two different types of options for financial assistance. This chart shows you the two options that we're currently administering right now. Again, the way that our office is running the program is evaluating it to determine if it's meeting the needs in the community. And making that change in the city of San Jose's contract, which initially did not allow for the option 2 payment, has increased the number of disbursements that we are able to issue and has decreased the average days it takes to help a person from the day that we receive the referral until they're provided with the assistance. So here you'll see the first option is a higher dollar amount than the flat payment, but it does require a significant amount of documentation. And what our team has discovered is that about 2/3 of households don't have or cannot provide a rental agreement. So in mid-September until about November, this has been one of the primary factors for the delay in the implementation. And even now, when folks have the option 2, which is a flat payment, some will hesitate, they'll choose option 1, but they're still unable to provide that rental agreement. And so making it more clear to individuals that are referred to our office that the option 2 provides them with the support that they need more quickly, but we are always open to helping them understanding what documentations they need and how we can help them collect that information. And you'll see that this option 2 is the same strategy that we use to clear the backlog from the pilot. And now it's mostly we're able to use it in San Jose because of that change in November. And the option 1 is really only available, or is mostly available to those that don't live in San Jose. It can be offered to those in San Jose, but currently we're asking, the first offer that we're making is to consider option 1. And you'll see below here, just to show you the difference or the increase in the ability to disperse funds. From July 17th through November 30th, the average daily disbursement was about $5,000. Currently, our staff is, the data that we have now, between December 1st and December 5th, the daily disbursement is $17,500. Next slide, please. And we did want to share with the board the disposition of the households that have requested financial assistance. You'll see here that 440 have been provided with assistance to date. We've dispersed, as of November 30th, $837,000. From the time between the referral and the disbursement for completing a case is roughly 40 days. Our goal is to bring that number down. Yesterday, we had 12 referrals that came in. All 12 were provided with information that they need in order to get the assistance, and we'll be tracking that to make sure that the average number comes down. And you'll see here that we do have pending documents from households, roughly about 376. Next slide, please. Yesterday, we shared with the board an off agenda that summarizes some of the work that we intend to do over the next month. Primarily, we have a goal to process 400 active requests by next Friday. In order to achieve that, we have augmented the existing team. Currently, there's 16 FTEs that are assigned to help with the backlog, manage the inflow. And I should also say that the motel component and the in-home support, both of those elements of the program are moving really quickly. The times that we have evaluated them to determine if there are any changes needed have revealed that those portions of the program are moving quickly, and there's no change needed there. What we will continue to do is provide more information through the EOC management and county exec reports. The team is working on a new set of reporting outcomes that will make it very clear what work has been completed on a daily basis. We're also expanding hours through the weekend so that the team has time to get through that backlog again by next Friday. In our plan for the isolation and quarantine program in 2021 is to continue discussions with the cities, which we've started. As of today, we've engaged and connected with each of the cities, both those that are currently participating in the program and those that previously opted out of participation. In our discussions, we are also asking them how their own programs are going and whether they're seeing and facing the similar challenges that we are with our rental assistance. We hope to collect that information and share that with the board. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Consuelo, you're the last presenter. And what I'm going to do is, if I could, I'm going to go to Michelle Liu. What we also, board, have in our packets is the Health Equity Committee that was co-chaired by Councilmember Carrasco and Assemblymember Chu is also in your packet, but I wanted to give Michelle an opportunity to highlight some of the issues they're most concerned about now. Then I'm going to go to public comment. Then I'm going to go to the board. Michelle?
Thank you, President Chavez and fellow members of the Board of Supervisors. Welcome to Supervisor Lee. My name is Michelle Liu, and I'm here today as both the CEO of the Health Trust and as a member of the Health and Racial Equity Task Force that was chaired by San Jose City Council member Magdalena Carrasco. The council member is in her own council meeting at this time. First, we want to thank all of you at the county for moving quickly and powerfully to respond to the pandemic. Earlier this year, Councilmember Carrasco convened the Health and Racial Equity Task Force to develop a set of recommendations for testing and contact tracing, community engagement, worker and neighborhood community safety, and resident health and well-being. Those recommendations are posted online for this agenda item, and we thank and commend you for already addressing many of the recommendations set forth. With the current surge, we respectfully request focus on 3 priorities. 1, we need to strengthen isolation and quarantine support. Residents who must isolate or quarantine should be well informed, perhaps multiple times in a language that they understand and by community partners they trust, about support services available to them. And rapid response is critical. We also encourage the county to reapproach all of the cities in the county to invite them again to participate in your program. Second, we need to expand humane enforcement of social distancing requirements. And at the same time, we should continue implementing creative ways to educate residents about the importance of social distancing and face coverings. Last but not least, we must continue prioritizing and expanding accessible, free COVID testing in the communities hardest hit by the pandemic, such as East San Jose and Gilroy. The task force, as well as the Health Trust, stand ready to help you implement a thoughtful, iterative approach to pandemic response using an equity lens. Thank you so much for your partnership.
Thank you, Michelle. We're now going to go to the public speakers, and then we'll come back to the board. And I will remind my colleagues, Otto, one of the things that we've done with this section is we've given everybody 15-minute chunks so that everybody on the board who's interested gets a chance to weigh in. I'll ask the clerk to call on the public speakers. Thank you.
First speaker is Stephen Rainey. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Let me try to be provocative. Santa Clara County public health guidance, such as the October 5th health order, caused unnecessary deaths and slowed our economic recovery. In my December 3rd email and PDF to you, I provided evidence from CDC, WHO, and Dr. Fauci that surface transmission is rare. This contradicts county guidance. I've also provided evidence from 11 university experts that aerosol transmission is the only explanation for every super spreading case study. This also contradicts county guidance. Santa Clara County Public Health is not to blame for poor guidance, but Santa Clara County still has the responsibility to prevent unnecessary deaths. Given my statement, Board of Supervisors may have fiduciary responsibility to ask public health to undertake a quick review of the evidence, and if merited, convene a larger review.
Our next speaker is Maria Marcello. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. I'm sorry, Maria Marcello, I'm being notified that I'm unable to give you microphone privileges because your Zoom software is out of date.
Could one of the Spanish translators say that in Spanish?
Rosario, can you jump in?
Sure. María Marcelo, no se le puede dar la palabra en este momento porque no tiene actualizada la versión de Zoom.
She should have some time to log off, update her software, and try again.
Puede, por favor, desconectarse, actualizar el Zoom y volverse a conectar y se le va a dar tiempo posteriormente. Gracias.
Thank you, Rosario.
Sure.
Our next speaker is Jesus. I'm unmuting you. Please. Oh, Jesus unfortunately has the same issue.
Jesús, se le iba a dar la palabra a Jesús también, pero por desgracia tiene el mismo problema. Si pueden actualizar su software de Zoom, por favor.
And the same for Lupe, who's the next in line.
Y el siguiente en la línea es Lupe, pero tenemos el mismo problema con Zoom.
Our next speaker is Melissa Willett. I have given you permission to speak. Thank you. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, thank you. My name is Melissa Willett. I'm a resident in District 2 in zip code 95111, which is one of the zip codes that is darkest blue on your COVID tracker and deeply impacted on many levels by the COVID crisis. I know a lot of people are working hard for our community. I want to shout out to UGMA for their African Ancestry Youth Virtual Program. My son participates in it and he loves it. But prior to COVID, we didn't take the steps necessary to address racial disparities in economic opportunity, education, and mental and physical health care. I've had firsthand experience with the stigma associated with testing positive for COVID due to cultural norms and fear of loss of work. Even if someone is identified as a close contact and willing to take a test, they wear their mask, they're educated on it, there's a fear of answering the phone when that California COVID Team 916 number pops up. Because if you do answer, there's fear that they're going to snitch on you and your employer is going to get you fired, right? People are contracting COVID at work. The county can't just pay rent for everybody, but we got to strengthen worker protection so people can remain gainfully employed. It's imperative. We can't return to normal because normal doesn't work for a lot of us and isn't working.
Our next speaker is Taylin Lee. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Taylin. I'm a Vietnamese American and my family and I live in Eastside San Jose. COVID-19 cases are at an all-time high, especially in Eastside San Jose. In addition to the data on our Latinx community, a fair number of Asian communities populate the East Side too, as stated on slides 26 and 27 today. My question is, why isn't there drilled down data on COVID-19 impacts to other communities, more notably the Vietnamese community, given the percentage of our population in Santa Clara County? Please disaggregate the data and make it available to us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Du Huynh. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Yu. I am a resident of District 3 in 95127. Similar to the previous speaker, I'm calling today to express my concerns that after 9 months of data collection, which includes disaggregated data on Asian Americans in the county, we the public have yet to see those numbers. And lacking the transparency of these numbers, it makes it really hard for us to know how we're doing as a community, either for the Filipino community, Vietnamese, or Khmer populations. So just based on the dashboard right now, it would look like Asians overall are doing quite well. But as personal experience of our community shows, I'm very concerned, and I hope that the county will disaggregate the data, be transparent with it, and so that we know what we can do to help with our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Angie Bymaster. Unfortunately, Angie, I'm getting a message that your Zoom software is also out of date. I would recommend logging off, trying to update your software, and coming back on. Oh. Our next speaker is Matthew Huang. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Matthew.
I was wondering, I have some concerns about the Vietnamese community. Is there any outreach programs for the Vietnamese community, the Filipino community, or any Asian community out there? And I was wondering about the Vietnamese data for COVID-19, like how many Vietnamese people get it from this?
Thank you, Matthew.
Yeah.
Our next speaker is Tao Lee. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, thank you for all the necessary work that y'all have been doing, and I hope you all are staying safe and healthy and taking some time to rest during this hard time. My name is Tao, and for most of this year, I worked as an eligibility specialist and case manager at Sacred Heart, providing financial assistance to mainly immigrant families who tested positive or were affected, including the ISO program. But I'm here today as a member of the Vietnamese American community in the county. My ask of you is to disaggregate the COVID statistics of the AAPI community. We are not homogenous, and combining general data on household income, educational attainment, and English language proficiency has preserved ethnic-based inequities amongst AAPI subgroups, hiding the reality of what's going on across these ethnicities. So please separate that data. The Vietnamese community is overrepresented in the service sector, while the Filipino community is overrepresented in the medical field. So look into this, publish it, and follow up with the right engagement efforts. Thank you.
It's been suggested to me to remind the public that if they're having difficulties submitting public comment, you can also dial in. The direct line for this meeting is area code 669-900-6833. The meeting ID number is 9146-9570-961. And this information is also available on our meeting portal. Our next speaker is Rex Lee. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Rex Lee. I'm also a resident of Eastside San Jose, live in the foothills 95127. I'm also calling to ask the county to disaggregate the data, especially amongst our Southeast Asian populations, which since it's not disaggregated right now, it does look like we're doing really well. And based on personal experiences, that's usually not the case, especially when we're just mixed in with every other group. So, and there's a significant amount of Vietnamese and Filipino enclaves living in San Jose. So yeah, please disaggregate the data. Sorry, a bit rushed for time. Thank you.
President Chavez, would you like the telephone announcement in Spanish as well?
That would be great. Thank you.
Rosario, do you have that information or should I email it to you? We'll work on that. Our next speaker
I'm sorry, yes, please email it to me.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Brett Bymaster. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Brett Bymaster. My name is Brett Bymaster. I'm Executive Director at Healing Grove Health Center. We're logging in through Chromebooks, which apparently you can't do. So I was wondering if you could give our speakers a chance to talk again through my login. The need in the community is really incredible. We have so many families that are testing positive and aren't able to access financial aid. Healing Grove Health Center tomorrow will launch an emergency operations center that'll be staffed with 35 people, 15 of which are native Spanish speakers. Healing Grove has more than 500 families needing financial aid that aren't able to access it. You saw in the report that just got presented that only 38% of families currently that are requesting funds are able to receive them. We have the capacity to distribute those funds in just a few days. We have the staff, we have the infrastructure, we have the experience. All we need is the funding. I'm hoping that we can partner with the county to fund this operation. Thank you.
And Brett, do you have Lupe with you? Do you have the people that
yes, they're all
having difficulty before? President Chavez, would you like to allow speaking through that? Okay.
Absolutely.
We'll restart the timer for the next person, Brett.
Okay. Wait.
And if the speakers could please identify themselves, that would be helpful.
Wait, I'm having some trouble here. Can you come back to me in a minute? I'm sorry.
Yes. Our next speaker is Catherine Hyde. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
This is Catherine Hyde, representing Community Health Partnership, our 10 community health centers and their 40 community clinics. Community Health Partnership would like to voice its support of a referral to administration regarding the possible enhancement of the county's COVID-19 isolation and quarantine support programs. Community Health Partnership welcomes the opportunity to participate in the county's programs and to serve our patients, our communities, and those most impacted by COVID-19.
Thank you.
Rosario, would you like to announce the call-in number in Spanish?
Sure. Para las personas que tienen dificultad en conectarse en Internet, existe la posibilidad de comunicarse por teléfono. El número es 669-900-6833 y el ID de la reunión es 9146-9570-961.
Thank you, Rosario. Our next speaker is Brett, who I believe is a different Brett. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, this is Guadalupe.
Es Guadalupe y yo estoy trabajando para Healing Grove. Yo soy la persona que les llamo para darles la noticia, ¿verdad?, de que han salido positivas a las familias. Y bueno, esta semana hemos trabajado muy duro, hasta 10 horas llamando con las personas. Nos hemos estado dando cuenta que han salido positivas personas en las familias antes y que han tratado de contactar al condado y que no han recibido ninguna respuesta. Estamos escuchando a las familias muy frustradas, muy tristes. Nosotros no sabemos qué responder porque ellos están desesperados por ayuda. Entonces nosotros queremos que este proceso sea más fácil para ellos, ya que no tienen accesos a correos electrónicos o alguna forma, a veces a una computadora. Por favor, pedimos que hagan más fácil este proceso. Es muy frustrante y solamente podemos decirles que rueguen a Dios.
Thank you, and we'll allow a minute for translation.
Hi, I'm working with Healing Grove, and I'm the one calling to give the news for people that are positive in families. And we've been working very hard every day, up to 10 hours a day, and to let people know they are positive. And right now, we are trying to make contact to with different people, and we don't know what to answer to them because families are still feeling very frustrated and are very sad. We don't know what to answer to them, and they need help. And we just want you to let you know that this process should be easier. Sometimes people are not even having email access or computer access. They need easier ways to let them have contact. They are feeling frustrated, and please provide some solution.
Thank you. Brett, do you have any additional speakers who were unable to connect otherwise? I have you muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Estoy dándoles información, ¿verdad?
Sorry, can you please start again?
Positivo.
¿Puede comenzar otra vez, por favor?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Adriana María y yo estoy dándoles información, ¿verdad? Mi esposo salió positivo para COVID noviembre 20 y a partir de esa fecha hemos estado tratando de contactarnos con el condado para que nos ayuden con lo que es la renta. No hemos recibido ninguna respuesta, ya mandamos todos nuestros correos que necesitábamos. Entonces, bueno, se nos está haciendo un poquito frustrante esto porque no tenemos respuesta alguna. Y bueno, queremos saber si es posible que nos ayuden, ¿verdad?, de una manera más fácil, ya que es un poco difícil para nosotros los correos y todo este tipo el proceso que ustedes llevan. Entonces, esperamos una respuesta y muchas gracias.
Thank you. We'll allow translation.
So my name is Adriana Maria, and I just want to give some information. My husband was positive on last November 20, and we have been trying to contact the county, and we need help for paying the rent. We have not been successful. We are not having any answer. We provided all emails. This is very frustrating. We haven't had any answer yet. And we just want to know if you're able to give us some help. And also, this should be easier. I mean, we are not having access to emails, and your process is difficult. So we need you to give some answer. Please let us know if you're able to help. We need some answers.
Thank you. Brett, I'm asking you to unmute again. Do you have any additional speakers who were unable to connect?
Salí positiva de COVID desde octubre 28. Me dieron un número para que hablara al condado y poder tener ayuda alguna porque estaba sin trabajo, ayuda de ustedes con renta o qué sé yo con algo, y pues desde entonces todavía no recibo ayuda. Es muy frustrante que uno hable y decir no estamos ocupados, te regresamos la llamada, esperar la llamada y que nunca regresen. La verdad que uno cuando tiene que retirar y está ahí sin trabajo, hijos que mantener, uno espera una ayuda de ustedes, una ayuda pronta, ayuda rápida para que uno ayudara a solventar sus problemas. Pero con ustedes es bien frustrante porque no regresan la llamada pronto. Conmigo quedaron desde la semana pasada que me iban a llegar una tarjeta, que tenía que hablar, que me mandan para allá y para acá, y la verdad pues todavía no recibo ayuda alguna. Y pues sí estoy desesperada. Necesito saber a qué número uno puede ir o dónde puede llegar uno ya personalmente.
Thank you. Rosario, were you able to get that?
Yes. So I was positive from COVID on October 28th, and I was given a number to call to the county, and I have no job. I wanted to ask for some help for paying the rent, and I haven't received any answer. I haven't received any help. I'm feeling very frustrated. People say they are very busy and they will be returning my call, but nobody's getting back to me. I have no job. I have children. I need some help really quickly, and I need to solve this problem, and I need you to help me, please. I'm feeling very frustrated. Nobody's answering my calls. And last week, somebody told me that I was going to receive a card with a number to call. I've been coming from here and there and so many places. I don't know where to call right now, and I just need some help.
Thank you. Brett, do you have any additional speakers with you?
Yes.
Can you just give me a heads up how many?
I have one, one more, two more, one more Spanish speaker and Dr. Bymaster.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Salí positivo el día viernes, me llamaron, ahí me dieron un número para que llamara yo al condado para yo pedir ayuda. Necesitaba yo alimentos o ayuda con la renta. Llamé y me contestaron del condado y me mandaron un correo, recibí una aplicación que me pedían unos documentos. Mandé, eso fue la semana pasada, y volví a llamar al siguiente día para ver si había llegado el correo que había mandado, y me dijeron que me iban a regresar la llamada, y pues hasta el día de hoy no sé nada pues acerca de la aplicación o si me van a poder ayudar o no. Todavía no sé si voy a regresar a trabajar. Supuestamente tengo que estar toda esta semana. Y también hay otras personas de quien digo yo que también salieron positivas, entonces no sé cuánto tiempo voy a poder yo estar aquí, y no recibo respuesta yo del condado acerca de la aplicación que yo mandé.
So I was positive last Friday, and I was given a number to call and to make contact with the county, and I need help with food, and I need help for rent. There was an app I downloaded, and I sent some documents, but this was last week. And I also called the following day just to make sure the documents arrived, and they say they were calling me back, but nobody has called me back yet. And it's been a week. I don't know what happened in the app. I don't know if I'm receiving some help. Nobody's getting back to me since last week. And I know others in my job were positive too. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go back to work. I know now I'm not able to go back. So I just need some help. I just need to have an answer. Are you able to, is the county going to be able to help me? Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bymaster, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dr. Angela Bymester. I'm a family physician at Healing Grove Health Center, and I wanted to comment about the COVID positive funds. These funds are essential to decrease the spread of COVID as workers are turning positive. They want to go to work because they need to pay their rent. They need to take care of their families. And we need to give them the money right away so that they can stay home and that they have the confidence that they will get paid, so that they don't sneak out and go back to work. We need the money to get out, and we need it to go there fast. Right now, it's really not happening, and patients know that, and so they don't have any confidence that these funds are going to actually get to them. So we are requesting that community clinics can have access to the funds to hand to the patients. The clinics already know who's positive, and they have the abilities to get the money to them fast.
Thank you. Brett, can you confirm that was your last speaker?
Yeah, that's the last one. And Maria Marcelo should be logged in from her phone. So that with Maria, that's it.
I have two names, duplicate names under Maria Adriana. Is that the person who already spoke?
Maria Adriana already spoke, yes.
Thank you. I'll remove those requests. Thank you, Brett.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Galaxy Note 10 Plus. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Galaxy Note 10, please unmute yourself. And we will come back. Our next speaker is Julian Peirano Stoll. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, I am a Filipino resident living in San Jose. I am also a student at De Anza Community College. I'm speaking in favor of disaggregating the data that's currently under the heading Asian. I don't think it would be controversial to say that the strength of our community here in the South Bay is our diversity. Asian Americanness has always been a complex identity, and to be frank, one that is not on its own a holistic metric in all cases. As a Filipino, I know the long history of Filipinos in the medical field as nurses and as home care providers. In fact, my mother is a home care provider. But our experience is significantly different from, say, our Vietnamese neighbors, who statistically often take up different professions and who have a distinct history, language, and cultural context. The same follows for many of the communities currently labeled underneath the title of Asian. It is of vital importance that the data reflect the true impact of COVID-19 on these communities, especially given the overrepresentation of Filipinos in the medical field and of Vietnamese residents in the service sector. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Sorry, one more time, Scott. Unmute yourself. Thank you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Largent. I hope we're still on the COVID item. I got a little sidetracked here, so hopefully I'm not completely 100% off topic. I was really hoping, and I talked about it this morning, due to COVID, we've kind of let people just kind of fend for themselves. I've talked about the portable showers, bringing in bathrooms at the county building kind of in the front there, maybe setting a little triage area about in the parking lot, and start kind of assessing the people that are just wandering right now. We have retired social workers that are out there kind of, doing their gig, trying to help, trying to do what they can do. I volunteer my time. There's a lot of other people that really care. Even county employees that are working down there at the front door, when they're doing the health checks and making sure everybody's okay. Their feedback's great too, but they're wondering, why is nobody really helping? And it's an example of just by sitting in the county lobby and just watching these poor people. Let's get creative with it. Okay, you can get plenty of volunteers.
Let's try Galaxy Note 10. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. Galaxy Note 10, perfect. Go ahead.
¿Aló?
Go ahead.
Sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es María Marcelo. Y la verdad yo estoy bien preocupada. Soy directora aquí de Healing Grove y estoy tan preocupada. Realmente no sé si estoy enojada o preocupada porque veo que el sistema que tienen para la ayuda de las personas del COVID no está trabajando. Tenemos día a día personas que llaman molestas, frustradas, lloran con nosotros porque dicen, salimos positivas en marzo, salimos positivos en octubre, no nos dan ayuda. Una señora habló hace una hora nada más llorando diciendo que no tenía para la renta, no tenía para comer y que había pedido ayuda y el condado le había dicho que le iba a marcar después y no tenía respuesta. Entonces dice ella, ¿cuento con el condado o no cuento? Yo necesito saber quién nos va a ayudar. Díganos, por favor, quién nos va a poder dar la ayuda. Entonces, necesitamos que este sistema se cambie y se ponga en función para toda la comunidad, sobre todo para los que no hablan español, inglés.
So my name is Maria Marcelo, and I don't know if I'm angry or am concerned. I've been asking for help for this COVID situation, and I don't know what to tell people anymore. They are feeling frustrated and they are feeling angry all the time. Some people that were positive on March, all others in October, and an hour ago, I just had a lady crying because she needed help for rent and for food, and she called to the county. Somebody said they were calling back. They never called back, and I'm feeling angry. I don't know what else to say. I mean, is the county going to help or not? Or who's going to help with this? Your system is not working. We need the change in the system, and we need support mainly for the Spanish community.
Thank you, Rosario. That concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. And thank you for everybody who came out to speak. And Otto, I know you've watched some meetings, but let me just say, and I'll ask my staff to help. The reason I ask again that people use about 15 minutes is, like I said, just that they can always come back. I would never limit how much discussion we have, but only in the chunks that we're having it. Just as a reminder to my colleagues, we are hearing two items together. We're hearing the COVID-19 item as well as the county isolation and quarantine item. And I'm more referencing that because there's a memorandum from Supervisors Ellenberg and myself that may be helpful to reference. So I'm going to start, Otto, normally I start at the end of the dais, which would be you, but since this is your first day, I'm not doing that to you. So I'm going to start with Susan, go to Supervisor Smidian, go to Supervisor Wasserman, and then to you, and then I'll go last. Susan?
All right, just setting my my timer. Thank you. As many of the presenters noted today, there has been a significant of change in just the last couple of weeks since our last board meeting. So I want to share a couple of thoughts, and then I have some specific questions about our response activities. Throughout the many, many months of this pandemic, Dr. Cody has emphasized that this is a whole of community response, that each of us has a role to play to reduce risk for ourselves and for our neighbors. And while we expect that participation and really have seen tremendous response by so many people across our county, by the same token, we also owe transparency and true collaboration with those that we must work with for an effective response. As a county organization, I think we may not have always modeled our very best values in collaborative communication, transparency, and true partnership, including with other government agencies, businesses, nonprofit, and faith communities. While we are in a crisis and must move quickly, if we want to achieve our ends, we have to move together. I'm glad to see the establishment of the stakeholders work group around vaccine planning now. I wish we had formed this group a little bit earlier and engaged more sectors in other aspects of the response. We also know, of course, that there is a significant equity imbalance in our community. Each of the health orders, even though intended to curtail the spread of virus in our community, has also exacerbated those imbalances in income, in educational opportunities, and in housing and food stability. Any reluctance on our part to fund economic recovery is dangerously short-sighted. If we don't help people stay in their homes, buy food, pay their rent, and get care, they are the very same people who will come to depend on county services at much greater cost and who will exponentially counter our expressed priority of ending and preventing homelessness. I feel that before anything else, we need to support our community residents who are the hardest hit by the pandemic And in my view, that means we find every available dollar for isolation supports, business loans, and other forms of direct relief, and we get those dollars into the community now. It's hard not to feel like there's a willingness to act with urgency to change the health orders, but much less so in our administration's efforts to administer isolation supports or develop plans for business supports. And I'll talk more about those either in this round or as we go. I want to ask a question about hospital capacity, please. We've been told that many of the SNFs are not accepting transfers as they manage staffing challenges and clusters of cases, therefore creating backlogs that impact hospital capacity. Given the information provided here on slide 37 on hospital load balancing, what mechanism is the EOC utilizing to try to balance SNF capacity so that we can also decompress our hospitals?
Sorry about that. Thank you for that question. It's an extremely important and tricky issue to address. We want to make sure that SNFs are able to take patients, particularly the ones who are sent from the SNF back to the SNF when they no longer need acute care. What goes into that determination is the level of outbreak in the SNF at the time. So our special investigation group does go and do an investigation as to outbreak, the degree of transmission. And the second component in that is staffing. And then that decision is made collaboratively with the SNF, CDPH, and then our public health department. So we are working very hard to strike that perfect balance so that we are able to get people back to SNFs as soon as safely possible, yet at the same time not expose additional people to risk, and certainly not put patients in a SNF when we think it's not safe for them to go there at that time.
Yeah, it really is a tough conundrum because we need the hospital capacity for those who don't need acute care, but we also know that the SNFs have been the sites of some of the biggest outbreaks. And I learned to my surprise just this past week that my district has the highest number of deaths in the county. We haven't broken down the demographics as to why and what the specific locations are. I suspect that I may have a disproportionate number of SNFs, but nonetheless, I was surprised to learn that detail and expect that many others may as well. I have a few questions now about the Black Friday enforcement that was mentioned on slide 47. Under what authority was the board directed requirement that warnings be issued before, let me ask that in a better way, sorry. The ordinance that the board passed included warnings before fines were imposed, education, advance notice. That didn't happen the weekend of Black Friday. Many businesses were caught by surprise. I was surprised that this shift in enforcement was able to happen without board approval.
Happy to answer that question, Supervisor. The
Thanks, James.
urgency ordinance that the board adopted does provide for, as a general default, a grace period, but decisions on whether to provide for a grace period were expressly in the ordinance left to the discretion of the enforcement officer. In this particular instance, given the surge in cases, the specific concern around Thanksgiving, there was a decision that was made as part of the enforcement program, and exercising that discretion that the board vested through the ordinance in the enforcement officers to, in a publicized campaign that included a number of press releases as well as direct outreach to each of the sites where the enforcement officers went, that provided specific advance notice that we would not be having grace period for those fines. But I do believe that the spirit of ensuring that there was education and outreach first, that advance notice and warning be specifically provided, was accomplished in the context of that campaign, in not just in the form of the publicity that preceded the enforcement efforts, but also very specifically through the advance notification that occurred to the property owners for the malls where the activity occurred.
And James, thank you for that. How were the businesses or neighborhoods chosen for this enforcement?
The malls that were chosen were sites where there was concern that because of Black Friday that there would be enhanced activity based on volume of people who would be out and about as you may expect in a normal year. And it was throughout the county.
I did see some data on this that came to us, but I can't recall offhand. How many violations were for signage and incorrect protocols versus direct health risks like crowding or violation of mask mandates?
I believe the vast majority of violations that were associated with the social distancing protocol. But I do want to, I think, make clear for the public that the social distancing protocol is not a mere paperwork requirement. This is a procedure that's attested to under penalty of perjury that includes the worker protections that the board and the health order and the community expect, including the affirmative representation that there has been training of employees, that employees have been informed of their rights, that there is appropriate signage and safety protections put in place, that those protections are actually being implemented and effectuated. What the protocol allows us to do, thinking kind of from a regulatory standpoint, is because it's obviously not feasible and would raise other kinds of concerns to try to validate all of the implementation. It essentially is a document where somebody is self-attesting to having completed all of those many safety steps and protocols. And so I don't want people to have the impression that it's just a paperwork requirement. It really isn't. It's actually the bedrock of how open businesses operate, which is something that I know I have shared for many months since we put it in place back, I think, in May.
Thanks. Thank you for that. I'm going to move on a little bit. I'm just aware of my time here and want to touch on some concerns about congregate settings. In discussions both at PSJC and HHC on efforts to prevent outbreaks in correctional settings, we've been told that only the public health officer can require employees of the correctional facilities to submit to mandatory COVID testing. I know that hasn't been done yet, with increasing numbers of staff working in the jail testing positive. I hope that this is under consideration by the public health officer. And Dr. Cody, could you let us know where you are in considering a requirement for testing in the jail?
Thank you, Supervisor. I'm not quite sure that your question. Can you restate your question?
Sure. In the custody settings, the testing has been encouraged, but has not been required. And I've asked at both health and hospital meetings and public safety and justice meetings why it hasn't been required. The response that was given to me was that only the public health officer can require employees of correctional facilities to submit to mandatory testing. And given the increase in cases amongst correctional facility staff, I'm wondering if that is something that is in process.
Thanks for the question. Now I understand. That's not quite my understanding of the situation. However, let me do a little bit of digging and I'm happy to get back to you. Of course, the desired outcome is that everyone is tested and everyone in the custody setting is safe. So let me explore a bit further and get back to you.
All right, thank you very much. We continue to see long-term care facilities with a large proportion of deaths, and there's currently even more introduction of risk into these facilities now with more community transmission. A couple of, as I mentioned before, a couple of large outbreaks in my district were highlighted at a press conference last week, but the current number of cases reflecting those outbreaks isn't posted to the public dashboard. We've been recently told that it's the practice not to post cases until all investigations are complete. But this to me seems a little bit out of step with the daily posting of cases and hospitalizations. This, of course, is a critical area of concern for families of long-term care facility residents. Can someone assure me that all confirmed cases in long-term care facilities will be reflected in the weekly dashboard updates each week going forward?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we've seen an acceleration in both the number of long-term care facilities with cases as well as the number of cases, and the cases are among both staff as well as residents. It's quite a dynamic situation. It's sort of like it changes throughout the day and changes every day. I think that is part of the issue, to be candid. So your desire is to, at some point, see the magnitude of an outbreak reflected in the dashboard. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, let us take that back to the team and see what we could do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Cody. And I just want to thank the whole public health team and all of the ancillary supporters that are working tremendously hard. I can't even say working tirelessly. I'm sure you're all exhausted. I have questions, of course, and some comments about the isolation supports, but I'm down to a minute, so I will wait for that. Wait until the next round for that. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Susan. I really appreciate that. I will now go to Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to focus on vaccine issues today, if I could, please. And let me just ask, I think earlier during the presentation, there was an indication that there were 327,000 vaccine doses of the vaccine coming to California and 17,500, more or less, coming to Santa Clara County. Could I just double check those numbers to begin?
Yes, Supervisor, those are correct, minus the 230 doses that will be going from our allocation to San Benito County. That's the first allocation, more will be coming.
All right, and I just want to double check the math a little bit here. Is that the number of doses, meaning that if 2 doses are required per person, that really we're looking at being able to accommodate something fewer than 9,000 individuals in Santa Clara County?
No, our instructions are to use all of this allocation and subsequent allocations that will be coming shortly as a single dose, and that we are not to hold back any of our allocated doses for the second dose. That those doses will be provided to us through the federal allocation and the state allocation. So every one of those doses will represent a person receiving their first dose of vaccine.
And then presumably if there's a glitch in the system and we don't get those second doses, that will, in a timely fashion, that will mean that the first dose was essentially wasted, yes?
No, most likely we will get them on time. Usually in medicine when we give a booster dose, as long as it's not given too soon, you can still give it a little later and it will still be effective. So even if we're off by several days, it should still be totally effective and will boost that first dose.
But if, for example, the second dose doesn't come for another month beyond the due date, that's a problem, yes?
Well, I don't know that. I honestly don't know that. I think we have to wait for the ACIP guidance on that, and we'll learn more about how long you can wait. But usually, again, it's not as much of a problem, but I don't know how long we can wait before we would not have an effective first dose.
Thank you. And let me just ask, let's assume then that we can get to 17,500 or thereabouts individuals. Did I hear correctly that while our priority is for healthcare workers on the front lines, that we have, I thought I heard 130,000 who are estimated to be in the healthcare field. Did I hear that correctly earlier?
You did. We're trying to estimate those. Those numbers are not, you can't hold me to those exact numbers. They're somewhere in there. But it's way above what we're getting initially. And those healthcare personnel or workers are in that first priority allocation or first prioritization by the federal ACIP, and we're getting about 10% of what we need. So it represents a lot of people from, all the way, anybody in healthcare, including first responders and in community clinics, pharmacists, everybody that are in the healthcare field. So the state, and we'll explain, I think we'll have more documentation for you tomorrow at HHC, but the state has come up with an additional tier system to help us prioritize within that first phase 1A.
Thank you. Let me go now to the subject of greatest concern to me for today, with the understanding that you're going to be able to spend a little more time with us tomorrow on the issue of vaccines. I am looking at the 60-page COVID-19 vaccination plan, which you were kind enough to distribute, that was submitted to the state. It is prepared by our public health department, and looking at section 6, which is the vaccine administration capacity, specifically section 6F on page 14, I have a concern, and I should let my colleagues know I shared this concern yesterday with both Dr. Smith as well as members of the public health department, and it is this. Dr. Fensterscheib, I am reading verbatim 6F, and it indicates that there are 10 locations identified for distribution of the vaccine, and one of them is the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds, and then the 9 Valley Health Center clinics, quote, located throughout the county, end quote. And as I indicated to you yesterday, my concern is that of those 10 sites, not one of them is located in the 5th Supervisorial District. And I understand we want to put our efforts where the need and risk is greatest, but looking at this through the equity lens that we've discussed so frequently at our board, I'm thinking about the fact that there are 36,000 Medi-Cal recipients in the 5th Supervisorial District among the 400,000 folks, more or less, who live here. These are folks of low income. They are quite possibly folks who are not going to be able to access the vaccine through another provider. And then when we also look to who has the most serious consequences, we've of course been talking for 9 months about the fact that older individuals are particularly at risk for serious complications. And as I think you know, the 5th Supervisorial District has by far the greatest number of folks in the 80 plus or 60 plus even age range. So I'm asking myself, if none of these locations are in the 5th Supervisorial District, and we're looking at 36,000 Medi-Cal recipients and probably 60 to 70,000 folks who are in an age that puts them at high risk, how are we going to ensure that these folks get the vaccine, particularly given the fact that it requires 2 trips? I cannot feature people of modest means hopping on the bus and taking a 2 or 3 bus trip to try and get someplace and back, not once, but twice. I'll stop there.
So thank you for that. And we went back and looked at that language because, again, in your reading of that, we needed to see clearly if our intent was explained in our language in the vaccine plan that we submitted. And you're absolutely correct. When in reading that, it looks like the language does not really exemplify our intent in making sure that there are adequate points of distribution throughout the county and not just in those locations where Valley has a clinic or the public health department has the fairground. So tomorrow, and we huddled on that last night, and so tomorrow we will present our updated language to you, which we will have in writing, and we will resubmit as an edited version of our plan. And we'll see. Hopefully you will. It will be able to explain more of our intent, the adequacy of our intent in providing vaccine throughout our county, no matter what location you're coming from.
Well, thank you for that, Dr. Fensterscheib. I find that reassuring. I should just give you full notice that I will be asking this question literally at every board meeting and every health and hospital committee meeting until such time as this issue is demonstrably resolved on the ground. And I raised questions early, as you may have heard. It was before you were able to rejoin us. And again, I'm so glad that you have, back in March at our March 10th board meeting about testing. And, you know, candidly, we lost precious months while we were waiting for somebody else to step up on testing. That didn't happen. You and your team have done an admirable job, a Herculean effort at pushing those numbers up. I took some real pleasure in seeing that the numbers went from, you know, less than 3,000, I think, in early June to 4,000 tests a day, as you described it earlier. But I think once burned, twice shy. I am not confident that we can rely on a federal distribution system. And I need to ask Dr. Smith, if you are still on the call with us, you know, can we have your assurance that not only will there be a vaccine distribution program that serves the entire county, but that we have a plan B if federal or state distribution comes up short?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, I understand completely, and we've changed the language and we're finalizing it. We'll get it to the state and the board and the public to make it clear that we're talking about points of distribution throughout the county. It's likely that we're going to be utilizing our partners in the community clinics, and we've been talking with them over the last 24 hours. I don't have the exact details. That's still being worked out, but that will happen. And in terms of your concern about a plan B, at this point, what I can suggest to you is that if the federal government fails again, you know, it was just revealed that the president refused to purchase an additional allocation of vaccines from Pfizer when he had the choice. If they fail again, we'll have to explore purchasing our own by contacting Pfizer and Moderna directly.
Thank you for that. I'll keep pursuing that issue as well until and unless we can all feel comfortable that the distribution protocols are in fact meeting the needs of county residents. Dr. Smith, as I've also shared with you previously, part of my concern stems from the fact that with respect to testing, it was our hope and expectation that the folks we call our healthcare partners, both at large hospitals, but also at healthcare systems like Palo Alto Medical Foundation and at Sutter and Kaiser, would step up on testing, and that proved not to be the case, quite bluntly, even in the face of an order from our public health officer without some pretty determined exhortation from county staff. So I am anxious that relying on those institutions to get to other folks, never mind the most vulnerable low-income Medi-Cal patients and older residents, I'm anxious that relying on them for distribution may leave us disappointed once again. And as I said earlier, once burned, twice shy. We have no excuse now for any lack of skepticism. We need to walk into all this skeptical of both the ability for higher levels of government to step up effectively and for our local partners. And I think no excuses. Last thing I'll mention, and I'll ask our public health staff to comment on this tomorrow, because I believe it's a sort of a late breaking development, unless they've got comments now. Madam Chair and colleagues, I've got a story here from the New York Times that indicates that, and I'm going to quote the first paragraph, the Trump administration is requiring states to submit personal information of people vaccinated against COVID-19, including names, birth dates, ethnicities, and addresses, raising alarms among some state officials who fear that a federal vaccine registry could be misused. I am concerned about the implications and would appreciate it if public health can respond when they've had a chance to do a little due diligence, entirely apart from the privacy implications, which I think we all understand. The third paragraph of the story indicates, and here again I'll read directly, Governor Andrew M. Cuomo of New York warned that the collection of personal data could dissuade undocumented people from participating in the vaccination program. I think this is one we want to get ahead of. So I will let it go with that, Madam Chairman. I wanted to focus specifically on vaccines. I appreciate having had the time to do it. And as I said, I'm looking forward to getting clarity sooner rather than later about how the 400,000 folks in the northwest portion of the county that I represent will be served, how we make sure that if others can't come through, that we have a ready plan B, and these privacy implications, I think, are going to need to be wrestled to the ground sooner rather than later. Thanks so much.
Thank
Can
you.
I respond?
I was going to go to Supervisor. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Smith, and then Supervisor Wasserman.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that with regard to the New York Times article, that was also news to us. We have not been informed of any such intent, but we will clearly follow up on it. I have my suspicions that it might just be directed at New York, but we'll see. And in terms of the distribution of the vaccine, the activities yesterday of changing the allocation process to require us to give some of our vaccine allocation to San Benito, while not a bad medical decision, expresses how it's going to become a political process. So I think we're going to need some help from the board on those issues too, because clearly what happened was the small counties that didn't get the larger allocations because of the way the vaccine is packaged approached the governor's office and got a reallocation, which is not a bad idea from a medical perspective, but I just think it has concerns from a ongoing perspective how those political interactions are going to change the distribution process.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Mike, Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you, President Chavez. First of all, I want to say to all the public health people listening, phenomenal testing. Marty, your numbers just astound me, absolutely astound me. And to answer your question, I have gotten my flu shot, I've gotten my shingle shot, and I'm testing every couple of weeks. Phenomenal army out there. Today's presentation regarding all the efforts, public and private, that are taking place throughout our county is absolutely unreal, unimaginable to me. All that is going on is beyond, except for those people doing it, I'm sure beyond the belief of 95% of our constituents. Tremendous job, everybody that's doing that everywhere. Thank you very much. All that said, I've got to say that with our positivity our ICU bed rate today dropping from 15% down to 9%, the big surge, the additional people, I feel like we are losing the war. And when I say the war, I'm talking about the health war and the economic war. What I'm noting right now is Thanksgiving was 12 days ago. And it was a meeting or two ago when I asked Dr. Marty or Dr. Cody about how many days after somebody gets infected does it show? And the answer was somewhere between 4 and 14, but normally around 7 to 10. Today is 12 days after Thanksgiving, which means somewhere around 10 days after Thanksgiving, a majority of people got ill, and now they've ended up being hospitalized. And I think I heard we put 71 people into the hospital today. I think there's a direct relationship between the Thanksgiving holiday and what many of us know did not occur, what did occur, which was mass family gatherings without masks for several hours indoors. And we're feeling that now. And I'm thinking about what will Christmas do to us, and New Year's, Hanukkah. 15 days after New Year's, January 15th, obviously, 38 days from today, I'm expecting another surge like we're experiencing right now, which is 12 days after Thanksgiving. So I'm thinking to myself, we've got 50 days to go. 50 days to get through this hell. Thank God vaccinations will start next week and more vaccines will come. Hopefully federal stimulus will be in there, in the next week or so. But we've still got a war ahead of us, and it's a 50-day war. And we've got to get the people who are involved, who are getting sick now, people have got to change their behavior. Otherwise, Christmas and Hanukkah and New Year's are going to do us in much larger than Thanksgiving. That said, I want to talk about and get a response from either Dr. Marty or Dr. Cody, Sarah, about targeting the people that we are most concerned about getting ill and getting hospitalized. Because it seems the biggest problem we've got is having beds and nurses that can handle the hospitalizations. And I think we know where most of those individuals might be coming from. And I think that's where we need to target our efforts over the next few weeks. I will also put in one plug economically. Let me see where I am on my time. Oh, I'm doing all right. I think we need to address the economic problem that we're experiencing now, and that we will definitely get worse week after week for the next 3 weeks. I think I would just ask the health department to respond to me about those areas that we know wear masks. For instance, I learned today that the grocery stores under our new order used to be at 35%, and that we are down to 20%. And I was told the state may have recently tweaked their orders to go back up to 35%. And that's 35% of capacity. And of course, everybody wears a mask and they move along and get their stuff and they get out. In that same group, there's personal services. And I also want to put in a request for a response through the chair regarding funeral homes. People saying goodbye to their loved ones are currently not allowed indoors. That number used to be around 20% of capacity. People are sad and depressed now as it is, and God help and God pray for all those people that are actually losing relatives and friends due to COVID. And the ability to go in, whether it's open casket or closed casket, you go inside, you limit the capacity. A person goes in, they say their goodbyes, they put their hand on the coffin, they do whatever they do. They're wearing a mask, they go in, they go out. That's certainly less contact and interaction than hardware stores and grocery stores and all these other places. So, Madam Chair, I will conclude my comments there and ask for a response, please, from our public health personnel that we have, responding to increasing the capacity to grocery stores, the allowance for personal services, and funeral homes, places where people can wear masks, get in, get out, and it's capacity based. And I'm very glad that the vaccines are coming. I believe in 50 days from now, majority of people will be vaccinated. We'll be past that 2-3 week period from the holidays, and things will be getting rapidly better. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Dr. Cody?
I think that leaves 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Wasserman. In answer to your questions about where transmission is occurring, at this point, the levels of community transmission are so high that they really are essentially occurring everywhere. And as you know, we have had focused efforts, really just everything that we can think of to help protect residents living in long-term care facilities. We have a whole team dedicated to that effort, and despite our efforts, of course, we still have outbreaks because of the enormously high community prevalence. We
Dr.
also
Toti,
have,
I'm sorry, Dr. Toti, I'm sorry to interrupt. Does transmissions mean where they test positive or where they contract the disease?
I'm talking about like where the infection happened. So like the infection, the virus is moving from person to person in a long-term care facility. We also know it's moving from person to person in many, many other settings. But since people living in long-term care facilities are more likely to have a severe illness and require hospitalization, we focus lots of effort there. We've also focused lots of effort in particular neighborhoods and communities where we know that the prevalence is higher. In other words, the positivity rate and case rates in those neighborhoods are high. And despite all of our efforts, we are where we are today with this incredible surge in cases. In answer to your other questions, I would just offer a broad comment that there's so many difficult decisions and so many trade-offs. And when we as the Bay Area health officers imposed the state's regional safer at home order, we essentially took the order en bloc and just applied it to ourselves. We acknowledged that there are many imperfections in the order, but we were valuing consistency with the state and with other counties when we made that decision. And I hear you, and we'll take back some of your comments for further discussion.
Thank
you so much.
Dr. Cody. I appreciate that. And learning about where you said where transmission does occur, some of the items I brought up, I'm hoping shows up on your chart of where transmissions occur on the lower end, if not the lowest end of where transmissions occur. I know in talking to staff that it's also very tough for us, even with all the tracing we do, to really find out 50% of the time where tracings occur. I'm still a huge mask believer, and as such, I believe we get fewer transmissions of the disease where we know people are wearing masks than where people are not. And I do appreciate your bringing up the couple of areas. I know specifically in Supervisor Chavez's East San Jose, my East Gilroy, I saw double-digit positivity rates back now. And so it seems to me when I said we should target, I was thinking, let's target where we know the highest positivity rate is. And Dr. Marty, before you speak up, I know you're doing the majority of testing where the highest positivity rates are. I'm just wondering if it doesn't make sense just to throw all our efforts at those areas over the next 30 days.
Yes, absolutely. And the county, I presented the slides of where the testing rates are, where people are getting tested. The county is, with our resources, providing and doing testing in the high impact areas. I think the discrepancies or the differences in where else testing is occurring has to do with the other resources that we don't have control over, mostly the various other large facilities. So we wanted them to do testing, and that's fine, but we would like them also to make sure that they do testing of the people that are listed in the order that are of highest risk. So again, we have to implore them to continue testing as they are increasing, but also to test the people who are at highest risk. And we continue to do our effort too, but most of our resources right now are absolutely focused in those areas. I mean, look at the fairgrounds, 7 days a week, we're now testing, and 5,000, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're testing 5,000 people a day. So we're a little bit maxed out on our resources at this point.
Oh, and Dr. Marty, you are testing the exact right place there, and 7 days a week and 5,000 to 6,000 people. It's absolutely awesome, and I'm sure you're doing all that you can do in the Gilroy area. I know you test all 13,000, 14,000 people, and I know we end up with double-digit positivity rates in a couple of the hottest spots in our county. I also would venture a guess that many people in those same areas are not choosing to get tested. And so I would suggest that the positivity rate is even higher in those areas. And for that reason, these other efforts that I heard about in the slide presentation today are so very, very important, because they're going door to door. They're going to places where they know people are. They're speaking 3 and 4 and 5 different languages in order to communicate and reach out to people who aren't necessarily reaching out. I did speak with my daughter. A few weeks ago, she contacted one of the hospitals that you mentioned and made an appointment for testing. And a day or two before her test, she was called up and said, your appointment has been canceled. We overbooked. So that was just mind-blowing to me. Just absolutely mind-blowing to me. So everybody everywhere can improve. Like I said, we are right now in the midst. I think we can draw direct lines to the biggest spike on our chart from March, occurring 12 days after Thanksgiving. And I'll repeat myself, and I know I've got 2 minutes left here. If the biggest spike in our 9-month chart for the county occurred 12 days after Thanksgiving, and we've been told by medical professionals that somewhere around 10 to 12 days is when you end up seeing people in the hospital who've been exposed 10 to 12 days prior, then we've got absolute hell coming. Because Thanksgiving is one thing, Christmas, Hanukkah, New Year's, people socializing without a mask is an entirely another level. And right now, all I'm hearing, the only thing that can save us is the vaccines. And I am not a negative person, but if people don't change their behavior, I believe we're going to experience what we did for Thanksgiving ×2 in 28 days. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Otto?
Thank you, Madam President. This is a very sobering presentation. So first of all, Dr. Cody, I just want to say thank you for all your amazing work you have done. I absolutely believe that your work didn't only save lives, you saved thousands of lives by closing early back in March, when I actually have a little bit of argument in my own family. Why are my kids going to school? And by you able to make that order, made me feel much better because my kids are not going to school because they really shouldn't be. Given that time, I'm absolutely convinced that that has saved literally thousands of lives. If New York City done the same thing as early as you did, I absolutely believe that would result the same thing in New York alone as well, in many parts of the country, even way back then. We had been able to plateau and flatten the curve last time, but certainly the latest weather changes and what's going on with our community, as she's explained, November, somehow the number just gone straight up now. So we are clearly in another pandemic mode, and people on pandemic fatigue, understandably. I'm sick and tired of being staying at home, but that's exactly the time that we really need to, given where the numbers are. And the really sad news that we're hearing today is that it is not like one place or one location, it is everywhere. And the ICU beds, the fact that yesterday there's 50 beds and today we only have 31 beds left, is absolutely horrifying. At these rates, we're gonna be beyond capacity by next week when we meet next Tuesday. So it is clearly something that is we are in bad shape. I mean, the light of the tunnel, of course, is the vaccine is finally coming, which is very exciting. But in the meantime, looking at the numbers of allocation is far less than what is needed to get even a small portion of our own healthcare frontline folks to get that. So I have a few questions I just want to ask first, but first of all, I just want to let you know that you absolutely have my strongest support for everything you're doing. I know it's really a tough job that you're at, and people has put their frustration. The enemy is COVID. The enemy is not the county. The enemy is not what all these good efforts you're doing. It certainly is hurting many businesses, but I understand, and I want everybody to echo the gratitude that we have for you. Sometimes I feel like it's the minority of the loudest that you hear most. But I'm absolutely convinced the far greater majority of us whose lives have been saved and helped. I just want to say thank you so much for your work and your team's amazing work. And I have a few questions I just want to ask here. Number one is on the earlier chart, there was this thing about the testing rate of the various part of a county. I was quite surprised that on the east side, which the rates were so high, the testing rate seems to be so low. Could you help me understand how we could improve that number?
Marty?
Right. So, yes, I'm here. So we have been putting all our efforts into the east side and getting the testing rate up to well above where it was. But again, when you look at, and South County also, but a lot of the resources, again, are not testing these most critical of our populations that are living in the east side. So we're trying to, we have all our resources focused there, and I would only implore all of the other providers to make sure that all of those individuals, frontline workers and others at highest risk, to please test them upon request. And so we're doing all we can, and we would like to see those testing numbers go up. We know that a lot of people, as we have said, are hesitant about getting testing, and that's why we've started up some of these other programs, but they're very small. We trained some wonderful promotoras that are going to go door to door, but how many did we train? 6. So it's, the impact is not going to be big initially, but hopefully we'll get a lot more out there going door to door. Hopefully that'll work.
Great, thank you. And I'm not sure if it's a language outreach issue of the different diverse population we have over there, but certainly if anything that we can to improve that, I'm absolutely strongly in support of that. Second thing is we did talk about the PPE. That's new music to my ears to know that we have been stocked up basically in anticipation of this third wave that we've all been hearing for months now. But at capacity, we are also, needing to send these PPEs not only to our own folks in our own hospital, but also to whether it's skilled nursing facilities, whether it's long-term care facilities. How long can we sustain this this number for PPE before we become having shortages?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Lee. I'm going to ask Dr. Kamal to take that question. One moment.
Thank you for that question. So initially we had projected enough PPE for 1,000 patients in the hospital with COVID for 30 days, and we doubled that amount. And we actually have more than our projection right now. So I can confidently say that even with the current surge and the surge in Christmas, we are hopeful that we're going to be able to keep up with our PPE. The state, in addition, has a stockpile that exceeds the entire federal stockpile. So I think we were, ahead of the curve in stocking up on PPE. And I am confident that we are going to make through whatever surge we have in terms of having enough PPE for all of our healthcare workers, both in hospitals and at SNFs, and very importantly, our first responders as well.
Right. And in the same token, just like the smaller counties like San Benito, for example, they're going to need some allocations of the vaccine from us. I would imagine potentially there might be some of the neighboring counties might need help in PPE as well. And certainly never want to say no to our neighboring counties if they need it. We have it. I just want to make that statement that hopefully we could obviously be continuing to gather more. I would rather spend a little bit extra to stock too much than to run out, obviously, or even get low on it. Because we certainly have heard some of those issues early on from some of our nurses saying that they weren't able to get the necessary allocations of surgical masks and whatnot. So I just want to make sure that we do have that capacity. That's great news. Now, there's some confusion on some emails I'm reading about the issue of surge capacity, because I think there were some facilities that was reporting on the amount of ICU beds, and it looks like the ICU beds in the previous report that we provided were higher, and now it turns out to be lower, and it is because of the fact that some of the places were reporting surge capacity. Regardless of that, my question is, if we're going to be close to at capacity, given this rate of where it's rising, what exactly the type of surge capacity do we have in our county in terms of increasing the number of ICU beds? And the way I was reading it, it's actually a conversion of regular hospital bed to ICU bed. So how many more beds do you think we'll be able, or how many percent we'll be able to increase if we need be once we reach capacity?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And so we've had the hospitals submit our surge capacity plans to us. And I mean, if you look at sort of what they have in terms of supplies and beds and space, they could potentially even double their current ICU capacity. However, there's no hospital that currently feels that with the staffing picture that's in place at the county, state, and federal level, that they will be able to realize their full surge amount. So that's really that question, is to what extent will they be able to surge? And we're hopeful it's somewhere in the range of at least 10-20%. But I think expecting much more from that is difficult, just given the staffing, despite all the other plans being in place.
Right. And I mean, besides VMC, O'Connor and St. Louis, I would imagine this is exactly what you guys do on a day-to-day basis, talking to the other hospital systems to try to share that leveling of the beds, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. So we do level beds across all hospitals, and they have all committed to working together to make sure that whatever capacity there is available to all patients, not just patients who are normally served by their catchment area.
Exactly. Great. Thank you very much. Now I have a question on the distribution of this vaccine. We have the allocation. Is the vaccine basically all covered by the federal government right now, or is there something that the county would have to pay moving forward?
I'm sorry, Supervisor, would you repeat your question? It didn't quite come through.
I'm sorry, Dr. Cody. Yeah, my question was, so who is paying for these vaccines that we're getting, right? Is it going to be covered by the federal government, or is this something that we will actually have to come out of our budget to pay for?
It will come out of the federal government. I'm going to ask Dr. Finster-Scheid if you have further questions about that. But yes, it's paid for by the federal government.
Great.
Yeah, so there was some public comment, I think, of somebody said, who's going to pay for this and will my insurance? These are all going to be paid for by the federal government, so they will be free to all Americans, we're told.
Great. That's definitely good news. We also talked about the fact that the cold storage is necessary, and I know we have been able to be ahead of the curve to get these cold storage. What type of capacity do we have right now? And let's say we get a much larger allocation, we should be able to store all of that and more, correct?
I'd have to actually confer with our pharmacy team members for the exact numbers, but we have in the tens of thousands capacity for vaccines. So I think we're fine on the freezer storage. We have them, and then a number of the large hospitals have them. And hopefully when those other vaccines come on board, they won't require the ultra low cold storage. So we should be in much better shape over time.
Right. Yeah, the Moderna one's the one that seems to be less sensitive to temperature. So that's great. Another area about vaccine is that we obviously will be focusing early on with our healthcare professionals and the long-term care facilities. Obviously, there are other individuals or older vulnerable individuals who lived on their own, the family, that are not in these facilities. If they would like to apply to receive the early vaccine, is there a system that we should put in place so that they could put themselves on the list?
Supervisor, we're having a little bit of technical difficulty. I think there's a little interference or something, and we're on the phone, and we're trying very hard to understand what's coming through, but it's
sure.
I don't know what we should do.
I apologize.
Try that question one last time.
Sure, Cindy. I'll speak a little bit louder and slower, and hopefully that would get through. there are some older and vulnerable individuals who might not be living in the long-term care facilities, right, or the skilled nursing facilities, and if they would like to apply to receive the vaccine early on, is there a way or system that they could actually put the name onto the list to potentially get the early vaccine distribution?
Did that make sense, Dr. Fensterscheib? You guys are on mute.
Wait, where am I speaking?
Right here.
Oh, there
Okay.
you go.
Yeah. I'm running around trying to figure out what's working. So the allocations are being given out with those prioritizations. So I can only say that right now the priority is for the people that the residents of those long-term care facilities. Soon enough, we will now have expanded priorities given to us, which will include the frontline workers, which will include people over 65 and people with comorbidities. And we will then await for the prioritization of those people in subsequent allocations. But right now, we don't, we're not in that phase yet. We're just in that phase 1A, and we're really again counting on the prioritization from the feds and the state to give us that direction. But more information to come in the next several weeks, I'm sure.
Great, thank you very much. Now my question's going to turn to another area.
This will be your last one, just in this round.
Okay, sure. Happy to do so. It's about the mask situation. I'm just like Supervisor Wasserman. I'm a big supporter of believing that masks clearly is something that has proven to save lives. And I just want to see if there's any tracking of data recently that is the mask wearing in our county, has that improved, or is it still relatively poor? That's probably contributing to our most recent spike.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. We are not able to track exact data around mask wearing. So I don't have any, actual evidence to refer you to. I would say that just based on observations of members of the EOC, we've seen mask use increase in many communities in the county. So I don't think that the November increase is likely related to a change in mask use. I think it's more likely sort of the increase in transmission in communities around us, the amount of travel that our residents do to those communities. And this is a very highly infectious airborne virus. So once it starts to accelerate, it can really take off. And I think that combined with the change in weather, more people coming indoors, pandemic fatigue, and all of that conspired to create this surge that we're now experiencing.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Odin. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I'm going to make a few statements, and then I'll go back through and ask my colleagues if they have additional information. And reminder that we're also talking about item 15 as well. The first thing that I wanted to ask is that I had requested maybe a couple meetings ago, now maybe longer, when we would have disaggregated data for the Asian community, both available on our website, but also available for our review to better understand how our programs were working. Can somebody give me a timeline as to when that disaggregated data will be available?
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. This is Dr. Cody. We think that we'll be able to present that to the board at next week's board meeting. And we very much take to heart all of the public comments. We agree, and we would like to be able to present the data that we have.
Excellent. Next, I want to I want to ask staff if for next week you could give us your thoughts about whether or not we will need expanded health orders for testing expansion with our hospital and healthcare partners. staff access and level of staffing, particularly given the discussion you just had with Otto about staffing levels and how we would measure best efforts to maintain and increase staffing. And then third, on PPE availability for our community clinics. And the reason I'm asking about whether or not we need health orders to make sure that the hospital system, the private hospital system, is carrying their weight, so that we have more flexibility to carry ours and to support the community clinics. I don't need a response on that today. Those are the health orders that I'm most interested in, but I think it lays the groundwork for what we may need to do relative to vaccines as well. Any comments on that or concerns?
We'll take that and discuss. Thank you.
On the outreach programs, the request that I have, and again, this may be something that can be addressed next week. I am interested in the percentage of the work that people are doing that is either direct contact via doors or direct contact via Zoom or conversations. And what I am most interested in understanding is, based on the organizing work that we're doing, how many people are we getting to test? And so one of the things that I want to make sure that I understand is whether or not folks who are on the doors have iPads that allow them to sign someone up for a test right then. And if there are other actions that we're asking of people, that we better understand what those actions are, so that we better understand the impact of our work in terms of changing behavior. And this actually speaks to what Supervisor Wasserman and both Mike and Otto were asking about. And then the other is, I'm very interested in us beginning to get pledge cards from people who are getting tested and when we're on doors, as a tool to see if we can't get them to commit to taking the vaccine. And I think that's going to be important, because we have a lot of people in the communities that I have been working with and that I represent that are pretty fearful of the vaccine and are still not taking the test out of fear of getting COVID. So we've got a lot of work yet to be done on that. But for next week, I'm interested in really looking at the outcomes of our interaction. How many people are we getting to test? How many folks do we have that are doing actual contact with other people, whether that's through the clinics or on doors? Any concerns about that request?
Thank you, President Chavez. This is Betty. We will be sure to include that information in our presentation next week, and we'll be able to provide an update on the iPads and pledge cards that you have suggested.
Thank you. And then, thanks, Betty. And the last point on that, I found, and I want to say how much I appreciate all of our nonprofit partners being here today. I found the information really helpful. I think that the one thing I wanted to say to our nonprofit partners is, I know there's been some consternation about the level of detail and level of information that the staff is requesting. And I just want to be clear that the staff is pressing on that, because I and other members of the board are pressing on that, because I think this goes back to the point that Supervisors Wasserman and Lee raised, which is, what are we learning that's most effective with the communities that are most in need? And the reason I am so interested in us reporting via census tract and not via zip code is that we have a finite number of resources, and I want to best understand how those finite resources are impacting the highest hit census tracts, because I think that will help us better understand how to get the outcomes we want for the communities that are most in need. So I'm going to say this again to the staff, that when we're looking at graphs, I mean, I do want to know what census tracts we covered. I'm interested in how many times we've walked them, not because I'm presuming now that in some instances we've walked them more than twice. And then the last point I want to raise is this this issue that was raised by Supervisor Simidian, I very much appreciate that all of us as board members represent both our districts. And I think, you know, and we represent the county as a whole. As it relates to vaccines, I really, the other reason I'm interested in census data is that my initial understanding of what Supervisor Simidian was asking about was how are we getting to the hard to serve people no matter where they live in the county? And layering on top of that, even if people aren't hard to serve, how are we going to make sure they have access to the vaccine? And one of the things that I heard Supervisor Simidian just say is, what is our plan B? And does that plan B require us, for example, to purchase vaccine that right now we'll be getting for free? I mention that because I do think that if we anticipate that plan B will have a cost, I think that it's going to be very important that the board be understanding that, and that we have options about what the source of resource will be to purchase vaccines if we find ourselves in need of doing that, and what additional resources may be required of the public health system. And that's why I was asking questions about whether or not we needed to start structuring health orders that had our for-profit partners and our nonprofit partners in the community able to assist. But what I'm asking for is a cost of Plan B, a timeline as you think about Plan Bs for implementation, and what we do to remove the barriers for vaccines. Because if we're going to be responsible, as we have been for testing countywide, to also vaccinate countywide, then making sure that the whole county looks dark green and not just parts of it, as I'm looking at chart number 21, is going to be really critical. Is that clear as a request?
Yes, President Chavez, the request is clear.
Thank you. All right, those are my questions. I'm gonna hold off on item 15. I wanted to go back to you, Supervisor Ellenberg, since you know, we worked on that together. I thought I would start with you, and then I'll weigh in later in the process.
Great, thank you, Supervisor Chavez, and thank you very much for your partnership on this referral. I know in our discussion over the last many board meetings that we both expect to see a very strong and effective isolation support program that supports our most directly impacted residents. And as many of you know who may be listening, I've raised questions about our plans and processes for the isolation support program since June of this year. And we have made some important progress in engaging cities to partner in this work and in standing up various types of support. But we've also experienced very concerning ongoing backlogs, difficult to navigate systems that have at times delayed access to critical supports to residents. I'm very concerned by the data presented here and in yesterday's off agenda report and in today's San Jose Spotlight article. While this isolation support program is grounded in the county's role as a safety net provider, this is also a critical tool to reduce transmission of COVID in our community. We can't expect infected residents to stay home from work if they don't have the resources to pay their rent or feed their children, and we can't expect our community to lower transmission levels if we're not making sure infectious residents are able to isolate. And as a county organization, we can't claim that we're doing everything we can to reduce transmission and continue to increase restrictions through public health orders, but then be complacent with a system that is too slow and presents too many hurdles to actually help people stay at home while they are infectious. And if we expect businesses and workers to sacrifice under the public health order, I also expect maximum responsiveness from our county team to implement the necessary support programs and engage effectively with community partners. This program is essential to our response. And at this transition point in the contracts, and with the current surge still gaining momentum, I expect meaningful consideration of areas for improvement to come forward in the January report. The referral was written with a view toward how we would improve and expand the program in 2021. And I just want to be clear that I'm asking for reflection and planning for improvements, not just a report back on the current status, which should include consideration of a decentralized model that leverages community partnerships, as we've done with community-based testing, and we've done with embedding contact tracers with some of our CBOs. So in addition, and to sunshine from my colleagues, I've been in discussion with Dr. Smith regarding how we can expedite supports to residents right now, especially with the CARES funds that have been committed by the City of San Jose, our largest partner in this program, that are due to expire at the end of this month. After months of asking for data and hearing the stories of constituents at today's meetings, I really felt appalled by the off-agenda report we received yesterday that shows that less than 40% of the residents who have been referred since the start of this program in June have received assistance. And on average, assistance takes 40 days. This is far, far too slow to achieve the intended purpose of the program, and risks are having to return millions of federal CARES funds that were entrusted to us by the City of San Jose. And I do appreciate that the times have improved in November. We're now down to 12 days for San Jose residents, 18 days for other cities. But again, with this current surge, I'm really concerned that we're not ready to keep up with demand and further reduce the disbursement times. The remarks from the speakers today who have tested positive in the last few weeks is demonstrating that we still have significant unresolved issues. The slides today, I don't have the number of which slide, show that just $837,000 have been distributed since June by our county program, but the City of San Jose allocated $4.5 million for this program. I am really concerned about the ability of our staff to distribute aid to nearly 700 COVID positive residents in the next 3 weeks, when only 440 have received aid over the past 5 months. The county charged our city partners an administrative fee to run the program, so the responsibility rests with us to make this work, not to deflect to San Jose requirements or the Sacred Heart backlog. This is really on us. Healing Grove is another organization, and right now in partnership with Destination Home has come forward, as we heard sometime this afternoon, with an offer to process and distribute funds to about 500 of their patients who have tested positive. Dr. Smith last week committed to supplementing that contract to process isolation support cases, and Dr. Smith, thank you for that. This was with the intention that Healing Grove would submit applications for payments to be dispersed by the county team utilizing the San Jose CARES funds or other existing funds from partner cities. But given that we have less than 30 days left to clear the backlog of cases and the slow performance documented in the off agenda, I want to make an additional motion today, in addition to asking for approval of the referral. I'd like to add to that administration transfer existing isolation supports that have been provided by the City of San Jose up to $1 million to Healing Grove to distribute to qualified COVID positive cases and close contacts, and execute the pending contract extension to fund admin costs along with this transfer ASAP, and report back to the board at the next meeting. This again is a new request separate from my referral with Supervisor Chavez. I don't want to put words into her mouth, and it builds on the amendment to the contract that Dr. Smith already committed to this effort. Please note that this motion does not add any new funds, only a pass-through of up to $1 million of already allocated isolation support program funds at no new cost to either the county or the City of San Jose. We checked.
Can I stop you there just because that's a motion. So you're moving item 15 with this additional additional request. Okay, I'm going to second it for purposes of discussion. But Susan, can I stop you there just for a moment? Is that your whole motion?
It is, but I just want to finish my explanation and circle around to why I think that this is necessary. City staff has indicated, San Jose, that decisions on the mechanisms to distribute the funds is up to the county to determine. The change won't require an amendment to the city-county contract. And this is only a short-term effort to assure that we don't leave funds for this program on the table to be returned by San Jose to the federal government at the end of December. I really do appreciate the commitment and the effort of our response team, the hard work they're doing, especially through this surge. But I also have to push hard to assure that this program meets the core purpose of getting aid into the hands of infected residents as quickly as possible and preventing further transmission in the community. So summing up, my motion is to approve this referral for 2021 planning with the addition of additional direction to pass through support to Healing Grove to expedite distribution of funds to their patients.
So before I go to colleagues for comment, what I wanted to do was just let staff respond to the new part of the motion, and in particular, Supervisor Ellenberg, the big question I want them to be able to respond to is, will the requirements be the same for Healing Grove as they are for us, given the source of the funds?
Yeah, they should be identical.
Okay, the second part of that is, will there be other monies that are left on the table based on the speed we're going at right now, even with the change that Supervisor Ellenberg is recommending?
Good. Let's find that out.
Yeah, and I'm not sure who to ask. I've got lots of boxes and no faces, so I'm reading.
I think I'm probably best to answer that. In order to accomplish what you're suggesting, we would have to come back next week with an accounting of the monies that were transferred from San Jose. I don't think there's still $1 million left, but we'll have to find out and come back. And
Dr. Smith, there should be, if only $837,000 have been distributed, there should be well over $1 million left.
Well, I'm not going to. How would that work? Well, I guess what I would say is I have to be sure that those numbers are all correct before I put in an F85. So
okay, the numbers were presented on the slides and in written reports to us. So that would be a huge concern of its own if those numbers were not correct that we were given.
Well, either way, Supervisor, we have to come back with an F85. So what I'm saying is we'll come back with an F85 and a rendition of allocation of all of the monies that came from the city of San Jose, so that we can all understand exactly what was spent on what. So,
right, and again, this critical piece is we don't want to leave anything on the table to be given back to the federal government. There's clearly tremendous need in our community, and our biggest challenge is just getting out of our own way to get the money out of county government and into individuals' hands.
Right, couldn't agree with you more. We don't want to leave a penny on the table. We want to make sure we've spent it all. I want to make sure that I know exactly how much is there. And also we need to improve our processes. And if we're going to do a $1 million grant to Healing Grove, we'll have to enter into a contract with all the conditions that you specified, that it would be the same kind of process. So
again,
you give us some homework to do, so we'll be back on Tuesday with the homework done.
All right, good. And again, the goal is getting this money out, and my concern is if we don't get it out in big chunks to a CBO that can distribute it quickly, we don't have any history of showing that we can get the rest of this money out by the end of the year.
So Supervisor Ellenberg, just to follow up, Dr. Smith, with you and Kian Consuelo, I think that in addition to any F-85, I think one of the questions that really needs to be answered is based on the resources we still have available, concretely, what is the plan to make sure those resources that must be spent by December 31st are in fact spent by December 31st? And to be frank with you, one of the challenges that we have, even with a new partner, is if the requirements are the same, that they're going to have similar challenges, I think, that we may be having.
A difference.
Susan,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
If I may.
My apologies.
The difference may be that the expansion of the staff and the volunteer team that they have, so there are more people, Dr. Smith, but I do, what I guess I also want to make sure of is if there are people in process that we're not removing resources from one pot if we've got people that we're moving on. So if I could, Supervisor Ellenberg, I just want to make sure the staff has the flexibility to come back with something that meets the goals,
yeah,
even if it's
absolutely.
not exactly the way we just said it. Okay.
Yes, no, of course, we can't take away any money that's in process, and we might have money for non-San Jose residents as well. Yeah, absolutely. Achieve the goal, whatever the best way is to get there.
Great.
Yeah, I can also add that some of the money was spent on hotels, which wouldn't be reported in the numbers that you just saw in terms of the short-term financing. So again, we'll give you a complete accounting of where everything is, what's been spent, what's not been spent, and how we can make sure that we get every cent spent and what we're doing to improve our processes. And, you know, if we have until Tuesday, we should be able to get that for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to then go to Supervisor Wasserman had a comment, and then I'll go to Supervisor Lee.
Thank you very much, Madam President. My one comment would be through you to our Public Health Office. I just wanted to get confirmation there are no additional vaccine doses available for the county to purchase at this time. I just want confirmation that's true. I can't imagine there are.
That is true, because right now everything is the market is cornered by the feds.
Sure.
They've told, Pfizer where to send the vaccine and what to do with it. So we don't have the opportunity to buy it from a separate pharmacy. That being said, if the feds and the state fail, we'll have no other choice but to explore our options. We might not actually have an option at that point, but we will try everything we can.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Because you just said what you just said there, wouldn't that make sense to do right now?
Right now, all of the distribution is using up all of the stockpile. So we can certainly, try to contact Pfizer if you'd like, but my understanding is they're sending everything out that they've got.
Super. If we can get on a wait list, anything at all that you can creatively think of. I imagine, I think they're selling them at $15 each. If we got 1 million doses, and we could, I don't think it's possible. I think they're all spoken for. I think they've got a waiting list. I think the U.S. made a mistake a while back in taking 100 million instead of 200 million doses, but that's done. So I would just say through the chair, anything you can do to get us more vaccines, I'm in favor of. Thank you.
Got it. Thanks, Mike. Otto? You're on mute.
As they say, if I get $1 for every time they say that, I'll be a very rich person by now. Thank you, Madam President. So this actually is a question for Dr. Smith. From the various speaker earlier, and many of those are Spanish speaking, has complained or has voiced a concern that they've been trying to call the county for help and have not been getting return calls. I'm very concerned I understand people working from home and all that, but I really would like to see if there's a way we could track that to make sure that people are going to at least get some return calls in a more organized fashion so that people are not hanging there and not knowing. I understand, I don't know if there's an issue of not having enough people with the language capability to help. But I just want to make that a high priority since the need is so dire right now, especially those in some of the minority community. I just want to make sure that is on your plate as one of the highest priority that we need to serve those residents in dire needs.
Yeah, we can include that on Tuesday, and Consuelo and Key might have a comment today. If they do, they can go ahead and comment.
Go ahead, Consuelo.
No, it's fine. Key, you can go.
Well, one of you should. Key, go ahead. I'm calling on you.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate Dr. Smith's comment that we will provide the information on Tuesday. Just want to be able to sort of make sure that the information is completely accurate, but we will provide it on Tuesday.
And certainly for those who have called in, I mean, who have spoken today, if there's a way you're actually tracking who actually spoke to us today, I certainly would love to make sure that each of those individuals who actually mentioned they've been calling, that there's at least a return call for those who spoke today. I really appreciate before next week, if not sooner. The second question I have is regarding the fines situation. I know we've collected some fines from people caught violating the county rules. As we, I think, are honest, is that we don't really care about the money. We're trying to change people's behavior to do the right things, right? So I am of the opinion that if we could actually get these folks to show that they actually have, changed those behavior, and have incentivized somehow by returning even some of the fines to them, so that making sure that the behavior truly has been changed, I think is really the ultimate goal. Do we have any program like that in terms of incentivizing them to change these behaviors?
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. We really have a couple different things. It depends on the violation, the nature of the violation.
Right.
So in most cases, we do tremendous amount of education outreach, but then we provide a warning notice.
Right.
Then we reach out and then we offer people an opportunity to actually cure. That was the grace period that Supervisor Berg had asked about earlier. In that grace period, if you correct it, if you correct the violation, the fine is rescinded automatically. So that is exactly what you were talking about. Now, of course, there are certain kinds of violations that aren't correctable. For example, if you've hosted a large illegal indoor gathering, that's already occurred, the harm has already occurred. You can't undo that. And so those kinds of violations are not amenable to a grace period or indeed to a correction. But for the kinds of things that are an ongoing practice, that's absolutely emphatically the approach we've taken. In addition, entities are able to negotiate a compliance agreement. And through that compliance agreement process, we have flexibility to reach an appropriate fact-specific, individualized plan for compliance that takes into account all of the facts and circumstances of that particular entity's non-compliance. And so I'll give you an example of a very successful instance, and one that was very high profile, which was with North Valley Baptist Church. They were holding illegal indoor gatherings. And ultimately, that situation resulted at the end of the day with a compliance agreement, and they have come into full compliance, and we were able to really get to a good place with that entity. So all of those avenues are available. Our goal absolutely is compliance. And this is a really critical tool, however, to ensure that there are also consequences for those who are knowingly and willfully putting everyone else's health and safety at risk.
Very good, James. Thank you so much for that that education. Thank you. And do we do the same thing also for any of the mask folks? I mean, I know there's some type of a fine for folks being caught not wearing masks. Are we collecting those fines, or has this mostly been warning so far?
So that I think is a really important point. Up to date, we have not had the ability to do a very significant enforcement on individuals versus entities, and there are a lot of reasons for that. Many of them having to do with our resources in the enforcement efforts, which are done, between my office, the district attorney's office, and our county code enforcement staff, Department of Environmental Health, and others. We all, I think, agree that this is an important area, and we have asked our law enforcement partners to really step up and help assist with that effort. And their assistance is absolutely vital to be able to do that more individualized enforcement with respect to things like face coverings and illegal gatherings that may be occurring in private residences.
Yeah, no, thank you, James. And I would say that in terms of, citing people, I'm much more interested in distributing the mask. Like, hey, you forgot to wear your mask, here it is, than giving them a ticket. But like I said, at the end of the day, we just really want people practice safe behavior to stop and fight this COVID.
Absolutely, and we have been doing, by the way, a lot of mass distribution, including the Tibet teams that go out, do a lot of mass distribution. And so that's been part of the efforts as well. And obviously it's the expectation and legal requirement for businesses to also be enforcing face covering for their employees and their customers too. So those are all part of the efforts. But it's clear with the surge that's happening now, everybody has got to do their part.
Yes, no, thank you, James, very much. And I know the President Chavez has mentioned it, but quite a few speakers talked about regarding the ability to get the transparency of segregated data among the Asian communities. And certainly the Vietnamese community and Filipino American communities are quite separate from the Chinese communities and other Asian communities. So if there's any way that we could get the data to be more desegregated, that type of information I think could be extremely helpful for each individual communities and how we could better serve them. And I also want to mention that the desegregation of data to me is very important, it's very helpful to communities, yet at the same time, it somehow becomes a very political issue, which I frankly don't truly understand why people are afraid of getting desegregation. In that case, some of the folks who tend to be anti-affirmative action is the one that would be against this issue. I really do think that by having more data, having it segregated, it actually would provide better care and information to our community to solve our problems. So if that's something that our county can do, I certainly appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Otto. Seeing no other comments from my colleagues, the only other thing I wanted to add is that on the enforcement piece, I think that this is actually a very important tenet of what we're going to need to be doing in the future. And I just want to say that in terms of whether or not we properly warned people, for any of you who were out and who are listening to this, who went to a store prior to Thanksgiving, we already had limits that people were supposed to be following that they weren't for weeks and weeks and weeks. And the folks that really got endangered were the employees that work in these locations and the people who came in to shop. And so I think the staff has done a very good job of balancing education with enforcement. And I also just want to acknowledge that much of the enforcement that happened throughout the county happened within cities, and it was actually cities doing a lot of that enforcement themselves. And I wanted to thank all of them for doing that. It's sort of a thankless job because, nobody wants to be cited. And at the same time, if it helps remind people that they have an obligation to keep people within their facilities and within their stores safe, the better. And I just want to also add that as we slowly come out of, deliberately, I hope, come out of this of COVID-19, that we are really going to be requiring everybody to really be protective of themselves and their institutions, so whether that's a faith group or a big box store or a funeral parlor. And Supervisor Wasserman, I'll just say, Mike, that my observation, because I live near a couple of these establishments, is that they're not all queuing people properly. And you do have a lot of people who are bunched up, and it's really hard not to hug people at a service like that. So I don't know that we have clear, safe paths. I think the one that we know is wear your mask and socially distance, and that we want people to be able to operate in a safe way. And again, I want to really thank the staff for taking on the enforcement. It's a very tough job, and I do really want to thank the cities that pitched in. In particular, I just want to highlight Milpitas, who's been for weeks and weeks and weeks really assertively taking I think a significant percentage of their staff time to make sure people in Milpitas are safe. So thank you for that. All right, well, with that, we have a motion and a second on the floor, and that is to accept item 15 with some amendments. And I'm going to ask that the staff also include comments by the board in terms of requests for information, unless I have an opposition to that. With that, I'm going to request a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Mike, you're on mute.
Sorry.
Aye.
Thank you. President Chavez?
Yes. And again, I just wanted to say thank you to all of the staff. We push you because we have confidence in you, and I'm sorry that confidence gets expressed that way, but we are counting on all of you to continue to keep our community healthy and safe. So thank you all very much for the good work and the really impressive reports. All right, with that, we're going to move on from, we just completed item 15. We are now moving to item 27, and this is my request was the multidisciplinary approach to encampments. And I will ask if staff could give a brief report on this item. If you are, this is item 27, so if you are a public speaker interested in that item, it's item 27, multidisciplinary approach to encampments.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. This is Key Lee. I'll just make some brief comments. First is that the county did endorse the community plan to end homelessness starting in 2020. That plan has three components, one of which is to reduce unsheltered homelessness, to create more temporary shelter, and improve the lives, the quality of life for unsheltered persons. We've been working with the city of San Jose to sort of try to address those components or that aspect of the plan. The city of San Jose has I think a fairly robust effort, a well thought out effort to improve the lives of unsheltered persons. Of course, ideally trying to get them into shelter and into permanent housing. And then per your request or the board's request, we've tried to provide a little more detail as to how the county departments and services are being integrated into those plans. And I know that the city of San Jose Housing Department and our departments are trying to create a sort of a work plan for the 5 largest encampments or the 5 pilot encampment sites identified in the board report. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Let me just say why I asked this to come forward. I want to thank the staff for detailing the work that the county and you are doing with our partners. I think that here's what the challenge is, and I'll just share this with my colleagues, is that months and months ago, we started to see more activity in our homeless encampments that really fell into 3 big categories. 1, they were growing exponentially. 2, we've seen an increase in fires in the encampments, in part, I think, because of cooking for heat and cold, but also as the things that are being burned can be plastic, they can be burning to pull copper out of copper wires that get stolen, and the city of San Jose has taken the approach that the way to deal with this is we only deal with encampments if they're encroaching in the public right of way. the reason for that is that they have interpreted the federal guidelines about not disrupting encampments to mean not doing anything relative to the encampments and their health. So I, along with the mayor of San Jose and Councilmember Perales, convened a meeting between our two staffs so that we might have an opportunity to talk about how to do health assessments so we weren't leaving encampments just to grow and grow, and frankly to allow for continued unsafe and unlawful activity. So for example, the smoke from fires, crime that's being committed in the encampments because there's a lot less interaction with them. So what I am really wanting is two things. One, I want us to codify in writing to the city of San Jose that we are not prescribing that the public health guidelines supersede other safety issues that need to be dealt with, like fires, crime, or other needs in the community. And two, that the growth of the encampments also isn't conducive to public health. And the reason I'm asking that for my colleagues is I want to make sure that we're not doing anything that makes people who live in encampments unsafe, or that people are interpreting our goal around making sure that people don't get COVID-19 as allowing for other unsafe activities to occur. So while I appreciate the report, what I'm really asking the staff for is a concrete work plan and communication to the city that really demonstrates the partnership we want to have with them, and that these areas that we're looking at for improvement that we're going to partner with them, but that we're not saying don't make things safe in your communities, because I just think that's actually not what we meant to say. So I'll look forward to my referrals. I would really like the timelines to come back with a lot more detail, along with the communication to the city of San Jose that we're going to partner with them to make these places safe. That is my motion.
Second.
Thank you, Susan, and I'm Supervisor Ellenberg, and I'm going to go to public comment, and then I'll come back to the board.
Our first speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good afternoon, actually almost good evening. Hopefully you can all hear me. I'm pulling over the side of the road. I don't want to break the law. The encampments that are down from the county building right there, that's on Spring Street in the FAA crash zone. It just should be an embarrassment to Santa Clara County. These pallet shelters that you're putting behind or in front of the old city hall, of course you guys know what they cost. So between $5,000 and $7,000, and they were able to put those together. You guys saw it sprout up in weeks. I mean, I know it took 2 years to plan. Why not start putting those out on Spring Street? Why not contact the FAA and say, hey, we got better solutions right now? They're building structures out there that are 3 or 4 stories tall. There's fires every single day. I keep saying Lord of the Flies. This is now spilled over into your county building. It's just unbelievable. I think we need a better plan.
Our next speaker is the phone number ending in 576. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Phone number starting in 510. Here we go.
Hi there. My name is Bianca Blomquist. I'm speaking on behalf of an organization called Small Business Majority. I understand that I missed my moment to speak, but I've been on the phone since 1 p.m. and I apologize. I'm speaking in support of the investment into the California Rebuilding Fund, which will be a lifeline for small businesses who need easy access to affordable working capital for pretty much the unforeseeable future. Despite U.S. monetary policy and federal intervention, the gap between what small business owners need and what they're estimated to receive is somewhere between $4.8 and $13.8 billion. On top of that, roughly 30% of small businesses in the state are on the verge of failure. Particularly hard hit are women-owned businesses, sole proprietorships, et cetera. I think we've all realized the pivotal role that they too play in our local, regional, and state economy. We'd also like to offer our support to approve a temporary cap on commissions and fees charged by third-party food delivery services. Again, I believe that to invest in the CalWORKs. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say the small business loan program will be coming up next. So, so yeah, it'll be the very next item. And I'm sorry for the confusion. I know it's been a long meeting. So thank you for that. All right. So we have a motion and a second. We have no other comments on the motion. I'm sorry. We have no other public speakers. Any comments on the motion? Seeing none, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Simidian, aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Yes.
President Chavez?
Yes. Thank you, and thanks to staff. I know this is hard work, and I hope that additional direction is helpful. We're going to go to our last item on our agenda, and Otto, as this is your first meeting, I was actually trying to be formal and call everybody supervisor, but I usually just call everybody by their first names. And our chairperson is more formal. Our incoming chairperson is more formal. So I just apologize. I'm just going to call everybody by their first names. Okay, so we're going to go to our small business loan program. And for this, what I'd like to do is make a request that that the staff begin with a presentation, if that's all right with my colleagues, because I know they did a report, and then we'll go to the two authors of the referral, and to see if you want to make a motion, and then we'll go to the public so the public knows what they're speaking to. If we don't have agreement on the motion, then what I'm going to recommend is we go ahead and let the public speak and then come back and finish discussion so we can get something solid on the table. Meaning that if Susan just cocked her head, meaning that if there are lots of questions about the motion, I'll ask that the board hold their questions till after the public comment. I'm sorry, is that more clear? Good. All right, so with that, I'm going to go to staff. And then if you wanted to speak on this item, the small business loan program, this would be the time to raise your hand.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Try to be quick about that. You have a 50-some page report in front of you, so I won't try to go through all the details. But this is a report back from October 20th when the board asked us to explore and report back concerning small business loan programs and how the county might participate. So we did a pretty thorough and exhaustive review of what other counties, cities, and entities, including the state, are doing. And so in Appendix A of your report, you have a list of 29 different programs of various qualifications, various participation from various different types of organizations, including the governmental organizations. And our concerns about the suggestion of a participation in a program had to do basically with financing. I think most of the board knows, maybe Supervisor Lee doesn't, that because of the way our budget works and the limitations we have from the state, in order to utilize resources from county coffers, even if it's being used as a loan, we have to allocate it. So that would mean that when we come back in February mid-year, we would have to rebalance the budget if we spent additional resources before that or during that time period to make up for any allocation. And as the board knows, we've been reporting that we expect that there will be between $200 and $250 million budget deficit in February that we will have to deal with. So we're very concerned about increasing that debt. However, not reflected in your report, but notable changes have occurred since the report was filed on the agenda. On the November
30th, the governor made an announcement that he was going to, as part of his new shelter order, going to direct another $12.5 million into the California Rebuilding Fund. And you'll see on item AC at the very bottom of the appendix A, there's a description of the California Rebuilding Fund. This and other factors led us to re-examine the Rebuilding Fund. And we still need to do some significant research to figure out the exact details, because we have as yet not spoken with the principals in the fund. But let me try to just outline this as a process and suggest that if the board is intending to allocate funds for a loan program, this might be something you would want to consider. The California Rebuilding Fund is a public-private partnership sponsored by the state of California, funded primarily through the iBank, which is also a quasi-governmental bank structure. And it's got multiple members in the fund and structured in such a way that initial seed money that was contributed by iBank to the fund is managed by a group called Kiva, which is a private nonprofit. And then through a distribution mechanism, which includes community partners called CDFIs, applications for small and medium-sized loans are made. And at least for the first fund, now this is where I'll get everybody confusing because it confuses me too. The first, what we would typically call tranche of loans, is called special purpose vehicles, or SPVs, by the Rebuilding Fund. You can think of it as a lump of principal that could then be borrowed against. Right now, most of that money in the first SPV, which was open for applications on November 20th, has been supplied by iBank. There's another $6 million of potential space in that fund. For that particular fund, only the first fund, iBank has guaranteed 95% reimbursement of all principal. Then there will be future funds, also called SPVs. One is envisioned to be in the spring and then going forward. From these funds, small businesses can apply for loans that, using the criteria that are listed in the transmittal, I won't read them all, but fairly flexible criteria, ends up being about 4.2% interest for 3 years typically, or 5 years. And they're underwritten by the Rebuilding Fund, Kiva operational, Kiva being the operational part of that fund. This process may be something the board was interested in. If it is something that the board is interested in, we certainly need to do a lot more research on it, because we've really only become familiar with it in the last few days. County council would have to research contracts and legal issues. We'd have to sit down with Kiva, who's the agent for the fund. So I can't say that I, clearly recommend it, because we don't know all the details, but it does sound promising. And because the governor's put another 12.5 million into it, I think we can say that fairly well that it's a substantial program with substantial backing from the state, and certainly not an irresponsible use of revenue to help with loans to businesses. So with that, I'm done and ready for questions if you'd like.
Let me again just ask the makers of the referral if they'd prefer to make a motion now or hear from the public.
Madam Chair, I think it would be helpful for the public if I could offer a motion at this time, see if there's a second, and then perhaps speak to the motion as well, if I may, just to share my thinking so that the board members have some context while they're hearing from members of the public. Would that be agreeable?
That would be helpful. And I would just say to my colleagues, if we could hold off on comments or questions until after, unless you feel really urgent about it, mostly because I just want to let the public speak before we weigh in too much. Thank you.
I will, however, provide the rationale at the outset for my motion, Madam Chair. Thanks. I think at this point, and I appreciate the fact that County Counsel's office has helped me pull together some language, that I'd like to move that we direct the county administration to enter negotiations with the California Rebuilding Fund and or their associated administrative entities for the county to participate as a contributor for a small business loan program specifically serving Santa Clara County businesses and their employees. And then report back at our board's January 12th regularly scheduled meeting with a contract for consideration and approval and the actions necessary to actually authorize initial funding in that amount of $6 million that was referenced for that first fund, with a subsequent report back to our board at our regularly scheduled February 9th meeting, identifying a source of funds for an additional $19 million investment from the county's 2021-2022 budget next fiscal year, or earlier if need be, to invest in the second loan package issued by the California Rebuilding Fund. The direction would be that county staff would conduct the negotiations with our board's direction to eventually fund $100 million in small business loans. And I should distinguish here between $100 million of county funds and $100 million in loans, because this would presumably be by recycling and reusing the loan funds over time as they were returned to reach that $100 million goal prior to returning the interest and principal to other county purposes. And that would minimize the level of direct county investment required. If I can get a second on that motion, I will speak to it, Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
I'll second it and also have some comments to make.
Thank you. Madam Chair and colleagues, I have to confess I had a certain amount of disappointment as I made my way through the staff report. Supervisor Ellenberg and I brought this a couple months ago. Staff asked for an extra month. We accommodated that request. And if you read the first 40 pages of the 45-page staff report, frankly, it's pretty gloomy. I described it yesterday as sort of a wet blanket on the whole idea. I was pleased that by the time I got to page 41, there was in fact reference to the Rebuilding California Fund. And this was something that I think both Supervisor Ellenberg's office and I had both been pursuing independently, because as County Executive Smith mentioned, when the announcement came out of the Rebuilding California Fund, it seemed like a potentially good fit for our county. And I have now concluded, and hope others will agree, that it is a good fit. To even simplify somewhat more, I hope, what Dr. Smith shared, essentially the Rebuilding California Fund is a state program. It got seed money from the state's iBank, the investment bank, and it will make those funds plus others that are invested, hopefully by our county and others, it'll make those funds available for small business loans through established community development financial institutions. And the first thing I want to emphasize is in respect to the motion, because I think this has been misunderstood, certainly in some of the communications I've gotten, is that because it's a loan, the funds are, for the most part, returned to the county. As you heard Dr. Smith say, the first issuance is a 95% guarantee, which means that's the minimum return. And this is not an ongoing annual expenditure. In fact, it's not even a one-time only expenditure. It's an investment in a loan fund, which by its structure substantially protects and returns the investment. And by investing and partnering with the California Rebuilding Fund, I think we can avoid duplication of effort, we can avoid the cost of administration, and we can be assured that the program is going to be administered by financial professionals who have the expertise in underwriting and servicing loans of this sort, which are, frankly, areas that are not the core competency of our county. Also, because we're working with the California Rebuilding Fund, we know that the program, and I'm going to quote from their fact sheet, which I hope was distributed to all of you, but the fact sheet says that the fund, quote, will focus on historically underbanked communities, end quote. And as some of you may know, the CDFIs will actually do the work on the ground. The community development financial institutions are actually obliged to devote at least 60% of their efforts to what are called target markets, which are lower income populations, including women and communities of color. So, to be very clear, if we go down this path, we're not talking about loans for ExxonMobil. We're talking about loans of $5,000 to $100,000 for small businesses with 50 or fewer employees who have demonstrated that they have been adversely impacted by the COVID pandemic. And I guess what I would just say in closing is we are 9 months into the pandemic, and we cannot deny the impact on working men and women who rely on their paychecks to, as Ms. Ellenberg referenced in a different matter earlier today, these are folks who rely on their paychecks to pay the rent, to buy the groceries, put gas in the car. They're people of modest means. I think they need and deserve our help. And when our county's small businesses close their door, those paychecks are gone. Those livelihoods are gone unless we step up. But I think if we take action today in this very deliberate but incremental way, we can retain jobs, sustain businesses, and secure our tax base. And if we do all that, we can avoid adding people to the numbers who are obliged to rely on our county programs and services, which of course alleviates an even greater burden on our county budget. So I would ask for your support, and if there are further questions from colleagues as we proceed, we'll see if Supervisor Ellenberg and I and/or staff can answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. As Supervisor Simidian said, it has been nearly 2 months since we made the referral for a report back. And at the time, we made clear the urgency facing our residents with the pending winter months, making it more difficult to carry out operations outdoors, an urgency which has now been further exacerbated by more stringent public health orders. Administration, as we know, requested a couple of extensions. Like Supervisor Simidian, I was disappointed in the report that came back as well. It really represents two things: a comprehensive literature review, which is thorough and enlightening, but didn't feel particularly necessary to the task at hand. But the second, which is more concerning to me, is an unacceptable lack of recognition of the urgency facing the residents of our county. I've said for some time and several times today that we should be guided by the principle that if we are asking great sacrifice of our residents, we should demand of ourselves the highest levels of accountability and transparency, and we have an opportunity to make good on that pledge. We have a roadmap for COVID. The roadmap is determined by our public health officer, designed to offer maximum safety from COVID, but that has come at the expense of livelihoods, lifestyles, passions, and joys of so many of our residents. We've asked the public of our county to sacrifice now for 9 months, and who knows how many more to come. And I think we need to sacrifice and get this done. I'm happy to second the motion made by Supervisor Simitian, really just because I believe that it represents the best option that we have right now. The motion directs administration to come back in January with a contract ready to sign that puts $6 million of funds into the California Rebuilding Fund for use exclusively by Santa Clara County businesses. These funds are in addition to the goal of the state to see a total of $125 million invested in this first statewide recovery fund. Our county residents we are 5% of the county, and as 5% of the state's population, I would anticipate and will advocate for our businesses to receive 5% of the loans. Plus, we have this additional $6 million available. I also want to make clear that to me, our investment begins but doesn't end with the $6 million. Supervisor Simitian asked today, and I supported for an additional $19 million to be invested in late winter or early spring as the second fund is ready to accept funding. To me, I keep coming back to this, and I've been talking, about our small local businesses really since April. This isn't just a moral economic policy, it's the correct health policy. If businesses aren't supported, one or both of two things will happen. Risky activities will continue in a newly formed black market, further spreading COVID-19, or workers will become unemployed, unable to take care of their families, and add numerous other health challenges on top of this global pandemic. The natural trend is that they're potentially also more likely to become dependent on the county safety net program. And as I said again earlier today, are at risk of undermining our long stated goal of both ending and preventing homelessness. That's where I am. I very much hope that our colleagues will understand the nature and the critical nature of this investment, the opportunity to make a tremendous difference for so many residents, the knowledge that we will get these funds back. And I'd like to just finish by turning to James for a moment with a question. Dr. Smith mentioned that, of course, the big challenge is always the legal piece. We were familiar with rebuilding in Kiva, our administration was, they mentioned it, included it in the report. There are other similar examples to use. James, can you talk about the likelihood of putting this together in a way that will enable us to participate in the first fund and move quickly?
Yes, I think the first fund is, the way it's been described is highly advantageous. And so it makes sense to try to jump on that, versus the other funds that are out there. My office will work as quickly as possible to work on the documents, do the assessment. We haven't received those documents, so we don't know exactly what that'll entail. But I definitely think that if the county's making this kind of investment, to be able to do so in the more favorable structure of that first fund is very beneficial.
Great, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Supervisor Simitian, you're on mute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And further clarification, if I could, from Dr. Smith. The challenge here, and I should say my goal, and I hope it's our goal, is to be bold and prudent at the same time, which is and so Dr. Smith, what I'm looking for is I laid out in the motion a timeline that sort of commits us, but has a number, 2 or 3 different check-ins before we, take a further step. Can you make that work? Is that from a, I know you're always concerned about the F-85s and the budget, and understandably and appropriately so, but if we go on the timeline that was contained in the motion, is that a doable thing?
Well, in the spirit of bold but prudent. I think so. I mean, the way that I understand this program at this point, the first SVP or first tranche at this point with $6 million open is pretty much guaranteed to be returned. And in our budget process would only require us to fill a hole of $6 million more out of about 250 million. I think that it's reasonable to believe that we can do that without a huge amount of challenge. And I'm very hopeful, based on the transition in the federal government, that we will soon be seeing some new dedicated funding, which would obviously be the best way to deal with this problem. Nobody disagrees with Supervisor Ellenberg and the entire board that the damage that's been caused by COVID to the business community has been extensive. But the federal government really needs to step forward by printing some money and helping us out. And once they do that, that will free up our budget considerably. But as you say, if we do it incrementally with check-ins, prudence, I think it's clearly doable.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go to the public speakers, and then I'll come back to the board for discussion and action.
Our first speaker is Kirk Barton. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Sorry, it's a little noisy out here. First, with regards to how to navigate the fund, the California Rebuilding Fund, Bianca Bloomquist, who was just on speaking at earlier, she's heavily involved in that. I encourage you to reach out to her from the Small Business Majority. She can help navigate that process and work with the county for sure. What I would like to ask is that you do a friendly amendment or some way to include the concepts that the Work Coalition submitted a few weeks ago that talk about how worker ownership or worker cooperatives and employee ownership concepts can be embraced in this, even if you can't change how the CA Rebuilding Fund works. The county can provide leadership and equity and demonstrate that you're committed to seeing those types of mechanisms. And so I'd ask you to include some of those outlines that we had in the letter. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wendy Ho. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, Supervisors. This is Wendy Ho with the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits, SUCN. We recognize that small businesses have been impacted by the pandemic and its ongoing economic consequences. We also recognize that the pandemic has had and will continue to have a huge impact on the county's budget, and in particular, the county's general fund. And so as the board considers an allocation for a small business loan program, we caution you against using the general fund as a potential source of funding for this program. As the staff report notes, there is an ongoing annual deficit to range from $200 to $500 million annually, and reducing the county's operating budget would have a tremendous impact on the county's ability to provide its current level of safety net services, very likely triggering further reductions to the county's safety net staffing and nonprofit contracts. And so that's why SVCN supports the administration's recommendation to find an alternate source of funding in partnership with local cities and the philanthropic community. We hope that we can continue to work together to find creative solutions to the resource challenges we face together. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nate LeBlanc. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Nate LeBlanc. I'm the Business Development Manager with the San Jose Downtown Association, representing over 1,800 small businesses, small and large businesses in the downtown San Jose area. I wish we were here today discussing a grant program. The single most important thing we could do is put cash in the pockets of our small businesses at this point, but the loan program being discussed needs to find its way to be simple, streamlined, let businesses use the funds at their own discretion. And I'd like to thank Supervisor Ellenberg for stating eloquently the urgency with which this needs to be addressed. However the county decides to find tranches or open up different pools of money, I hope you realize that this winter is going to be something close to an extinction level event for many small businesses in this area, and that this help is urgently needed. So let's get a program set up and get the funds dispersed as soon as humanly possible. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Brittany Sherman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Brittany Sherman. I'm the CEO president for the Morgan Hill Chamber of Commerce. I'm urging you tonight to please approve the $100 million county quasi-grant loan program. This support is essential in keeping our local county businesses, especially the restaurant, personal service, and retail industries in operation and our employees employed. Although there have been a number of financial support programs released through the state and federal government, and even considering the upcoming CalOSBA grant program, Santa Clara County businesses that have been lucky enough to take advantage of any of these programs have already exhausted all the aid, and at this time, most of their personal financial resources as well. That's not even considering those who are unable to access any aid at all. I urge you to please approve the 100 million county financial aid program, with at least half of the funds being cash grants, which are the most impactful for small businesses. Thank you for your attention and efforts in saving our small businesses and maintaining the fabric of our communities.
Our next speaker is Nick. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, and thank you for honoring my time. My name is Nick Gage, and along with my family, we own and operate a small vegan restaurant in our hometown of Morgan Hill. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Morgan Hill Chamber of Commerce, where I serve as our Chief Strategy Officer. If I may use a medical analogy quote from Greg Flynn, for a restaurant business, daily revenue is like oxygen for the human body, and when it gets cut off, the system quickly falters. Recognizing that medically hope is on the near horizon, I am asking the Board of Supervisors to see us through the last mile by approving the motion in front of you today. Why? Well, there's simply no guarantees that we will and stimulus package from the federal government soon enough that will specifically support our local small businesses. We must rely on you to take action on a local assistance package to cover the gap. Recognizing the impact this may present to the general fund, allow me to offer that if no action is taken, the financial impact to the county will be a multiple of the financial exposures outlined in the staff report, and the cascading tail-end effect will take years to recover, as the majority of our small business will simply no longer be in business. I offer my time and applied knowledge to be a part of the ongoing dialogue and urge you to support the motion.
Our next speaker is Jordan Nunez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, Jordan Nunez on behalf of the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors and our 6,000 members. I write regarding our strong support of the passage of a potential $100 million small business and small property housing providers assistance package. We ask for your support of these small businesses, micro businesses, independent contractors, and small property housing providers who desperately need assistance in fear of becoming insolvent. We thank Supervisor Ellenberg and Supervisor Samidian who proposed this program and understand the struggles these businesses and property providers face during COVID-19 pandemic. Santa Clara County must take immediate action to provide a local assistance package to help our small businesses survive through winter and to give them a fighting chance until a vaccine becomes available. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Mark Turner. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Mark Turner, President of the Gilroy Chamber of Commerce and Chair of the Silicon Valley Chamber Coalition. I am speaking tonight in support of the $50 to $100 million loan and grant package that was on the agenda. Small businesses have been hit exceptionally hard over the last 9 months. Financial resources have been insufficient. And for those who did receive financial aid, that aid has run dry. With this most recent shelter-in-place order, our local businesses are going to have difficulty surviving over the next 4 weeks, if not longer, should Dr. Cody decide to extend the order another 4 to 6 weeks beyond that, which is likely. As more small businesses close their doors for the failure of being allowed to operate at a level where success and survival is permitted, there will be more and more people falling into poverty, mental health challenges, homelessness, and total despair. The county simply cannot turn its back on the small businesses which make up the tax base for local municipalities and the county. There should be a financial aid package made available as soon as possible. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yakan Exposadas. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Yacanex Posadas, and I run an organization called Yacanex Community, dedicated to providing empowerment and educational support to our small Latino-owned businesses with employees of less than 10 and revenue of less than $1 million here in Santa Clara County. I'm here today testifying for the first time because I needed to step up and fight for our Latino small businesses community and their survival. they need your support now. These are working families trying to survive, providing much needed jobs that support countless families. Our Latino community has been hit hard from this impact and from the public health orders. This program can help alleviate some of the negative impacts. Please consider. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa Willette. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Melissa Willette, and we need to help working people, right? We need, especially those that work at small businesses. We see every day the impact this pandemic and financial crisis is having on working families. But what we cannot do is pit essential workers against workers that work at small businesses. They're our neighbors, our spouses, our brothers and sisters. And in effect, that's what this proposal threatens to do. Instead, we support the county building a program that supports working people without placing additional financial strains on the safety net services and programs essential to our communities. We share the board's frustrations about the need to find funds, and we think that the funding exists. It's in the hands of over 150 billionaires in the state that have gotten wealthier since the pandemic began. It's in the hands of corporations that haven't paid their fair share in property tax and are going through loopholes. So let's go get that money. Let's come together, support policies at the state, like Prop 13 reform, that ensures those who have benefited from the pandemic are contributing to help struggling small businesses and our safety net services. It's not going to be easy, but it's a moral imperative. We can't tell our community that we want to save employees being employed while laying off workers this morning. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anil Babar. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, President Chavez and the Board of Supervisors. This is Anil Babar with the California Apartment Association. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for pushing for this loan program so strongly. By issuing low interest rate loans, you'll provide that bridge to local businesses until greater federal stimulus has been made available. I would also like to point out that many of the small mom and pop property owners are facing a great burden as many of their tenants are able or struggling to pay their rent. I would also encourage you to explore loan forgiveness for property owners who choose to forgive their rental debt that is owed by their tenants. We need to really focus on how we help those who provide housing in this valley the necessary funds they need to get through and maintain their properties until greater federal stimulus has been made available. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eddie Trong. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, County Supervisors. Eddie Trong with the SBO. I really want to thank Supervisor Simidian and Supervisor Ellenberg. Supervisor Simidian, in particular, you gave a very detailed proposal as to how we can execute some kind of a small business relief fund. Like both supervisors, our Silicon Valley Chamber Coalition was very disappointed to read the staff report that did not outline a concrete plan, but I'm hopeful that we can get somewhere closer there. In particular, a loan program may not have as much of an impact to save our small businesses. Many small businesses view loans as a long-term liability. And what we've been hearing from our thousands of small business members is that a cash grant program will have the most impact, akin to what Supervisor Ellenberg mentioned earlier today, which is that we can put something closer to $19 million into some kind of a grant program to help our small businesses during this time. Thank you for your consideration of my comments, and I am hopeful that we can do something to save our small businesses.
Our next speaker is Catherine Summers. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Catherine Summers. I'm the Executive Director at the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce. And I'll apologize that I'm really not going to be thanking anyone right now. I really am feeling nervous and kind of desperate for some of my fellow businesses here. There's no time for research. And frankly, the time has actually passed for loans. People need grants, or you could even call them handouts. January 12th is too far away. Respectfully, Supervisor Ellenberg, you talk about some of the risky behaviors and some of the tragedies that are going to ensue because of what's happening already. These things are happening already. I'm seeing it every day. On Sunday night, I watched a restaurant owner fire his entire staff, telling them that he has no idea when they might be able to return. These employees have been living on the edge for 9 months, and this was the final blow. You've seen nothing yet. It's up to you. We've offered Jeff Smith our help. We've laid out a plan. We can go get money for you. We just need some direction and help.
Our next speaker is Trina. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Trina Maureen. I've been a county employee for 35 years. I'm a steward in the DA's office. We understand definitely that small businesses need support, but our concern, I'm a SEIU local steward, 521 steward, but our concern is also focusing on public services and keeping resources in the county. That way our community can still benefit, and using, we need some of that money in the general fund to be directed to keeping county services available, and especially for disaster services working the front lines to fight COVID-19 spread. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Fiorio. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Michael Fiorello, and my family has owned and operated Fiorello's restaurant in Santa Clara since 1972. I also own 946 Billiards, located in Sunnyvale, that is a brand new business that was supposed to open back in April, which has not been able to open since then. Since it is a brand new business, I was not allowed any PPP money, but the rent still keeps coming for the last 8 months, and I still keep paying it. I'm disappointed in the county CEO, Jeff Smith, for failing to put together a financial assistance package to help small businesses and refusing to find the funds.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Scott Largent. Small business is on life support in Santa Clara County. I mean, this is of course nationwide. I think you're a little late to the game right now, Jeff. I think this should have been rolled out sooner, and watching these businesses fold daily is a very sad thing to witness. I was a small business owner here in Silicon Valley, rode out some pretty brutal recessions. I know what it's like to lay people off. I know what it's like to keep staff on. I feel so bad for these people, and I believe our county's not throwing them the proper lifeline right now. Even these little mom and pop donut shops and little sandwich shops, you know, that I went to most of my life, I'll never be able to take my child there because these businesses are folding up. And this is part of our history here in San Jose. And you guys have the ability to roll things out. Just start putting that pressure on old Sleepy Smith.
Our next speaker is Peter Katz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. This is Peter Katz, CEO of the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the passage of an immediate $100 million assistance package. Small businesses are out of options, period. Through no fault of their own, they have been forced to cut staff, cut hours, change operations, install new equipment, all of which have carried significant costs. Many have also opened, then closed, then opened, then closed, according to changes in health orders. And each of these pivots have had dramatic impact on their already thin margins. The only thing that matters at this point are more customers, which are not likely to happen with the current shelter orders, and financial support. Half measures will not work. We cannot wait, and we cannot shortchange our businesses. Thank you very much.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much, Jess. And I'm going to now go back to the board and see if there are any comments or questions from my colleagues. And I'll start with the folks who haven't spoken yet. So I don't know, if Mike, if you have any comments or questions. None. Otto, do you have any comments or questions?
Actually, I do have a question with staff just to make sure I understand the motion and what's on. On this, let me try to get my virtual background on so you can at least see me. Sorry about that. Okay, here we go. I think when I read this report initially, I think it kind of shocked me a little bit when it says 100 million. But at the end of the day, we were talking about really 6 million upfront And then the next in the early spring is $19 million. And all these are basically loans. And that most of the first one's been talked about, is going to be with the guaranteed return. So this is not something that's going to hit our budget for 2021, other than the $6 million, but most of that would be returned. Am I correct?
Supervisor, whoops. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I can hear you fine.
And Otto, I'm going to suggest you go on mute while he speaks because there's something about the two of your mics that go on. All right, Dr. Smith, go ahead.
The way that our budget has to work is that if we're going to quote loan money, we have to actually allocate it, meaning we have to take it away from something else that it could be spent upon. So for this $6 million, if the board decides to go ahead with this motion, that would be one-time money that would affect balancing in February. Now, as I said, I think we could probably make that work. Obviously, we could not make 100 million work because that would make our budget deficit 350 million rather than 250 million. That would be for this fiscal year. Then the way that I understand the motion, and Supervisor Submitting will correct me if I'm wrong, is envisioning any future money going into the program being budgeted in next fiscal year, if that's what I'm understanding correctly.
Through the chair. Yes, that's correct. With the only clarification being that it was my understanding in talking with the county executive's office and county council that if the second program tranche, what have you, to be issued by Rebuilding California required some funds before the start of the new fiscal year, we could budget for them in the new fiscal year while still making the funds available this fiscal year. But to Supervisor Lee, and it's nice to be able to say that, to Supervisor Lee's question, the short answer is yes. The only drawdown for this year is $6 million, which would be repaid pursuant to the description that we heard from Mr. Williams earlier.
Thank you, Supervisor Smitty. I think that's very, very helpful. And the point is that we also are talking about, we do not know what the federal government is going to do, but we do know that a package is being worked on right now, supposedly, that we expect that some more funds coming. So I think the good news, at least I hear today from you, Dr. Smith, is that you believe that the $6 million is something you believe could be worked out in February, correct?
Yeah, I'm always nervous, but I think we could probably figure out a way to come up with $6 million one-time funds.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. That's all the question I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman, you started to jump in there. Did you want to?
There we go. Yes, ma'am. I'm just having trouble with my cursor. Just a question through you, please, to staff, whether it's Dr. Smith or James. Is there any possibility with our using these dollars in a loan program as far as defaults or anything else that we may incur, that these dollars would be eligible under the current federal guidelines for reimbursement as county COVID expenses?
Well, I'll try a policy answer and then turn it over to the legal world. The big caveat here is we haven't had a chance to sit down and negotiate with Kiva. So we're just going by representation from one of the CDFIs and what we're reading in the documentation. But our understanding at this point is that iBank guarantees repayment of the principal up to 95%. So only 5% really is at risk. But that term of the loan is 3 to 5 years, so you don't get the 6 million back in that period of time. But as Supervisor Simidian said, if you leave the money in the bank, it keeps getting relent and you get the benefit for the community.
Thank you. So you're saying our downside is simply 5%?
Well,
I don't know where the money's coming from. I understand that entirely. But you're saying our downside over time is 5% through this iBank California Rebuilders Fund program?
that's our understanding. Now, I don't want to guarantee that because that, you know, James has to sit down with the lawyers on the other side and make sure that's correct, but that's our understanding. James?
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just.
Go ahead, James, try again.
I would add that, yes, we need to actually sit down and look at the underlying documents. Our understanding of the first tranche is that it has that 95% guarantee from iBank. But I just, there's a difference between the budget impact and the ultimate fiscal situation for the county. And, you know, just to clarify that, we have to fully budget for whatever is loaned, even if years from now, we may get some of that money back.
Yep.
So, and because we have to fully budget for that money, that money is not then available to be budgeted for other purposes. So that's why you're hearing these two slightly different things from administration, which is we have to budget for 6 million. Yes, there's a guarantee that we believe, based on the representations we've heard, that for that first 6 million, there's a 95% guarantee that at the end of the cycle, several years from now, we'll get at least 95% of that money back, but you still have to budget for the 6 million up front. So I hope that clarifies those two pieces, but I do think that 95% guarantee is very advantageous, obviously, and why it, if we're pursuing this kind of program, this is an option that makes sense to pursue aggressively. And as I was saying in response to Supervisor Ellenberg's earlier question.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's good information. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few questions, and then I'm going to ask the maker of the motion for some flexibility. So I'm just warning you now, Joe, that I would like to get to yes on this, but I'm a little bit a ways right now. The first question I want to ask staff is, what other options could we have for resources that are not general fund, particularly given the low risk based on the, you know, I don't know enough about this either yet. I know we'll learn more, but based on the low risk that's being presented by this particular program.
Well, I think part of some of the supervisors' dissatisfaction with the staff report is that I was very concerned and still am very concerned about the $200 million deficit that we're going to face in February, and was trying to gingerly suggest that, you know, we should find another funding source if it's going to be a large amount of money that we're going to have to take out of the budget. The 6 million, as I said, I thought we can probably come up with. I would still hope, just being, you know, responsible for a balanced budget, you know, don't kill the messenger. I have to give you a balanced budget. I would still hope that we'd find alternative funding source, either from the state or the feds or the philanthropic groups. The county of LA did a similar program, not, you know, the California Rebuilding Program, but a similar contract with a private nonprofit. They were able to get the city of LA and philanthropic interests to contribute also. So any way, from my perspective, any way we can reasonably protect the general fund is a better solution, but I can find 6 million if that's what the board wants to do.
Got it. What I'm asking is that, because this is actually where I'm having a challenge, is getting to the 19 million. And in part because, you know, I want to better understand what that 19 million would be up against. And I think there were some issues raised today, including whether or not we need to buy vaccine, other things that I'm thinking. I know general fund dollars, what rests on them are a lot of the, you know, the outreach programs that I want to expand and all those things to make sure people know about COVID. So really what I'm asking Dr. Smith is really a two-part question. One is, do we have funds that we have not spent in the last X number of years that we're not likely to spend that we could use other than general fund? I don't think that needs to be answered today because you have to come back anyway. If Supervisor Simitian's comfortable with us looking at source of funds, then I would just want an opportunity for us to look at source of funds that are not general fund that we may be able to borrow from ourselves. Just a thought, not necessarily for the 16 million, but if there's going to be an expanded program to that 19 million, that would be my first request. The second request that I would have is, and this really goes back to the point that Supervisor Wasserman raised. I thought Mike's point about the what we thought might be reimbursable is actually very interesting. I think so much is going to happen in the next 90 days that even between the time that we vote on the program that we want to participate in and what continues to unfold, you know, in the months after with the new president, but also, you know, looking at what the impact is in terms of actions the state of California take. All that is to say that I'd also be very interested in us looking at a partner that has the ability to help us both get philanthropic partners, but also other entities throughout our communities to invest. And as an example, I'll just share with my colleagues that a lot of cities early on did loan and grant programs throughout our community. Some of them, I think one city still has some money that they couldn't spend the way they structured their loan. I think it might have been Mountain View, Joe, that shared this with us. But I'd want to be able to go back out and have conversations with the cities too, to see if any of them want to participate in this kind of a loan program. And again, reaching back out to our philanthropic partners to build up what could be that $19 million fund. So I think in general, this is that what we have to balance here is the high needs of the business community with and the employees that work for those businesses and our budget. And so what I really want to impress upon all of you is that I would like the staff to be able to come back with options other than the general fund for our portion of what we want to invest in this loan program. So, Dr. Smith, is that a body of work that we could undertake? Is that something you're already thinking about? And Supervisor Simitian, does that violate the way you're thinking about how you want to move forward? Supervisor Simitian, you're on mute. Joe?
I was saying, why don't I let Dr. Smith respond first, and then I'm happy to share my thoughts.
Thanks, Jeff.
Well, I obviously always am anxious to have philanthropic agencies pay for services for, you know, human beings that we need. And I will comment that, you know, we all know that we're entering into a K-type recovery where the rich get quite a bit richer and the poor get quite a bit poorer. And I think the board had considerable success during the early parts of COVID with getting contributions to the community foundation that totaled, I think, somewhere in the range of $13 million, which were eventually used for many of the PPE purchases and other issues. So I certainly wouldn't object to having, some of the billionaires in our community contribute. I suppose that's the nicest way I can say
You know
it.
what, Jeff, I'm asking a different question. I would like it to rain money too. Here's what I'm really wanting to understand is as you look at this program, both with California Building, what I'm wondering is, do we have the capacity internally, and I don't know enough about the California Rebuilding Program. I do know quite a lot about the iBank, but I don't understand this particular program quite as much. I know that the iBank has experience with multiple sources of funds. What I'm wondering is, would part of our plan be to expand a fund that doesn't require us necessarily to use general fund for our investment component? Is that within our skill set to do? And if not, and we need help doing that, as part of our discussions with the California Rebuilding folks and with the iBank, is that a service that they can assist us with? The reason I'm asking that is I sit on a committee that oversees investments for new technologies that is a partnership with the iBank. And that is a body of work that we're undertaking with the iBank now, but I don't know enough about the particular program that we're talking about that's partnering with the iBank to get that information.
Well, all I can say at this point is we don't have another source of funding other than the general fund at this point, and that includes the contingency fund of the general fund. That's why we have the $300 million deficit. But one would hope, that another source of funding would become available. But I can't say that right now we have another source of funding. We used up essentially all of our one-time funds to balance 2021 fiscal year. As you know, that's why we have a structural deficit. So there's no real reserves left except for the contingency reserves. And we're working on trying to put every cent of fund balance back into the budget so we can avoid further reductions. I don't know if that answers your question.
Nope, but thank you for trying there. I might not have been clear. Joe, did you want to weigh in on that?
Just on that point, and then I do have some closing remarks when the time comes. On that point, Supervisor, I heard you ask me and presumably the seconder very directly, are you open to sources other than the general fund? The short answer to that question is yes. And I would just point out for the record that at no point in the motion that I offered today or in the October 20th, 2020 referral from Supervisor Ellenberg and I, did we call on the general fund specifically. I understand the limitations that Dr. Smith's describing, but I just wanted to be very clear that that was not part of the proposal.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg?
Thanks. And I appreciate everybody's comments. A lot of this fund has already been created by philanthropic dollars. So there certainly is the model there. And I absolutely think that we can and should do some work to build that as well. Interestingly, the Poverty Pandemic Coalition has put together some really good graphics with numbers. They have looked at the total amount of rent debt and some other debt and have come up with a formula that if every individual in this county who earns over $200,000 a year contributes $730, we can wipe out the rent debt. So I think that in messaging and thinking about where we're going for funds, we are all in this. It would be great for cities to do this too. I think the city of Fresno is looking at a model right now. I want to also be really clear on a couple of things that the speakers said.
Susan, can I come back to you unless it's to that point? Because I'm still asking some questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And then I'll let you guys wrap up. Okay, so general fund. And then the other question that I have is, and this is really more related to, actually, Susan, this may actually speak to the point you were just starting to raise if I think about this enough. And that is that many of the letters that we got were asking us, were saying that loan programs were really not that viable and that they were looking more for cash grants. And I wonder if let me just say this, the comfort level I have on the first 6 million, again, I don't have comfort on the 19, but on the 6 million is it's a loan, it will come back, it's going to come back over 4 or 5 years. That's a pretty long time. But I wonder if we're concerned that one more loan program, what the implications are of a loan program versus a cash grant program. And I don't know, Supervisor Simitian and Supervisor Ellenberg, if that's something that you all discussed, and if you could just share your thinking about loan versus grant.
I think, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut
anybody
off.
Thank you.
I think, Madam President, if we are wondering whether or not we have money enough for a loan, I think it's beyond the hope to think that we have money for direct grants. And my goal here, I can't speak for others, but my goal was to thread the needle. I don't think we can stand by and just tell folks, you're on your own or you're going to have to live with what's already out there. On the other hand, I take to heart the concern about our county's fiscal shape. So in terms of the inability to provide grants, I understand that people on the call in the meeting today, many of them would prefer grants, wouldn't we all? And what we've got instead is a proposal for loans that could be $5,000 at the low end to help, truly small businesses, and up to $100,000 to help somewhat larger enterprises that would be repaid. And I should say, my understanding is that it's over a 3 to 5 year period, and that while the first year is interest only, typically, that means that in subsequent years, we have the chance to see that money come back to our county and recycle it. So I think the loan path is the bold but prudent approach that I mentioned earlier. And I think Supervisor Lee, was spot on when he focused on, all right, let's do the first thing first. We'd have something in front of us in January that was a real contract with details that everybody understandably and appropriately wants to see. And let me just say, Rebuilding California didn't put this package together thinking that there wasn't a need for and utility for loans. They're very clear, as you talk to both Rebuilding California at the higher level and then the CDFIs, the Community Development Financial Institutions at the lower level, that there are a lot of folks out there hungry for capital. And I have no illusions that this will do it all, but I feel like it's both responsive and yet still an appropriate and wise use of taxpayer dollars.
Thank you. Thank you. Susan, did you want to respond?
Thanks. I agree. I mean, obviously, grants would be far preferable to folks that are already in debt, but that wasn't our original proposal, and I would agree that that doesn't feel responsible with our dollars right now. I think there are also legal challenges with our giving funds away. But I want to just note as well that this county has such a strong history of not waiting for the state government, not waiting for the federal government. I sure hope that there are more funds available, and that, maybe by some miracle we're in a situation in a few months where we don't even need to talk about this anymore. I doubt it, but that would be fantastic. The fact that we don't know that yet, though, to me shouldn't be a stumbling block or a barrier for our moving ahead and doing something really vital. And Supervisor Chavez, I totally heard you about the outreach regarding COVID. I'm talking about the same people. I'm talking about the little restaurants, the micro businesses, the folks who do not have any other outlet. I'm not talking about tech companies or somehow this amorphous business community. I'm talking about people who need to feed their families, who just are not able to get by right now. So we're looking at the same population, and we're civil servants. Our job, I think public servants, is to take care of the public first, even to our own detriment. This is literally why we are here. I will leave it at that because I keep working myself up into the same little bubble every time.
The only thing I would say is that
Little wheel.
Yeah, I would just say that the us is still the us, right? Because if we're moving money from one thing, it's not like we're moving it from our investment in a tennis club. We're moving it
Right.
from our investment in community
Into our community.
or foster
Absolutely.
care, or so
Yep.
yeah. So when we say us, I think it's all us, and I don't think there's a, I don't. Well, anyway, the only other question I had was that Supervisor Simitian, you made a point of thinking about, in particular, about employees. And what I was wondering is that, is your expectation that there be some requirements for how people use money, or that they're keeping people employed versus maybe just paying rent and not operating? Could you say more about how you thought that would work?
I think there will be one of the things that was appealing about the rebuilding California Rebuilding Fund is that we can in fact target the dollars to Santa Clara County, which obviously is our responsibility here. I'm not candidly fully informed about the extent to which other criteria can or cannot be imposed, but you are recalling correctly, Supervisor Chavez, that when we introduced this item on October the 20th, I spoke very directly to the jobs issue as being paramount in importance to me. And just as I did today, speaking about businesses, not only because we care about the businesses, but because we want to retain them, their employees, and keep making sure those folks have a paycheck and that they aren't thrown in harm's way. And as I also mentioned, with then an adverse impact. So I'm happy to include in the motion a direction to staff that they explore any and all opportunities to ensure that job retention is highlighted as a criteria to the greatest degree possible.
And we may also, when we get the details, I'm sure that the loans themselves, we know the population they're looking at, we know the business size, and I'm sure they have some guidelines on how the money will be used. I'm certainly hoping that it's as broadly flexible as at all legally possible.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciated earlier you talking about the less bankable, because I actually think that's a niche that's really, really hard to reach. So this would be my, and one last idea that I would like when this comes back, if the makers are comfortable with it, is also looking at how the outreach program that we're doing with small businesses could also help in getting the word out to those really, really small businesses, because they're not going to be easily connected to us through that Chebet program. What I wanted to ask, go ahead, Joe.
I was just going to say I'm happy to incorporate that request into the motion, Madam Chair, and I agree. One of the benefits we hope of having community development financial institutions doing the work is that they've already done the work in the community. They have some experience with this. They have identified target markets that 60% of their capital at least has to go to, that I think is consistent with our equity lens. So the outreach, but I take your point, which is if people don't know, they can't take advantage, and we want to make sure that people who are perhaps less experienced or less sophisticated in accessing capital are absolutely positively fully informed and have the opportunity to raise their hands and participate.
Great. My last request, Jeff, Dr. Smith.
I was just wanting to be clear what the addition to the motion was, because I was confused. Can you restate it?
As the maker, with the seconder's consent, Supervisor Chavez, forgive me, I heard you say when we talk about this on the 12th, if the item comes back, let's make sure we have paid attention to an outreach plan that works for I'll call them the most fragile and smallest of the potential beneficiaries of the program. Did I get that right, ma'am?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
My last request was, I really do feel enthusiastic about the first tranche. I feel very concerned about the second tranche, the 19 million. And so what I would like to request is that if you're comfortable with either bifurcating the motion or shifting the motion so that when the report comes back to the board on the 12th, that we can rediscuss the further investment, because I would feel more confident if I knew what I was investing in, and I frankly don't have enough information to know that yet.
I think, Madam Chair, I'd like to just leave the motion as it is, but with the understanding, and this is why I focused on what I call the sort of bold but prudent approach where we take steps incrementally. There is no commitment, even on the 6 million, until we vote on a contract that will be for each member of us. There is even less of a commitment on the 19 million, although that's what I would hope we could do. So I don't want to be lukewarm about that. I want to send the clear message to staff, go figure it out, so that we don't get a response that is ambiguous about the direction that we're trying to provide. I take your point that if they come back and say, here's the consequence of that at that point, folks might not be prepared to vote.
Thank you. I'm going to vote no today, because I am tepid about that second bite at the apple, but I really appreciate the conversation and appreciate the thoughtfulness. But my no vote is really because I don't want to give the impression that I've already made a decision. I haven't. I do want to see the research come back, so that part I'm really enthusiastic about, but not the second bite at the apple. So all right, so with that, any other comments? Jeff, your hand is still up. Do you want to say something else?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't put my hand down.
Okay. Supervisor Simitian, did you want to say something else?
Just in close, because I don't want to lose a vote if there's one out there, ma'am. I do think it should be noted, many board members will know, but not all members of the public perhaps, or even all board members, 50% of the jobs in this country come from small businesses. This is not an inconsequential effort on our part. Having said that, I was particularly distressed to learn a few months back that of all of the metropolitan areas in the United States, Santa Clara County is fifth out of every metropolitan area in the 50 states and probably 300 plus metropolitan areas. We are fifth highest in terms of the number of small business closures during this period of time. So we got folks, who have communicated very, very eloquently the world of hurt they're in. But if anybody needs any data to support it, it's out there. And while I know that having this conversation 7.5 hours into our meeting limited the ability of some to speak, I was really touched by I think more than 600 different communications that our board got in support of this effort. So I'll ask for an aye vote. And as I say, I think it's bold but prudent, and I'm going to let go at that.
Thank you, Supervisor Simitian. I'll go to Supervisor Otto Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I initially, when I came into this, I was very concerned about the number. Where do you come up with $100 million when we have a 250 deficit? Seeing how staff has been able to go back and really look at the numbers, I feel a lot more comfortable, at least for the upfront $6 million. In some ways, I really wish that we can come back sooner. Unfortunately, we're not coming back till January. And right now, businesses are closing as we speak on a day-to-day basis. Mom and pop businesses, and the reason why we're losing so much money with the deficit is the fact that a lot of businesses are failing under COVID. And this really is providing a lifeline. It's not a grant. So I do believe there's fiscally a responsible way of doing it. It's not a grant, it's a lifeline. And hopefully we get job retention. I do want to mention, I agree that two things. Number one is we got to have a very good language outreach to make sure that minority communities and small businesses are able to tap into this. That's really important because I think with the PPP, what we've learned is that the guys really close to the bank get them, and then those who really need them did not. And we don't want to make those type of mistakes when it comes to this program. Second, which is the source of, I think general fund to me is the last resort. I really think that we need to look outside, whether it's philanthropic, I would say the Fortune 10 companies, so many of them are right here in Santa Clara County. And I certainly implore the staff to reach out to some of these folks. I'll be happy to join the meeting if that would help at all to try to get folks, not so much billionaire, but the larger companies that's doing very, very well to help out on this effort as well. So I just want to put that on the table to help make this work. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Any other comments from my colleagues? So here, I think after actually listening to Otto, I'm going to vote yes, but I just want to say to the staff, I'm not voting for the 19 million. I'm voting for the research to come back. I'm voting for the 6 million, but not the 19. And I have to say, I want staff to consider whether or not there are any internal funds that we can borrow from that aren't general fund dollars. So that would be my request. I'm not even asking it to be part of the motion. So with that, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Apologies. Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Simidian, aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Yes.
President Chavez?
Yes, with all of my reservations. All right, so this was our last item. I want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank all of our members of the board. Otto, happy first meeting. We don't have a song or anything. You just get a happy first meeting. There's no initiation. And I do really just want to appreciate all of our staff for all the hard work they did. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. And thank you so much to staff too.
Please stand by for the ordinance record list report. Supervisor Lee, you're not expected to listen to it. It's just for the public. This is the ordinance list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, December 8th, 2020. Item number 23, introduction and preliminary adoption of ordinance number NS-300.946, amending section A20-64 of chapter 5 of division A20 of the ordinance code of the County of Santa Clara relating to cooperation and access to information for the Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring. Item number 34, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.50, amending Santa Clara County ordinance number NS-5.21 relating to compensation of employees, adding 10 unclassified translator positions in the Social Services Agency. Positions shall expire at 11:59 p.m. on June 26th, 2022. Item number 35, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.48, amending Santa Clara County ordinary salary ordinance number NS-5.21, relating to compensation of employees, adding 1 health planning specialist 3 or health planning specialist 2 position in the Public Health Department. Item number 36, introduction and salary ordinance number NS-5.21. amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.21, relating to salary schedule to increase the salary of the Associate Labor Relations Representative classification by approximately 3%, to increase the salary of the Employee Benefits Program Manager classification by approximately 1.5%, to increase the salary of the Human Resources Analyst classification by approximately 4%, to increase the salary of the Human Resources Assistant 1 classification by approximately 6.4%, To increase the salary of the Human Resources Assistant 2 classification by approximately 6%. To increase the salary of the Human Resources Manager classification by approximately 1.5%. To increase the salary of the Senior Human Resources Analyst classification by approximately 4%. To increase the salary of the Senior Human Resources Assistant classification by approximately 5%. And to increase the salary of the Service Center Manager classification by approximately 1.5%. Item number 38, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.46, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.21, relating to compensation of employees, deleting and adding various communications related positions throughout the county, and amending the salary schedule to add the classifications of associate communications officer, senior communications officer, and emergency/risk communications officer. Abolish the classifications of community and media relations coordinator, public communications specialist, public communications officer, district attorney, public/risk communications officer, and social media/internet communications specialist. To revise and retitle the public communications program manager classification to SCVHHS communications officer, and increase the salary of the SCVHHS communications officer classification by approximately 16.3%. To increase the salary of the multimedia communications specialist classification by approximately 4.2%. To increase the salary of the multimedia communications officer classification by approximately 12.9%. To increase the salary of the protocol officer classification by approximately 1%, and to increase the salary of the public health communications officer classification by approximately 12.7%. Item number 39, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.45, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.21, relating to compensation of employees, deleting one IT business analyst or associate IT business analyst position, and one program manager 2 position in Valley Health Plan. Item number 40, introduction and preliminary adoption of executive leadership salary ordinance number NS-5, ordinance number NS-20.20.10, amending Santa Clara County executive leadership salary ordinance number NS-20.20, relating to compensation of employees, adding one Valley Health Plan assistant director, managed care programs in Valley Health Plan. Item number 49, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.47, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.21, relating to compensation of employees, deleting one community and media relations coordinator position, and adding one senior planner or associate planner or assistant planner position in the Office of Supported Housing. This concludes the ordinance record list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting on Tuesday, December 8th, 2020. Good gravy.
Well done.
This concludes.
By the way, didn't we get an email from James like 6 months ago saying that we don't have to do these anymore?
Starting in January.
Dang it.
Yeah.
All right.
Fine. Great job.
I'll have one next week.